Welcome back to The Breakdown. I am DELACREMEDELA, your privileged host, and this is another live After Dark episode of The Breakdown Show. It is After Dark for you. It is well into Sunday morning for me here in South Korea. Thank you for joining me. You know what we're here for. I'm not going to hold you much longer. We are about to read and do as much breakdown as we can with our speculative, uneducated selves into the lawsuit of Derek Dixon versus Tyler Perry. Tyler Pursed Lips Perry. Let me get into some house rules real quick. But before I do that, please give me a quick one in the chat if you're able to hear me and see me okay. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, or good evening, Lisa. Good evening, Danny. Hello to both of you. Both of y'all deep South Southerners. Good evening to you. I hope you guys had a beautiful Saturday. I did. It is now Sunday morning where I am, so I'm bright and early. I got my my espresso and my orange juice and Pellegrino ready to go. All right, let's get into the house rules real quick. House rule number 1 is real simple. I put it on the screen just a minute ago as a quick reminder. Listen. I was told I was misjudging this nigga. I was told, thank you, Sugar51. Good morning or good evening to you. I was told that I was being judgmental when I said, y'all can't tell there's something going on here. Okay. I don't understand. I don't understand how y'all had so many issues with RuPaul, but Tyler Perry is okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't get it. Is it because he carries a Bible in his care? Oh, that's all y'all need is a Bible to win you over? Oh. Okay. I don't care if you used to go watch Tyler Perry plays with your grandma. I don't care if you got good memories to Byron. I don't give a fuck. This is not a no judgment zone. This is a place where we come with our good eyes and our good ears and our good minds and our good hearts, and we allow us to see what we see. We don't say everybody got issues, everybody. No. Not unless you at work sexually harassing people doing some quid pro quo type shit. Now, if you are, then you take it easy because you never know when you're going to get found out. But I'm not. Are you? Huh? If you've gotten a chance to read into some of this lawsuit, which I put some stuff in the breakdown playlist on purpose to prepare us for what it is that we're going to see. This is purposely an after dark show for you. Okay? Because it's creepy. It's weird. I feel like I hear the Addams Family song. It's creepy and it's scary. It's something that rhymes with Harry. I mean, literally, this is weird. But it's what we've always thought we saw if we thought we saw something. I had to turn my fan on. I had to close all the windows because it's morning time. The sun is up. I don't have any air conditioning in my apartment. And I'm hot. And I'm 44. So I had to turn the fan on. Forgive the buzzing in the background. So I don't care. I don't care what your affinity is to Tyler Perry. I don't care. This is not a no judgment zone. This is a place where we're going to allow ourselves to see and say. And we're just going to take a look at this lawsuit and compare it to some other things we might have seen. Okay? And you tell me in the comments, do you think this is all for true, or do you think this is a scam, as Tyler Perry said through his attorneys? I don't know. He wore a mariachi suit to the BET Awards. I just noticed that. So house rule number 2 is real quick, and it goes along with house rule number 1. This is not for children. I let my baby stay up all night last night, and she thought I let her stay up last night because I was being nice. No, I really did want her to be in bed late today, a little bit later today, so that we could get into this. This is not for children. This subject matter. I mean, we can look once we look at the complaint, the quid pro quo, the sexual harassment. I mean, the sexual battery, sexual assault. We probably want to keep our little ears away from this. But where most of y'all are, and the time most it is for most of y'all, y'all kids in bed anyway. And I check my demographic. Most of y'all kids are grown. Shout out to those of you who do have young children, but most of your children are grown. It is now 10:19 a.m. in South Korea, but it is 9:19 a.m. in New York. It is 8:18 a.m. in dusty ass Dalton. And until it's not, I'll say it is. Okay. It is 7:19 a.m. in New Mexico. It is 8:19 now. Let's go back. Hold on. 10 minus 4 is 6. It is 6:19 p.m. I'm sorry. Add the PMs to everything I just said besides South Korea. It's 6:19 p.m. in California. So there may be some of you who are awake and kids are awake. I get that. But I know where my demographic is. Most of y'all are in New York and in the South. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody. So anyway, and shout out to everybody who's watching from the UK and Canada too. So let's get into it. House rule number 3 real quick is stay on topic in the chat. I might veer off. Somebody help me get back if I do disappear and go away. But I might veer off a little bit. But let's stay on topic in the chat. Now, this is a 46-page lawsuit. 46 pages. So I have built in a couple little breaks. Okay. I built in a couple little breaks. We'll see how far we get before we have to take a break. Okay. I built in a couple moments to step away and take a break. We might watch a video here or there just to give us a breather. We'll see. Let me put my glasses on. That might have to happen soon. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Now, as we see in the lawsuit, and let me just make this a little bit bigger so I can see it better. There we go. All right. We are going to start with me putting my glasses on. How about that? There we go. There we go. So it looks like the attorney for Derek Dixon, and if you need any backstory into any of this, it will be here in the lawsuit, literally, because every video you've seen, every commentary you've seen so far has been based on this lawsuit. Okay, there's not a whole lot of background information outside of this lawsuit, because who knows who Derek Dixon was before this? I didn't know who he was, so we don't have a whole lot to share or to go on beside this lawsuit. Okay. So this lawsuit was electronically filed in the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, where I was born, on June 13th, 2025, which was Friday the 13th, at 3:25 p.m. Now, Jonathan Delshad, at the law offices of Jonathan Delshad, seems to be the attorney for Derek Dixon. Okay. It was filed in the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, where I was born, unlimited jurisdiction. Okay. And if you can see this on the screen, let me know in the chat. Give me a quick 2 in the chat if you're able to see it. My monitor says we can. If you want me to make it bigger, then that's fine. But I'm just going to read it so you can listen as well. Okay. This will be a really, really good one for you to go and do something else while you watch this. You don't have to pay attention to a whole lot that's going to be on the screen. It's going to be real good podcast style broadcast, okay? Because I'm going to read it, okay? So the lawsuit is, let me pull my mic back. It feels a little hot. Derek Dixon, an individual plaintiff, so he's not filing as a business entity, versus Tyler Perry, an individual. Hold on, let me do one thing. Forgive me. It felt a little off. There we go. That feels better. All right. Versus Tyler Perry, an individual. So he's suing him as an individual, but also TPS Production Services, LLC, a limited liability company. So let me just explain for those of you who may not be familiar with how this works. When you have an LLC or a limited liability company, the reason why it's called a limited liability company is because you can sue my LLC, but that doesn't mean any of my personal assets are at risk. So anything I have in my personal name, my home, my cars, my bank accounts are not at risk. Okay. So that's why you see Derek sue Tyler Perry, an individual, and TPS Production Services, LLC, and Action LLC, a limited liability, and DOES 150 inclusive, okay, as the defendants. So he's included everybody, okay? He should have sued Medea too. Tyler Perry got y'all out here thinking Medea is a real nigga writing books as Medea. That doesn't make any sense. That's weird to me. The question was asked, what did he do? Put on a dress to write the book? How do you write a book as a fiction? Oh, they did that with the Bible. Never mind. I was going to ask, how do you write a book as a fictional character, but the Bible. So I guess it can be done. All right. So the complaint is, number one, quid pro quo sexual harassment, code 12940J. So what quid pro quo is, I'll just explain it very quickly. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. If you let me grope you at work every once in a while when I feel like it, then I will make sure you get a promotion. If you meet me after work whenever I feel like it, then I will give you more say-so in the projects, that sort of thing. We've seen quid pro quo before. We saw quid pro quo basically with Cassie and Diddy, but she never got her quo. Okay. Work environment harassment, sexual harassment, workplace gender violence, violation of Bain Act CC 52.1, sexual battery, sexual assault. See why this ain't for kids? Negligent retention, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and retaliation. I know some of y'all are thinking, I could have sued somebody for that shit. I know I could have too. Retaliation, FEHA. And this person, Derek Dixon, does demand a jury trial. Okay, and what that basically means is that Tyler Perry is going to be brought up. Now, I kind of see. Let me explain it first. A jury trial, as you probably already know, means that Tyler Perry is going to be brought up to a jury of his peers, just like you see P. Diddy with right now. There will be a whole hearing to choose the jury, and the jury is going to decide what is awarded. Now, sometimes, let me tell you the thing about a jury trial. While this lawsuit is for $260 million, there have been several times where the jury said, no, judge, he deserves more than that. No, judge, he deserves more than that. You usually see that in cases where there's like a car accident or some sort of physical injury or something like that. Now, in my personal opinion, this person has risked their entire career to file this lawsuit, because what other Harry Weinstein, P. Diddy, Bill Cosby-ish producer is going to hire them now after they've sued Tyler Perry? Tried to play the game to see how far they could get with it, and when they realized that it didn't work, sued their employer. Because you'll see that that's what happened here, because this is not a no judgment zone. Didn't say right away, no, I don't get down like that. We either gonna make my show or we not, but actually flirted back and forth, played the game a little bit, and did their best to get out of it what they could. And then when they realized that it wasn't gonna be nothing, sued their employer. This person is risking their entire career. I mean, they might have to go back to being, what was he before? A security, a personal assistant or something. We'll figure it out in a minute. So I don't know. Do you think a jury would say, if he does, if this does go all the way to court, because this might just get settled out of court for a quarter of it. Do you think that a jury would say he deserves more? Keep that in mind as we read this lawsuit together. Okay. So the summary of action. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it. Not because I can't see. All right. All right. The summary of action. Number one, plaintiff Derek Dixon, which is the plaintiff, files his complaint against defendant Tyler Perry, also known as Emmett Perry Jr. Perry, TPS Production Services, LLC, TPS and Action, LLC, AA together, defendants, alleging as follows. Now, I did get a little bit more insight after I started researching the P. Diddy cases as to why all these names were mentioned for P. Diddy. I'm just going to make this connection to make this make sense. Because there have been several times when P. Diddy was sued and somebody else paid it out for him. Like, I think it was Interscope Records paid it for him once. Well, here in this instance, Derek is actually coming after Tyler Perry's companies. I've never heard of Action LLC. That's a new one for me. Now, number 2, the following complaint is pled on information and belief. The case arises from a sustained pattern of workplace sexual harassment, assault, and retaliation perpetrated by Tyler Perry, a powerful media mogul, against plaintiff Derek Dixon, a professional actor and screenwriter. Thank you, Lisa. I may not have the option to put everything up on the screen because I'm actually on another screen reading the lawsuit, so forgive me. But you can see the comments right there on the screen. So Lisa said, like the video. Please do. I appreciate that. If you like the video, then hit the thumbs up button. Thank you so much. Mr. Perry is an American actor, filmmaker, and playwright who has built one of the most successful careers in the film and television industry. Mr. Perry took his success and power and used his considerable influence in the entertainment industry to create a coercive, sexually exploitative dynamic with Mr. Dixon, initially promising him career advancement and creative opportunities. There's the quid pro quo, such as producing his pilot and casting him in his show, only to subject him to escalating sexual harassment, assault, and battery, and professional retaliation when Mr. Dixon did not reciprocate Mr. Perry's unwanted advances. These events occurred while Mr. Dixon was employed as a series regular on the Tyler Perry show, The Oval. Please raise your hand if you ever heard of that show, because I hadn't. I always thought Tyler Perry's television shows were dry. Like, I always felt like, because I have a broadcast degree, I've learned how to write for television. I never learned how to write for theater because it's a broadcasting degree. But a lot of the work that we did in broadcast dealt with the theater department over at Jackson State. And so I always felt like Tyler Perry's television shows were written for the stage. Like, they were dry. They didn't have the right movement. Like, the lighting was off. I just always felt like he was trying to take a play and put it on TV, which only works on Sunday afternoons. Anyway, back to the lawsuit. These events occurred while Mr. Dixon was employed as a series regular on The Oval, and while Mr. Perry held direct control over his employment, compensation, and creative opportunities. Tyler Perry rose against all odds. I feel like I gotta read it like Maya Angelou. Tyler Perry rose against all odds to become one of the powerful figures in the entertainment industry. His success story, once a symbol of perseverance and self-made achievement, has now become a cautionary tale of how unchecked power, wealth, and influence can corrupt those who attain it. Among other contracts, Perry received a lucrative multi-year partnership with the Oprah Winfrey Network, and his net worth tops $1.36 billion. I wonder if Oprah is going to protect him. I'm interested to know. Tyler Perry's rise to fame and fortune elevated him from a powerless victim sleeping in the back of his car to a figure of tremendous wealth, influence, and power, culminating in the ownership of his own film studio. Rather than using his influence responsibly, Tyler Perry has engaged in a pattern of misconduct where he exploited his position of power. Now, something comes to mind, and yes, I'm going to do this every once in a while. Something comes to mind. Medea's character, okay? And we all know that in order to create a character, you got to pull from a certain part of yourself. And he created the Medea character. He wasn't acting out a character that someone else created for him. Now, somebody made a comment on one of the posts on the community channel yesterday that was very poignant. And they said, I never understood how those church ladies could, I'm paraphrasing, could liken themselves to a Tyler Perry play. And I was like, that's because Medea represented they old, ugly, mean asses. Now, you saw how Medea was, in the words of Jaguar Wright, boorish. You saw how sometimes she was a little handsy, bullyish. Okay, we might see some of that in this lawsuit. We might see Tyler Perry's Medea in this lawsuit. We might. And just for the record, all of this is alleged. I wasn't there, as BJ says. Okay. Tyler Perry has been using his power and influence to molest, abuse, and sexually assault impressionable and vulnerable employees and actors who looked to him for guidance and mentorship. Okay. And there was another person named Christian Keys, I think his name was, who actually made some complaints but never used Tyler Perry's name while pursuing their dreams. Okay. I don't know why this is a surprise to people. I kind of saw this from a mile away, but let's continue. Number 8, just like Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Sean P. Diddy Combs, Kevin Spacey, Roger Ailes, Mary J. Blige, Paula Abdul, let's mention the women too, because there's plenty of them that use their power in these ways, and many others in the industry, Mr. Perry's success has led him to believe that money and influence can get him whatever he wants. That belief slowly transformed into a false idea that Mr. Perry can get whomever he wants. There are things in life that money cannot buy. Mr. Perry sought the one thing his wealth and influence could not purchase: attractiveness, swag, a great personality, being likable, being somebody wants, a sexual relationship with a man who would remain silent. Mr. Perry told Mr. Dixon that his ideal relationship, listen, catch this, would involve a male sexual partner who he could provide for, most likely for control, and who would be loyal but emotionally detached. Perry told Dixon, whoever ends up with me is going to be a happy motherfucker. Loyal but emotionally detached. That sounds like a prostitute. Mr. Perry told Dixon, whoever ends up with me is going to be a happy motherfucker. Now, I do want to bring into the conversation that Mr. Perry does have a child with a woman. I think that's important to note. For some reason, in essence, Mr. Perry decided a one-sided coercive dynamic with a subordinate, an arrangement devoid of mutual consent or emotional reciprocity. Thus began Perry's calculated pursuit of Mr. Dixon. And we'll probably find out as we continue to read this that part of this arrangement, or as I'll call it, a love contract, part of this agreement would mean that Mr. Perry could continue to dip and skip wherever he wanted to. So he wasn't looking for a person who was of power, of influence like himself. You can't possibly be looking for a person who is of power and influence if you want somebody who you pay their bills and they let you do whatever you want to do romantically. Let me burn some Nog Champa. Now, just so you know, according to number 10, this was not Mr. Perry's first instance of sexual exploitation. Why would it be? He has demonstrated a troubling pattern of exploiting vulnerable male actors and employees. We've been hearing about this for a long time, haven't we? Leveraging his industry power to create a cycle of hope and dependency. First, he offers aspiring actors a prospect of career-defining opportunities, roles that promise visibility and advancement. Then, once they are in his professional orbit, he uses the weight of his influence to ensnare them, positioning their success as contingent. Hold on, I gotta clean my glasses. Where are we? Thank you, Kendrick. Positioning their success as contingent on meeting his demands in a quid pro quo sexual compromise. This pattern of behavior reveals a calculated use of professional power for sexual leverage. Okay? And in my mind, quid pro quo is never a compromise. Like, there's never a real compromise when you're talking quid pro quo. It really only benefits one person, okay? Using his influence, according to number 11, Mr. Perry provided vulnerable men with acting positions, roles, show contracts, cars, and money. I wonder what he gave. Do you think he ever gave T.D. Jakes that $1 million? Because we never saw money exchange hands, did we? Sure didn't. Once the object of his desire was hooked, Tyler Perry would then put them in fear of losing it all unless they engage in Mr. Perry's perverted desire for sexual gratification. And I wonder who he learned this from. Now, here's something important to note. Tyler Perry would easily kill off a character in a show of an actor who failed to indulge Perry's sexual fantasies. Now think about this for a second as I scroll down. I don't really watch Tyler Perry shows. I've said that before. Like, they seem really dry and corny to me. But if you do, shout out to you. Are there any of Tyler Perry's shows that don't involve a scenario in which someone could get killed off? Like, does he have any shows? Like, okay, I think there's one where this would almost be improbable unless they got like cancer or left. It was House of Pain. That might be one show where people couldn't get killed off, you know. But apparently this show, The Oval, was one in which people could. Okay. So I wonder now if that's the reason why these kinds of shows are created. Just for the aspect of having power. Okay, so let's read number 12 and then we're going to take a look at this screenshot. Or maybe we'll read until we see it referred to. Number 12. In one such exchange, Perry stated that he could fix things, which is what's in this text message, because the actors of a show he was filming should all be scared because they were all shot at. And we don't know who lives. Meaning that Tyler Perry was going to use his tool. Tyler Perry was going to use this as a tool to gain compliance with his desires. Let's take a quick look at this text message. Can I do it? Hold on. So the text message starts, and everything in gray is Tyler Perry and everything in blue is Derek Dixon. Okay. Tyler Perry says, allegedly, "But I swear to you, I know how to fix this shit. I love killing a motherfucker in a show that no one expects." And then Derek Dixon says, allegedly, "You could be sipping Mai Tais counting coconuts right now." I wonder if he's saying, don't you got other shit to do? Then Tyler Perry allegedly says, "Think about the last episode. They were all shot at. We don't know who lives," which means they haven't even written the next episode yet. Okay. And then Derek goes on to say, "Exactly. I'm scared. They should be too." 3 laughing and crying emojis. Tyler says, "Nope, they're not." And then Derek says, "Last I checked, we all got the same bullets in us." This power trip, man. I can't stand a motherfucking power trip. It's crazy to me. There's something wrong with people who just use their power and influence to subjugate other people. Like, that's literally a mental illness. Excuse me. Empowering other people is like what we should want to do, right? So number 13 says, Derek Dixon was Mr. Perry's sexual desire ever since they became acquainted. Dixon was working as part of the event staff. That's what he was. Event staff for a party hosted by Mr. Perry when Perry noticed him. So he was the help. He was in a subservient, subjugated position. He most likely didn't have a stable income or place to live. Perry, allegedly, according to this lawsuit, basically targeted him. Perry immediately offered Dixon a chance to audition for a part in one of his TV productions. Dixon agreed and was on set with Perry behind the camera for weeks in close quarters. During the time they were filming, Perry would send flirtatious text messages to Dixon. For example, in one message, Perry stated that he was jealous when he saw Dixon going on a walk with another man named Brad. Here's the text message from Tyler Perry, allegedly, and I won't probably say that much. We'll just assume it. "Why did that photo make me jealous? You two together." Derek says, "Haha, I don't know. It's just Brad, LOL." And then Tyler says, LOL. And then Derek says, he just wanted to go for a quick walk to get his steps in. And now I'm walking to Chipotle by myself. LOL. Thank you, Lisa. And then Tyler just apparently off with no swag, with no introduction, just says, thick Derek, get that Chipotle. I'm sorry, that's some corny shit. Thick Derek, get that Chipotle. Okay. So based on what I see here, Tyler Perry wanted to invest the least and get the most. Not an invite for dinner. Okay. Let's go to number 15. And thank you, Lisa, for that too. Lisa said, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, guys. Please do that. I appreciate you. Shout out to all our new subscribers and our old subscribers. In another message, Perry stated to Dixon, what's it going to take for you to have guiltless sex? Have y'all found that yet in therapy? And I'm going to continue to read it from the text messages. Derek says, giving up my religious guilt. Becoming a Buddhist? That's so cool where you came from. And then there's some kind of conversation about a Geo Metro. These must be old text messages. Then Tyler says, unfortunately, Derek, I have friends who are in their 50s and 60s. TD Jakes. Who are still dealing with that, and it's so sad. Oprah Winfrey. You can have freedom from religious guilt and still believe in Christ. That doesn't even make any sense. If there are certain tenets that go along with a certain religious system, then as a member or proponent of that religious system, you follow those tenets. I mean, okay. That's that new Christianity? I don't know, because I haven't been a Christian in almost 10 years. I stopped being a Christian when I realized Jesus never existed. So I don't know. Number 16. Plaintiff carefully navigated a friendly demeanor, but never came out and said, hey, I'm not welcoming this kind of communication. I don't get down like this with my employers. Let's stick to business, right? But anyway, plaintiff carefully navigated a friendly demeanor to prevent the loss of income and opportunity on the one hand, and on the other hand, a firm boundary against Perry's advances. I don't know, because when we get into this lawsuit, you're going to see there wasn't much of a firm boundary, but let's continue. Perry's against Perry's advances. Often, when Mr. Perry started drinking, he would demand more attention from plaintiff and get more aggressive with his flirting, which is such a turnoff to me. On one occasion, when Mr. Perry was drinking, he started to become extremely annoyed when Mr. Dixon avoided him. Mr. Perry stated that of the 600 people in his phone book, he only wanted to talk to Mr. Dixon. Who knows how many people are in their phone book? I think that's weird. But anyway, in this text message, and we're going to all assume this is alleged. Thank you so much, Danny. Danny said, like, share, and subscribe. What's up, Ted? Ted says, hey, Della and the Breakdown crew. What's up, Ted? Good to see you. And Ted, thank you so much for supporting the collection on Patreon called The Takedown of Jedediah Brown. Sometimes we got to take a look back. Shout out to Random News for his most recent episode that brought a lot of that shit back up again. I do have a whole collection on Patreon about all of Jedediah Brown and our conversations and our dealings with him. He is currently under the watchful eye of the Scottsdale police and Short One Monkey. I'm still waiting for the body cam footage. Scottsdale police moves a little bit slower than I'd like, but I'm gonna let them do whatever they gonna do, because once they send me the police reports and the body cam footage, I'm going to share them with you after I watch them. Okay, so anyway, let's continue. Shout out to y'all. So Tyler Perry says, treat myself right. What are you doing, Derek? Oh, I hate that African shit. I'm gonna tell you what. One thing I know, and it's only people who are unfaithful who always demand your attention, okay? Thank you, Ted. I appreciate that. It's only people who have wondering eyes and wondering penises and vaginas who demand your attention. Okay? That is so corny. Derek! And then you feel like you got to give them an explanation, but I don't. Derek said, just talking to my sister. Okay? Just talking to my family. Somebody who's more important than you. And he's got to make it somebody that's more important than Tyler. He can't say, I'm just having a conversation with another actor or another director, or I'm just talking to a friend. He's got to substantiate the fact that he hasn't been in communication with Tyler Perry for these last 15 seconds. That's crazy to me. And see, he should have shut this shit down a long time ago. But okay. Before Tyler Perry climbed in bed with him or grabbed him by the butt. So continue. Tyler says, I roll. Because your sister's not important. Your sister doesn't matter. It's me that matters because I have a spirit of affectation. I need your attention at all times. I want your love. I want your spirit. The more I want, the more I need it. Okay? So Tyler Perry goes on to say, fine. Good night. Nigga, you didn't want nothing. You didn't want nothing. All you wanted was his attention. Not, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for reaching back out to me. I wanted to talk to you about such and such. I roll fine. Good night. I'll go through the 600 people in my phone book and be annoyed that I don't want to talk to any of them. I'm going to give you a false sense of elevation in my life so that you think you're more important than everybody else. And I only really want to talk to you. But there's nothing I really want to talk to you about. I just want your attention. And then when you actually do let me into your life, then I'm going to ghost you. Because I got you now, bitch. Anyway, Derek goes on to say, trying to get off so I can go to sleep. Now, that was an inappropriate response. If you don't want no sexual attention or sexual information or sexual gratification from this nigga, this pie-faced nigga, then why would you say that? That's not even something dudes say to each other in a heterosexual broship. Trying to get off so I can go to sleep. That's not something you say. Yo, this is not a no judgment zone. We're going to look at all sides of this. You allowed this thing by your own admission. These are your text messages that you submitted to the court. You brought the sexuality into this conversation. Exactly, Kendrick. So let's continue. Tyler goes on to say, I understand, LOL. And and Derek says, apparently you're not the only one that's been drinking tonight. So you are sitting here flirting with this man, Derek. You are sitting here flirting with this man. It's disgusting. As my daughter used to say, it's disgusting. So Tyler says, I just started. And then Derek says, they didn't, LOL. I have no idea what that's about. They didn't. That's confusing to me. Dixon did his best to tiptoe. That's not tiptoeing around Mr. Perry didn't make any sexual advances in this conversation. Now, he did demand attention, you know, in a very feminine way. You know, I'm a woman. In a very feminine way, he was like, I need some attention. And sometimes it get like that. Sometimes you be calling your friends like, hey, it usually doesn't happen with me because I'm a loner. But I have friends who be like, hey, I need some attention right now. Can I call you? Yeah, no problem. Let's chat. What do you need to talk about? You know, whatever. But I don't see anywhere here where Tyler Perry made any sexual advances. I actually see Derek bringing that into this conversation here in such a way. So this next line of this lawsuit is kind of weird to me. Dixon did his best to tiptoe around Mr. Perry's sexual aggression while keeping on Mr. Perry's good side. Does that seem like what we see here? No. He wanted Tyler Perry to say something else. Because all the while he was building a case against him just in case his shit didn't work out. See, we ain't got into the shit yet. But all the while, he was building a case against Tyler Perry, just in case his shit didn't work out. Mr. Perry made it clear to Dixon that if Dixon ignored Perry or failed to engage with sexual innuendos, but who introduced the sexual innuendos here? Dixon. A jury would see that very clearly. Shout out to the defense if they see this. This is crazy. Mr. Perry made it clear to Dixon that if Dixon ignored Perry or failed to engage with his sexual innuendos, Dixon's character would die in the next season. Indeed, Dixon's character Dale was shot 4 times in the chest at the end of his first season in the Oval, and Perry always held this over Mr. Dixon's head, implying that Dale would survive if Dixon kept Perry happy. Okay. See, to a certain degree, I'm one of them 100 type of motherfuckers that's like, kill me then, nigga. Kill me. Kill me. I'm not going to play that game with you. I don't play games with people. I've had those conversations recently, like, kill me. I don't play those kind of games with people. If you kill me, I'm just going to come back on your show as an ancestor. And then you really got to fuck with me. Okay? But instead, he decided to continue to play this game and then sue the man when it didn't work out. But let's continue. Once Perry recognized the extent of control he had over Mr. Dixon, he escalated his behavior. On multiple occasions, Mr. Perry sexually assaulted Mr. Dixon, including one instance where he forcibly pulled off Mr. Dixon's clothing, groped his buttocks, and attempted to force himself on Dixon. I'm going to give you a little preview of this. This was at Tyler Perry's house when Derek had gone to Tyler Perry's house, got drunk, and slept in Tyler Perry's guest room. Okay? I had a guest room at my daughter's father's house, too. You know what that means. You know what that means. God damn. Come on, somebody. At some point, we got to see it as it is, and I hope a jury does, too. So, anyway. Okay. Mr. Dixon was only able to escape after de-escalating the situation by abruptly changing the subject. How do you got somebody who's pulled your drawers off and tried to force themselves on you, and you say, "Oh, I hear my mama calling. It's a chicken in the oven." I mean, something about that doesn't end in a way that makes sense to me. Something about that doesn't end in a way that makes sense to me. Changing the subject. How do you change the subject in the middle of a sexual advance where you're being assaulted and coerced? What do you change the subject to? What happened next? Okay. So number 20 says, the day after the assault, Mr. Perry called and texted, Mr. Dixon relentlessly, saying, "Tried you, call me. And I really need to talk to you. Please call as soon as you can." Finally, when Mr. Dixon answered Tyler Perry's call, Mr. Perry profusely apologized for the sexual assault while blaming it on the other things, like the alcohol. Perry continued, he didn't know why he would do that. Because it's a nigga in the bed. Literally. Like, I don't blame victims, but I hold people accountable to their behavior. Would you be drunk at someone's house, in their guest room, in your underwear? What's up, Amanda? Good evening to you. In your underwear. Would you be drunk at someone's house who you're not romantically interested in, late at night, sleeping in their guest room in your underwear? Why would you be... See, the quid pro quo thing is implied. It's implied. But when you see some of the aspects of this lawsuit that are written by his own attorneys, You see that he had a hand in this. And then when it didn't work out, he dipped. When it didn't work out, he sued. You literally allowed that professional line to be crossed. We'll go into it because there's situations that are laid out in this lawsuit that make it make sense. Because I've actually looked into this lawsuit, so I know some of these scenarios that happened when some of these cursory things, these superficial things are mentioned. So we'll get into it. Lord, Derek. Because he couldn't lie. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda said hit the like button. He couldn't lie. So he had to tell the whole truth. And the whole truth is, just like Cassie, he thought he was going to play a player. Now, and when I worked as an insurance adjuster, we had this thing called comparable negligence or comparable liability, one or the other. I see some comparable liability here where both sides are at fault just a little bit. Okay? To some degree. Maybe not equally, but definitely to some degree. So we heard about Tyler Perry pulling his drawers up, groping his buttocks, and attempting to force himself on Dixon. Mr. Dixon told a drunken Perry no, and attempted to remove Mr. Perry's hands, but Mr. Perry held tightly onto Dixon's wrists. Thank you, Amanda. Mr. Dixon was only able to escape after de-escalating the situation by abruptly changing the subject. To what? And so then Tyler Perry calls him and apologizes, says he was drunk. That should have never happened. But who you are when you drunk is even more who you would be anyway. Okay. Perry continued. He didn't know why he would do that. Maybe he was self-sabotaging, which means he knew that that was wrong. On the very same call where he apologized for the sexual assault against Dixon, Perry told Dixon, and don't worry, we're gonna do your show, which implied, even though you turned me down, I'm not gonna hold that against you. Even though I know I have the power to end your career in this particular instance, I'm not gonna hold that against you. We're still gonna do the show that you wrote. I'm not mad. We'll see. Don't worry, we're going to do your show even though you won't fuck me. Excuse me. Referring to the pilot that Perry knew Mr. Dixon had desperately wanted to produce. I wonder if it was even any good. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Dixon got a call from Perry's lawyer saying that Christmas had come early, and that Dixon was getting a substantial raise, and the show was greenlit. Now, I wonder if this was to keep Dixon quiet. Perry's attorney explicitly warned Dixon not to tell any other actor on the show about Dixon's raise because no other actors were getting a raise. Only Dixon. Perry kept telling Dixon that he was sorry and that the harassment would not happen again. However, the harassment and assaults continue. Well, what do you expect a predator to do? Predate? Okay. Mr. Perry would also try to deflect the blame for the sexual assault by saying that Dixon didn't have a strong enough no. What the fuck? How strong does the no have to be? The nigga had to punch you in the nuts? Perry told Dixon that you have to be able to say no to propositions for sex and mean it and make it clear. What the fuck? No means no. Dixon did not know how to answer without facing retaliation, cancellation, and his production contract, or perhaps being killed off of the show. So he held in higher regard his career over his manhood, over his dignity. He idolized the prospects of his career. Thank you so much, Amanda. He idolized the prospects of his career and said, I'm going to place the possibilities above me letting this person know that I'm not interested in this kind of relationship. Comparable liability. Okay. Because if you say no and then a person fires you or whatever, then you can sue for retaliation. Or move on with your life and see that that part of the game isn't going to work. But when you continue to play into it, to get out of it what you think you can get, comparable liability. Dixon did not know how to answer without facing retaliation, cancellation of his production contract, or perhaps being killed off of the show. So instead, Dixon made a joke out of the situation, stating, "I'll only say yes to sex if it gets me an Oscar." That wasn't a joke. That was the truth. He meant that shit. He's like, you're not worth it. In response, Tyler Perry stated, "The only one who could have gotten that Oscar for you through sex is in prison." Would that be Harry Weinstein or Bill Cosby? So they're having a conversation about quid pro quo and sexual harassment explicitly. This man is saying, "I'll only let you fuck me if you can help advance my career." What the fuck? I mean, did you not participate in the quid pro quo openly and voluntarily in that moment? You weren't naive. You weren't unaware. You said, according to your own attorneys, "I'll only say yes if it gets me an Oscar." Tyler Perry responds, in the text message, we see it here. "The only one who could have gotten you that Oscar is in prison." The fuck? You guys had an open and honest conversation about the quid pro quo. See, the thing about juries in California is this. Everybody in California sues. I've had a lawsuit in California. I've been involved in a few lawsuits in California where I was the plaintiff. I won all of them. Suing in California is like going to the store. Okay? When you're looking at a new car or whatever, and you be like, "Well, I'm waiting for my settlement to come in," they be like, "Oh, okay. When does your attorney say it's coming in?" "Okay, well, no problem. We'll hold the car for you," because it's really just that common of a thing. Suing in California is like easy. So this jury may even look at it through those eyes of like a little bit of greed. I don't know. I'm not on the jury. I don't live in California. I just think it's crazy how you could, from my perspective, from where I sit, how a person could participate in this conversation and then sue. "I only say yes if it gets me an Oscar." And they be talking about people selling their souls to the devil. No, it's not the devil they selling their soul to. It's this nigga right here. Because the devil don't want your soul. Okay? The devil can't do nothing with your soul. Okay? You are human. He is God. Why would he want it? He can't do nothing with your soul. Let's just be clear. He was going to sell his soul to Tyler Perry in exchange for an Oscar. But this is a nigga we ain't never heard of before. How do we know he was even that great of an actor or screenwriter? So because you may not even have the chops, you're telling this man, "I will have sex with you." In so many words, "I will have sex with you if you can guarantee that I'll get an Oscar." It's right here in your text messages that you submitted to the court. What makes you think a judge is not going to dismiss this case? The fuck? I don't know. I feel like my camera's crooked. It is a little crooked. There we go. I'm annoyed. Because I've read these text messages, but now that I'm sitting here reading them and putting it all together, it's like, nigga, you the one. This is all you. You could have walked away. You could have made it clear. You could have been like, but when you said, I'll only say yes if it gets me an Oscar. JK, 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 I hear you. What you're saying to this man is, you're not worth it. I won't have sex with you because you can't advance my career. By fucking you, I can't get to the top. This is a business conversation you just had with this human being. And from that moment on, he should have just released all advances towards you and been like, well, he already let me know what he wants out of it. He wants an Oscar. I can't get him an Oscar. Nobody who's ever come up under me has ever really gotten an Oscar. Not one person. I might have invested in a movie or two where the person got an Oscar, but none of my proteges, none of my direct hires, none of my direct, installments have ever gotten any awards, except maybe BET awards that don't count. Soul Train awards that don't count. So let me just release this, because at this point, me trying to fuck him is worthless. All he wants out of it is the money. And I can't even lie to him and tell him that I can get him what he wants. I can't even make him think. So Tyler Perry literally said, I can't get you what you want. I can't give, where's the quid pro quo? Because Tyler Perry literally said, I don't have the power or the influence to help you get an Oscar. I'm not the one. I'm not as powerful as people think I am. I have a studio, but that's about it. So he never gave him a reason to believe that by having a sexual relationship with him, Tyler never gave Dixon. We see it right here in black and white. Tyler never gave Dixon a reason to believe that by engaging in a sexual relationship, it would advance in Dixon's career any further than a Tyler Perry show. Even though he just gave him a raise. I hope this does go to court so we can see it through, because this is crazy. To a certain degree, it's like, if this is the culture of Hollywood, right? Because there's no HR in Hollywood. We know that. If this is the culture of Hollywood, then at what point was Derek not using his bussy as a weapon? I'll fuck you if you can get me an Oscar. That's why we're looking at it from all sides. So just stick to the no unless you are really into him. That's what Tyler Perry said. Tyler Perry said, the only one who could have gotten you that Oscar for you through sex is in prison. So just stick to the no unless you are really into him. Well, the only one who could have gotten you that Oscar for you is through sex. I'm sorry. I'm going to read the text message without all the lawyers' ads. He says, I'm going to put it up. I'm going to make it much bigger. Because it sounds to me like Tyler Perry said here, there's no quid pro quo here. It's not available. He says the only one who could have gotten that for you is through sex. I'm sorry. The only one who could have gotten that for you through sex is in prison. Which means if I could get that for you through sex, I would probably be in prison too. And I'm not going to risk my freedom for your pussy. So just stick to the no unless you are really into him. I hear a boundary that Tyler Perry set. Now, if he continued to flirt with him, that was probably on some that's who Tyler Perry is type shit. But literally, I hear Tyler Perry saying, I can't, that's not what's here. If that's what you want, that's not what's here. So stick to the no. Don't think that you're going to get that from me for whatever reason, because I'm not going to prison for you. So number 26 says, Perry reveals through these text messages that the no he was referring to was Dixon's no to sex in exchange for promotion in the industry, classically known as quid pro quo sexual harassment. Perry sent this message to Dixon because that is exactly what Perry was doing. No, I don't think so. I think if the quid pro quo was ever introduced explicitly, it was by Derek Dixon. Because earlier you see Tyler Perry say, everybody got shot at. Nobody knows who's going to die. I could kill any of y'all at any moment. Y'all should be scared. But I don't hear him saying, if you fuck me, then you won't be the one to die. I heard Tyler Perry say in this lawsuit, well, even though you pushed off my advances, we're still going to work on your show. And then has his lawyer call him and give him a raise and a promotion. Okay? But then I hear Dixon say, the only way I'll say yes to sex is if I can get an Oscar through it. Dixon introduced the quid pro quo. Dixon introduced the quid pro quo. How are the attorneys hoping that nobody sees this? And Tyler Perry pushes it off by saying, hey, I understand that's what you want, but I'm not going to prison to get you an Oscar to get your pussy. What you want in exchange for sex is not worth it to me. So just stick to your no. Carry on with your no. I don't see Tyler Perry introducing a quid pro quo. Am I missing something? Dixon's attorneys say Perry reveals through these text messages that the no he was referring to was Dixon's no to sex in exchange for promotion in the industry, classically known as quid pro quo sexual harassment. Now, Dixon's attorneys imply that Perry sent this message to Dixon because that's exactly what Tyler Perry was doing, but I see it the other way around. I see that Dixon was implying a quid pro quo. Dixon was the one that said, hey, I'm just trying to get off before I go to bed. Dixon was the one that said, the only way I'll let you fuck me or anybody fuck me is if I can get an Oscar out of it. I see things a little differently. I don't see the predator as Tyler Perry. I see Tyler Perry saying in these type of situations, you got to say no, which lets me know that it wasn't, I don't know what the situation was because I wasn't there. But if this man was approaching you sexually, and they'll probably get into the scenario because I've seen things where the scenario is actually discussed. If you were laying in a guest room in Tyler Perry's house in your underwear and he came in the room and slid in the bed with you and then tried to have sex with you and you were pulling his hands off and you were like, no, Tyler Perry's like, your no has to be like, no, for real, no. Because I don't know what that no could have been. It could have been like, no, no, we shouldn't do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? Ted said if Dixon couldn't get an Oscar, he's going to try to get a payday. I mean, that's kind of what I see. And I kind of saw him in these text messages kind of setting Perry up. Like, yeah, I'm trying to get off before I go to bed. And Tyler Perry's like, all right, well, enjoy. Okay, nigga, do what you got to do. Good night. So you had a phone conversation with your sister and now you horny? Okay, yeah, you work that out by yourself. Okay. And at the same time, I do believe that Tyler Perry lost one of his sisters. So for the man to be ignoring him and then say, hey, I was just on the phone with my sister, that might have been a little triggering to Tyler Perry. He might have been like, damn, I can't talk to my sister. You know, you never know what the situation is. But literally, I hear Tyler Perry saying, I'm not going to have sex with you in exchange for you getting an Oscar. I'm not going to be in a situation where you get this Oscar and then 20 years down the line, you sue me. Or you file charges against me. But that's what happened anyway. So they had gotten way too deep into this relationship for either one of them to cut it off. Because at that point, when I've never been in this situation, but if someone was to tell me, I will have a romantic relationship with you if you can get me what I want. And I said, well, the last person who did that went to prison. So if you gonna say no, then you should say no and mean it that way. At that point, our conversation will be strictly professional from then on. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be through text message. It'd be through email only. And it'd only be business related. Because you've just told me that you're willing to sell your body for an Oscar. You just told me that in spite of your religious guilt, which you're saying is because of your relationship with your God, you're willing to throw all that to the side and step over your relationship with your God if it'll get you an Oscar. That's what you call an opportunist. Cat Williams said, "Them white women will destroy you in 2 weekends." But we gonna call a thing here. We're gonna see this from the truth, from all sides, because I really honestly do see Tyler Perry got set up. Tyler Perry was dumb enough to fall into that bullshit. But in this moment should have been when he cut off this relationship personally. Okay? You got to find some friends and not be having a bunch of conversation with your employees. Okay? There has to be a clear line drawn. All right? So anyway, the attorneys say that's what Perry was doing. I don't see it that way. At some point, Dixon left Atlanta and moved to Santa Monica to create distance from Tyler Perry. Really? That's why? However, at long distances, Mr. Perry continued to sexually harass Mr. Dixon. So the reason he moved from to Santa Monica was to get away from Tyler Perry? Now, let's go into the next section, which talks about the parties. Number 27, plaintiff Derek Dixon, also known as the plaintiff, is an individual who resides in the state of California. Defendant Tyler Perry is an individual who resides in both the state of Georgia and the state of California. So how's he getting away from him? And has an extensive business contacts in the state of California I might need to put my glasses on because all them C's starting to look alike to me. Defendant Tyler Perry is an individual who resides in both the state of Georgia and in the state of California and has extensive business contacts in the state of California, so that he has... That wasn't me. That's this damn lawyer who can't write. That wasn't me. You all right with me, glasses? I didn't mean to throw you. That wasn't me. That was this lawyer who needs an editor. I'm going to read it the way it probably should have been written. So that he can conduct substantial, continuous, and systematic business activities in California. That word should have been caught by Grammarly. But they're not using Grammarly. Defendant, TPS Production Services, LLC, is a limited liability company doing business in the state of California, but is headquartered in Georgia. Defendant and Action LLC is a limited liability company doing business in the state of California, but is headquartered in Georgia. Plaintiff is ignorant of the true names and capacities of defendants sued herein as DOES 1 through 50, collectively with TPS Production Services LLC, AA and Tyler Perry, the defendants or defendant, inclusive, and therefore sues these I'm gonna say DBAs because I don't know what that means. These does. Now in the beginning of this lawsuit, this is listed with capital D, capital O, capital E, and capital S. That's why I keep saying DOES. I don't know what that means. And therefore, if you do know, please let me know. Help me out. Sues these those. Thank you. Thank you, Ted. I'm like, these does. Thank you. And inclusive, that makes this make a lot more sense. Thank you so much. Inclusive, and therefore sues these does by such fictitious names under California Code of Civil Procedure 474. Plaintiff will amend this complaint to allege their true names and capacities when the same are ascertained. So once he knows what these true names are, then he'll include it. Thank you so much, Ted. I love you forever. 32 goes on to say, plaintiff is informed and believes, and therein alleges, that each of the fictitiously named defendants is legally responsible in some manner for the occurrences herein alleged, and that the injuries of plaintiff has herein alleged have... I need y'all to write. It's already bad enough that I can't see, and then y'all are sitting here writing crazy. I'm gonna read it the way it should be, I think. Plaintiff is informed and believes and therein alleges that each of the fictitiously named defendants is legally responsible in some manner for the occurrences herein alleged, and that the injuries that plaintiff has herein alleged have been proximately caused by the aforementioned defendants and each of them. On information and belief, one or more of the defendants is the fully or partial parent or owner of a wholly or partially owned subsidiary or division of the agent of the alter egos of each other. Do they do this on purpose? Do they? And or subsidiaries or divisions of the unknown and unnamed parent or holding enterprise. I need y'all to have a meeting with your paralegals. Plaintiff is informed and does believe and therein alleges that each of the defendants named herein has at all times relevant to this action been the officer, agent, employee, and or representative of the remaining defendants and has acted within the course and scope of such agency and employment and with the permission and consent of the defendants. Number 35 goes on to say, plaintiff is informed and believes that therein alleges that each of the defendants is responsible jointly and severally for the events and injuries described herein and caused damages thereby to the plaintiff as alleged herein as the operations of each defendant together with the other one. It consists of an integrated enterprise with centralized operations such that the parent has substantial control over the subsidiary's employment practices and the hiring and firing of employees. Now, 36 goes on to say, on information and belief, it further is alleged that the defendants were at all times relevant hereto, the alter egos of each other, such that to affirm the legal separateness of the defendants for purposes of the claims presented in this action would lead to an injustice and or inequitable result. There is a unity of interest in ownership between the company and its equitable owners, and the separate personalities of the company and its shareholders do not in reality exist. I wonder why he's not including Oprah Winfrey in this then. Defendants exhibit an interrelation of operations, commingling of funds, commingling of funds, that was for you, Ted, lack of observation of corporate formalities, undercapitalization, centralized control, common management, and common financial control, such that they are an integrated enterprise and or alter egos. The company is a mere shell, instrumentality, and conduit through which the individual defendants carried on their business, exercising complete control and dominance of such business to the extent that any individuality or separateness of the defendants does not and did not exist. Commingling of funds. Plaintiff is informed and believes and therein alleges that at all times herein mentioned, each of the defendants was acting as a partner, agent, servant, and employees of each of the remaining defendants, and in doing the things alleged herein was acting within the course and scope of such agency and with the knowledge of the remaining defendants. So that gives me reason to believe there were other people involved, but I don't know, because I haven't heard about anybody else being involved. Venue and jurisdiction. I'm going to skip over that because it's basically qualifying why they're doing this in California in a whole lot of words. Okay. We'll skip over that part. Factual allegations. This is always the interesting part, right? These factual allegations. In or around September 2019. Now, mind you, Dixon was a California resident while performing work for Tyler Perry from January 2023 until his termination and is currently domiciled in California. Okay. In or around September 2019, plaintiff worked for an event company called Legendary Events in Atlanta that was hired to organize defendant Perry's studio opening at the party. Oh, so he was at the opening. Wow. Plaintiff was recruited by Tony Conway, the owner of Legendary Events and close friend of Tyler Perry. Mr. Conway decided to place Dixon directly in the role at the party that required frequent conversation with Tyler Perry. So maybe he was a butler or something. Defendant Perry picked plaintiff out of a crowd of employees present at the party and began asking plaintiff questions about his employment status and whether plaintiff was an actor. In or around early October and on the last day of the party, defendant Perry insisted that he and the plaintiff exchange phone numbers, and Perry subsequently texted plaintiff to introduce himself. Perry began asking Dixon about his dreams and aspirations. Dixon told Perry that he was interested in acting and writing. So not that he was an actor, but he was interested in it. Okay. Perry then told Dixon to do an audition over the phone and send it to Perry. Dixon told Perry he was at a Halloween party. Perry asked to see pictures of Dixon in costume, and Dixon complied. When Perry saw the pictures, he texted Dixon, "I was going to say, your cowboy needs a sugar daddy." I purposely didn't read all the way through this because I was like, some of this shit is going to be a shocker. That's so corny. He said, "I was going to say, your cowboy needs a sugar daddy." So you knew right then, Derek Dixon, what this was. And my mother always taught me, especially when it comes to men, that whatever they lead a conversation with is really what they want, because men are action oriented. Okay. If a man leads a conversation asking to see pictures of you and trying to initiate sexual conversation, then no matter whatever happens after that, he's really telling you what he wants. Oh, Amanda, I'm glad you got your keyboard connected. I'm sorry you had some issues. I know what that's like. I have a wireless one. And sometimes, it is what it is. But I have a wireless keyboard that connects by both Bluetooth and USB. And right now I have it on the USB. So I know exactly what you're going through. Yes, Tyler Perry's a mess, but we're also seeing that Derek Dixon is a part of the mess. Okay? So if I have a conversation with a man and he asks me for pictures, no. You can see me in person. I don't share pictures of myself with anybody except my mama and my baby and my family. I won't be sending you pictures of myself. Nope, I don't do that. That's one of the boundaries that I draw for very specific reasons. That's a red flag. I want a piece of you. I want to see you. I want to be aroused by you. I want your energy, but I want to invest absolutely nothing to get it. Okay. What's up, Hiram? I was thinking about you a couple days ago. Good to see you. No, you're right, Ted. Dixon is not entirely innocent in this issue. If the first thing Tyler Perry says after he introduces himself and you send him pictures of you in your cowboy outfit, I was going to say your cowboy needs a sugar daddy. You look great. You're just lacking costume parts. Sorry, I didn't want to offend. So Dixon's response is, "Not at all. It's so true. Half-ass costume." Dixon doesn't say, "Oh shit, I'm not looking for that kind of relationship. I'm not into that." Because what man would say to another man, or what woman would say to another woman, or what man would say to a woman, or what woman would say to a man, I was gonna say your cowboy needs a sugar daddy, unless they're introducing a sexual romantic conversation. That's not something homegirls say to homegirls, or homeboys say to homeboys, or homeboys say to homegirls, or homegirls say to homeboys. That's an elevation. That's a change in the tone of the conversation. And he didn't say in that first conversation, or even just disappear like I would. I would just disappear. Right, Mustard? I would just disappear. If I felt uncomfortable with that, I was gonna say your cowboy needs a sugar daddy. I would disappear. That would be a person that I probably never ever talk to again. I wouldn't be like, "Oh, that's okay, no big deal." So to a certain degree, Dixon was like, "Okay, I'm gonna have this conversation with this man I'm not attracted to. I'm going to continue to allow this relationship or this interaction to build and see what the fuck I can get out of it." The nigga actually said, "I won't have sex with anybody unless they can get me an Oscar." You think a jury's not going to see that? That's not quid pro quo. If it is, it's the other way around. You're telling Tyler Perry, "I'm not going to have a sexual relationship with you unless you can help me build my career." And Tyler said, well, I'm not going to do that because the last nigga that did that ended up in prison. So go on down the road, cowboy. Let's continue. Now, the lawyers want us to believe that Dixon quickly shut down those comments by reiterating what he said earlier, that the truth was that he was lacking costume parts. But he didn't. Because Tyler Perry said, what's true? When Dixon says, not at all, it's so true, half-ass costume, he just ignored the sugar daddy part, right? Which Tyler Perry should have caught on. This nigga's not into you. But Tyler Perry replied, what's true? Cowboy needs a sugar daddy? So corny. Don't do that, nigga. Implying that Perry wanted to be Dixon's sugar daddy. Dixon quickly shut down those comments by reiterating what he said earlier, that the truth was that he was lacking costume parts. No, I didn't see the date of the EEOC complaint. It was late. I don't think there's a I think there's a 1 year deadline on EEOC complaints, isn't there? I believe it's 1 year. Because I've filed an EEOC complaint like 8 or 9 months after through my attorneys. Like, I think that's okay. I think that you have time. But Amanda, you tell me, is there a deadline on the EEOC complaint? I believe it's a year. I believe, if I remember correctly, I'd have to look through my emails and my conversations with my attorney. But I believe it's a year. I think that's the deadline. I don't know, but I do see some let me see what I can get out of this situation, just like Cassie did type shit. Shortly thereafter, and according to number 55, Dixon's boss at Legendary Events called Dixon and told him that Tyler Perry was having another event in Los Angeles and specifically wanted Mr. Dixon to fly from Atlanta to Los Angeles to work on the event. Excited for the opportunity to fly to Los Angeles. That's what he was excited about? The opportunity to fly to Los Angeles? Well, it is expensive in America to fly from one city to another. It's ridiculous. It costs about $1,000 to fly from Los Angeles to Atlanta. That's what I paid to fly from Korea to London. It's ridiculous how expensive it is to fly in America. Once you get out of America, you can go anywhere in the world for cheap. But anyway, so Dixon was excited to go to Los Angeles because he ain't never been nowhere and he really couldn't afford to fly anywhere. So he was going to make this a work vacation. Dixon was flattered and jumped on the opportunity to meet Tyler Perry again. Now, this man has made sexual advances verbally, but you're excited to meet him again. Let's continue. Shortly after doing the event on November 3, 2019, defendant Perry sent plaintiff several text messages that he would love to find plaintiff a job and change his life. That pimp talk. Insisting that they should make it happen. Perry sent Dixon what turned out to be an ominous warning. Be careful hanging around me. I cause dreamers to dream bigger. I mean, the be careful hanging around me part that they put in bold is now softened by I cause dreamers to dream bigger. Some people are like that. Some people will show you such an unlimited mindset and a limitless mindset that you be like, damn, I can have anything I want. I'm one of them type of bitches. That's why pimps never let they hoes hang out with me. I don't see the problem. I cause them to not only believe, but do. Then let's make it happen. You're an artist. You have to be fulfilled. Nothing else will suffice. It sounds pretty innocent to me. It's different than a cowboy needs a sugar daddy. It sounds to me in this part of the conversation like Tyler Perry changed his, I'll say, strategy. Okay. The very next day, defendant Perry sent an email which contained an offer for plaintiff to play the role of Dale in Perry's television series Ruthless, which I've never heard of. Perry said it was a small role that could get a lot bigger, thereby setting up the first stage in a series of escalating quid pro quo offers. How is that quid pro quo? It's a small role that can get bigger. That's not explicitly quid pro quo, but let's continue. At this point, Dixon did not know that Perry was interested in men What the fuck? How could you not? The nigga said, hey, what's up, J-Rock? The nigga said, I literally want to be your sugar daddy. But he says at this point, Dixon did not know that Perry was interested in men or that he was looking for a sexual relationship. But he said, Tyler Perry said to him, I was going to say your cowboy needs a sugar daddy. He didn't say I was going to say your cowboy needs a cowgirl. I don't understand. How could you not know? How could you not? That's so weird. Thank you, Amanda. Welcome in, everybody. I'm trying to stay focused on this long-ass lawsuit, so forgive me. Please hear my love and my gratitude for you being here through Amanda. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Amanda said hit the like button, please. I agree. What the fuck? Okay, so how do you say that this man said to you, send me a picture, you need a sugar daddy? But you're saying you didn't know that he was interested in men or looking for a sexual relationship. Okay, Dixon assumed, so now he gonna play innocent, that Tyler Perry was genuinely a caring person and discovering the talent that Dixon always felt he had. Nah, son. Nah, son. Dixon filmed his roles in Ruthless in mid-November and went back to his job as an event staff for Legendary Events. Approximately 1 month later, Perry bought and gave Dixon a new car because he hated Dixon's Jeep. That's controlling. Dixon was surprised and elated. Dixon had no idea that he was being set up by Perry for extreme dependence. Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, the fuck you did, because you later on say that I won't fuck you until you can get me an Oscar. Cat Williams said a white woman will destroy you in 2 weekends. Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind. Because in these situations, that's what we're talking about. In December of 2019, Dixon was requested to be part of the event staff at another event at Tyler Perry's home in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. After that event, Perry started frequently sending text messages, making phone calls, and demanding that Dixon give Perry some attention. On New Year's Eve 2019, Tyler Perry texted Dixon, I can't tell you the last time I pumped gas. Listen, this is so fucking corny. I can't tell you the last time I pumped gas or went to the supermarket or flew commercial or packed a bag or had good sex. It was before I was rich. Damn. Tyler Perry hasn't had sex in a long, long time because he's been rich for a long, long time. What about a white man? I'm talking about the same thing. I'm talking about mentality. Okay? Because this man literally tried to play the game. So this was New Year's Eve of 2019. So they meet in September. In October, Tyler says, you need a sugar daddy. Dixon swears to God he has no idea that Tyler's into men or is trying to have a sexual relationship with him. Okay? Somewhere between October or November and January, Tyler bought him a car because he's just a great friend. Okay? And think about all that goes into buying a car. There's a conversation, there's negotiations, there's choosing the vehicle, there's all of that. They've talked. Okay? December, he's sent back to the house to do some work for Perry that's not related to acting, and Perry's demanding that he give him attention. Now, why would one heterosexual man demand attention from another heterosexual man? Homegirls do that. You know, we might call each other, text each other, be like, can I call you? I'm bored. But dudes don't do that. Okay? It's just not a dude thing to do. So in a New Year's Eve, which is December 31st, 2019, Tyler Perry says to Dixon, it's been a long time since he's done normal shit or had good sex. Now, by good sex, he means good sex. He doesn't mean sex. He means good sex, which means he's had plenty of sex, just not good sex. What heterosexual, what's the word I'm looking for? Help me with that. Help me with the word. Starts with a P. Once it comes to me, I'll say it. What heterosexual man or what platonic, thank you. What platonic man says to another platonic man, It's been a long time since I had good sex. Niggas don't talk like that. Niggas don't talk like that. He said it was before I was rich. I don't get that part. I don't understand. I think that's just a real corny way to let this nigga know you rich. Dixon found these messages to be strange and untowardly coming from someone like Tyler Perry. But then you didn't cut off the relationship, because it continued until 2023. But being new to the industry, listen very closely. Dixon played along by downplaying the sexual comments and hoping that being around Perry would allow him to showcase his talents as an actor and writer. So he chose. Now, this man says later on, religious guilt is keeping me. Thank you, Amanda. Religious guilt is keeping me from having a sexual relationship with you. That's what he told him. First, it's religious guilt. Okay. And Tyler Perry's like, you can get over that. Don't worry about it. Just bend over. And then later on, he says, truth be told, I ain't fucking you if you can't get me no Oscar. So Derek played into this relationship. Derek said, I'm trying to get off before I go to bed. Tyler Perry was like, oh, okay, well, have a good night. Derek said, I'm not letting anybody fuck me until I can get an Oscar. Tyler Perry was like, okay, well, have a good night. I mean, if we look at it from all the sides, we see that Derek, just like Cassie, just like many others, tried to do what they could do to get what they wanted. And then when it didn't work, they sued. Okay. Being new to the industry, Derek played along. Okay. And hoped that being around Perry would allow him to showcase his talents as an actor and writer, because they talked so much about that. Soon after Dixon began giving Perry more attention, Perry made his move on Dixon. Yeah, nigga, you gave him more attention. You didn't say, hey, I'm not trying to build my career by sleeping my way to the top. Hey, I don't want to set a standard or a precedent in my life that for me to get a role or for me to be a successful screenwriter, I have to sleep with producers. I don't want my reputation to be preceded by my pussy. I really want my chops and my skill and my talent to lead the way. So I'm willing to give up this possible opportunity, this promise of an opportunity. Because you don't hear Tyler say to him, if you fuck me or let me fuck you, then I'll allow this thing to happen for you. I think Dixon is about to fuck himself over. Once we read the lawsuit, we see it. I think he's about to mess himself up because he's setting himself up for a lawsuit at this point. He's setting himself up for a lawsuit at this point. And it might just be that Tyler Perry is going to let this thing play out, let the court of public opinion play it out. And I personally wouldn't settle here. I would let it go to court. Because Derek Dixon's attorneys are working for Tyler Perry right now. In January of 2020, just a few months after his first acting gig, right when we started getting locked down in China, Perry invited the plaintiff to his home in Douglasville, Georgia, the same city Keke Wyatt tried to buy them fake Rolexes from and then got mad because they acted fake. Check out the breakdown playlist for that. Plaintiff showed up to the home hoping that he would be given a chance to befriend Perry. Now you telling me this nigga didn't know how the game worked? Now he was at the opening of Tyler Perry's studio, yet he chose and allowed himself to meet Tyler Perry at his home. Let's be real. These are two men, grown men. Neither one of them are children. You know how this shit works. You know exactly how this shit works. So you went to the man's house, because here we about to get into the shit. You went to the man's house hoping that you'd be given a chance to befriend him. Befriend him. That's personal. That's not professional. I'm not friends with my boss. Okay? We might have a friendly relationship, but we are not friends. We don't chit chat. We don't drink together. We don't kick it. Hoping that you'd be given a chance to befriend him and show him how talented you are. Now, the man has already asked you to audition. He's already put you on a show. So now why are you meeting him at the house? You're really telling on yourself, Derek Dixon. And because I give myself the opportunity to change my mind at any moment based on the facts that are presented to me, I see this completely different. At Perry's home, Dixon was served many alcoholic drinks, which Perry also partook in. But you trying to show this man your talent, but you getting drunk. Help me make sense out of that. Dixon felt that Perry was genuinely interested in Dixon's talents as an actor and writer, but he kept drinking. Perry made no sexual advances at Dixon while they were drinking, and the conversation was friendly, but not professional. You didn't take a script with you. You didn't take a reel, headshots. You just brought your white ass. At the end of the night, Perry told Dixon not to drive home. Perry said it was dangerous and that Dixon was too inebriated to drive home. Dixon agreed and was escorted to a separate guest room, not knowing that this was a ruse. Nigga, why didn't you? I just told y'all I had a guest room at my daughter's father's house. You know what that shit is. You know what that you always know. Here's a safe place you can stay until you're ready to fuck. Dixon agreed and was escorted to a separate guest room, not knowing that this was a ruse to allow Perry to assault Dixon. Are you telling me that you went to this man's house with the intentions of befriending him to get a better opportunity professionally, but you had no idea that this man was taking you to a guest room so that he could fuck you later? Really? 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 You telling me that this man sent you a message saying you look like you need a sugar daddy, but you didn't know he was gay and he was trying to make sexual advances towards you? Really? Really? You want a jury to believe this? Dixon was tired and did not have pajamas, so he got into bed only wearing underwear. Before he knew what was happening, Dixon felt something else slip into bed with him and start rubbing Dixon's body around his inner thigh in a highly sexual and suggestive manner. Dixon turned around and saw that Tyler Perry's big wide face was in bed with him. That man got a wide ass face. At this point, Dixon's stomach started to turn and he began feeling nauseous. That's because you mix your brown liquor with your white liquor. Instinctively, Dixon jumped out of bed and told Tyler Perry that he wasn't that sexual. He didn't say, no, I don't get it down like that. I'm sorry, I'm not that sexual. I just want to see how far we could go and get something, but you haven't given me enough to make it worth it yet. Perry then commented on how beautiful Dixon's body was. Dixon once again told Perry that he was not into sex. Dixon kept informing Perry that he was not into sex in order to keep Perry at bay, while at the same time not insulting the person who was dangling his career in front of him. Nigga, get the fuck out. If you can't drive, call an Uber. What the fuck? Call one of your friends, your sister, your homeboy. No, you still were trying to play the game. I'm going to say no because it's not worth it yet. Because he later on comes out and says, I'm only saying yes to the one that can get me an Oscar. You were playing games. Stupid games, stupid prizes. So they still keep trying to play Tyler Perry as the one in power here. But all Tyler Perry is doing, because who knows what that conversation was. You know, he never goes into detail about the conversation they had. For all we know, just like he was flirting with Tyler Perry later on, he might have been flirty. You never know. In response to Dixon's, his last name is Dixon, and it's just really throwing me off. In response to Dixon's frequent assertions that Dixon was not into sex, Perry started prying further. Perry would send Dixon a message saying, I would hope that you would let someone hold you and make love to you. You are missing the best years of your life, my friend. Trust me. I hope you get past that block in your mind soon. Perry was implying that Dixon would hopefully get past the block in his mind that would let Tyler Perry make love to him. Okay, so Tyler Perry says in this text message, I would hope that you would let someone hold you and make love to you. You are missing the best years of your life, my friend. Trust me. I hope that you get past that block in your mind soon. He doesn't say so that I can advance your career. So at first, Dixon tells Tyler Perry he's not sexual. That's why he doesn't want to have sex with him. Dixon says, well, it's not this person. But yes, I want that too. I'm working on it. Therapy is helping. So he's saying the reason why I didn't want to have a sexual relationship with you is because I'm not into sex right now. Okay, but he will tell the truth later. Oh, he will tell the truth later. Number 71 says, and we are at page 13 of 46. Number 71 says, after that assault in January, Dixon felt betrayed. Perry continued to call or text Dixon every day asking to talk to him more. Dixon ignored Perry, which led Perry to text him, Derek, why don't you text me more? The more Dixon ignored Perry, the more aggressive Perry became until finally Perry offered Dixon a part in the new show called The Oval. Dixon was intrigued and was hoping that this would be the big break he was looking for and worth him letting Tyler Perry rub his dick against his booty for a chance for him to display his acting talent. On February 11, 2020, now mind you, let's go back. This is his very first role. We don't hear Dixon say he's got a career in acting or screenwriting. He worked on any other shows before he met Tyler Perry. He was part of the event staff. Exactly what Tyler Perry was looking for, somebody powerless. On February 11th of 2020, Perry told Dixon to quit his job at Legendary Events and come work exclusively for Perry. Perry was not able to control Dixon so long as Dixon had a secondary income, and that was providing for his basic needs. That's a pattern. That's a part of a pattern we've seen before. Once Dixon quit his job due to his role on the Oval, Perry started getting more and more personal with Dixon, knowing that Dixon was now under his control. That's implied, but that is a part of the pattern that we've seen before. Perry would often say things like, I give, and no one ever does anything for me in return, like suck my dick. No one ever gives me what I want or what I need, implying that Dixon was not giving him sex. Perry started asking Dixon about Dixon's sexual preferences and what role Dixon took on when engaging in sexual acts, like whether he was a top or a bottom, which has to be explained in this lawsuit, unfortunately, which in sexual terms means whether Dixon preferred to give or receive anal sex. What do y'all think? You think he's a top or a bottom? I think Tyler Perry is a top. I think he's a top. We'll see. Perry further indicated to Dixon that he had sex with men before and that he was a top. Perry further told Dixon that when you have a big... this is going to make you... I was riding in a taxi here in South Korea going to pick my daughter up from Taekwondo when I heard this part. And I started cracking up. Perry further told Dixon that when you have a big dick and when you hit that G-spot right on these bottoms, they go crazy. Is that true? Any bottoms in the chat that can... Dixon said he was a top. I don't know. They both seem like tops to me. What that turn into? A circle jerk? I don't know. Again, this show is not for children. When you have a big dick and when you hit the G-spot right on these bottoms, they go crazy, honey. Perry further told plaintiff that he wanted a man who was in a relationship with another individual, but with whom he could be emotionally involved and engage with sexual act. So he wanted a what they call them? A fuck buddy. He wanted a fuck buddy. Like a friend with benefits relationship. Because Perry did not have time to deal with the emotional aspect of a relationship, only the physical. Yeah. Duh. He only had time to fuck. Despite these comments, Dixon knew that a full-throated... I'm done. Dixon knew that a full-throated refusal would land him in the doghouse and might result in his role being cut on the Oval. So why did you continue? You were trying to use your sexuality as a weapon, as a power. You think Tyler Perry didn't know that? You were trying to use, in this moment, you were like, I'm not into him, but I'm going to continue this sexual romantic interaction to see what I can get from it. Be honest. This was not a quid pro quo as such. Okay? Excuse me. He was written in as a seasoned regular and was therefore expected to quit his job with legendary events. Now, we are at number 81. I'm going to give us a quick 2-3 minute break to breathe. And we'll be right back. Okay? Because I have to use the bathroom at some point. And I need another cup of coffee. So let's take a quick 5 minutes. Hold on, let me get back to where we were. Let's take a quick 5 minutes to breathe. I'll turn the music up a little bit and I will see you. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That'll put us right at 2 hours. All right, see y'all in a minute. All right, let's get back to work. Let's get back into it. Hopefully you have 5 minutes to visualize all this bullshit. I see a beige colored room. I see a beige colored room. Welcome in everybody who's joined us since I did the roll call. Windy City Live, Nicopolis. Welcome in, y'all. The Gay Black Church, honey. Led by Eddie Long. Let's go. All right, so we are at number 82. Let me turn the music back down. Oh, shit. Hold on. We're at number 82 in this lawsuit. We are on page number 14 of 46. Okay. All right. So it goes on to say, Dixon's character was written as gay, homeless, and a desperate store clerk who had to sleep with one of the other characters for a place to stay. Now, I remember... Shit, I forgot your name just that quick. I remember an actor, the one who was in The Best Man, that played the guitar. Somebody, if you remember his name, please help me remember. He was the one talking about Diddy trying to fuck him. I remember him saying, I will never play a character as a gay man because that's not who I am. Okay. Dixon's character was written as a gay, homeless, and desperate store clerk who had to sleep with one of the other characters for a place to stay, a homosexual. More importantly, at the end of the season, his character would be shot 4 times in the chest. Dixon felt that this was a way for Tyler Perry to test Dixon out for a year and see if he would be loyal. Or see if he could get some ass. When Dixon asked Perry about the shooting, Perry indicated that if Dixon did a good job, Dixon would be back. And that the shooting didn't necessarily mean that Dixon's character would be written out of the script for future seasons. Terrence Howard, yes, thank you. Perry commented that Dixon's character was only shot in the chest, not in the head. Okay, because there's no vital organs in the chest area. Dixon immediately understood that his job security depended on his relationship with Perry, but never stopped flirting with him. From this point on, Dixon worked with the constant fear of losing his job if he did not engage with and endure Perry's sexual harassment. So give it up. If you're that talented, you'll find others. I think Jay-Z said, I heard them say they made Hove. Okay, then make another Hove. Shit. Okay. Shortly after giving Dixon this news, hold on, the music's a little bit too loud. Give me 1 second. I feel like I'm yelling. Thank you, Mustard. Okay. Shortly after giving Dixon this news and after telling Dixon that future seasons were dependent on Dixon doing a good job as an actor, Tyler Perry invited Dixon to his home again in Atlanta. The plaintiff asked questions and tried to wiggle his way out of an invitation because he remembered what happened the last time the two were alone. However, plaintiff knew that his job security, income, and livelihood depended on his attendance. So he was desperate, homeless, and gay. Plaintiff had seen other employees of Perry's who had experienced sudden deaths on the show when they fell on Perry's bad side. In fact, Perry had made it clear to Dixon that he would often kill characters in order to get an actor to be loyal or obedient. When Dixon arrived at the house, Tyler Perry gave Dixon a warm welcome and was very friendly, as he should be. Soon after, Tyler Perry started asking Dixon a slew of sexually charged questions, even asking if Dixon liked it rough in bed. So that's when you be like, all right, I hear my mama calling me, I gotta go. But instead, Perry then physically reached out and violently grabbed Dixon's throat. I'm sorry, it's a weird transition to me. Attempting to physically choke Dixon and remarked, "Wow, look how excited you just got. You do like that." Yes, Amanda, it was black church-going women who made him a billionaire. It was the black church that made him a billionaire, and 96% of the black church is women. Okay. Dixon did not enjoy or consent to any of this conduct. Dixon was in shock and took steps to immediately de-escalate the situation. Due to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, filming the Oval was postponed indefinitely. During the period in which filming for the Oval was postponed, Tyler Perry would make FaceTime calls and other contacts to Dixon almost every day, treating Dixon as his on-call pet. Dixon felt obligated to answer for fear of losing his role, income, and career because he had no other stokes in the fire. Perry often asked Dixon about his whereabouts, often demanding that Dixon respond immediately. When he didn't, Perry would send text messages to Dixon. Derek, grr, and what are you doing? Additionally, Perry was jealous of anyone who Dixon had a relationship with. Tyler Perry told Dixon that if Dixon got COVID-19 from his roommate at the time, Dixon would not be able to shoot the Oval. Perry encouraged Dixon to move into one of the on-set studio houses owned by Perry, where Perry would have more control over Dixon's whereabouts. What I tell you, he was a homosexual. Thereafter, Perry would text Dixon about other actors on his show, Ruthless. Perry told Dixon how he manipulated employees through ruthless retaliation. Perry told Dixon that if he did not like the way an actor behaved or the way the actor was acting, the character would simply die in season 2. Dixon understood that Perry was informing Dixon to be cautious about disappointing or upsetting Perry. As a result, Dixon continued to play the game. Okay? Continued to put up with Perry's suggestive messages and sexual advances while doing his best to protect himself by taking notes and amassing evidence of the sexual harassment and keeping old text messages. What did I tell you? He was building a case against Tyler Perry while he was playing the game, just in case it didn't work out. Ain't that what I said? In one conversation in or around April 2020, Perry told Dixon that Perry imagined Dixon prancing around in a cowboy outfit, and that Perry did things to Dixon that he could not talk with Dixon about any further because they were so wrong. In or around April 2020, and while Dixon was living in the studio home on set, Perry often coerced Dixon to drink alcohol, because he made him drink alcohol, and then get on the phone with Perry. Perry would frequently have someone drop off alcohol at Dixon's door. Perry would eventually turn these phone calls into sexually explicit rants. Perry would get frustrated with Dixon and tell Dixon he was not giving Perry what he needs. Dixon's refusal to succumb to Perry's sexual advances caused Perry to be ever more frustrated. Now, Perry said he hadn't had good sex since he got rich. That doesn't mean he ain't had sex. Eventually, Perry warned Dixon that if Dixon told his castmates about the harassment, Dixon would be opening himself up to a lot of questions and foolishness, and demanded that Dixon not discuss any of their conversations with his castmates. Now, that's not what I saw. I saw Tyler Perry saying, don't tell anybody that we have a personal relationship because you don't want to be open. You just don't want to deal with it. I didn't see where Perry said, don't tell anybody I'm harassing you. But let's continue. We have more text message evidence. Excuse me. Perry upped the stakes by telling Dixon point blank that he was not to tell anyone about their friendship. Perry told Dixon that it should all remain a secret and tried to make it seem like this was a secret for Dixon's benefit. Okay, let's go to the text messages. All right, listen to me, and this is coming from Tyler Perry allegedly. Listen to me. If you let the cast know that you and I have a new friendship, then you are opening yourself up to a lot of questions and foolishness. Then you want them to know that you are there because of your talent and not because we have a friendship or because Tony got me to give you a job. You earned your spot like everyone else. Don't give people an opportunity to play you small or they will. Like, I literally hear Tyler Perry here saying, this isn't a quid pro quo. You don't have to have any kind of relationship with me. And I'm just asking you to keep it a secret so that so that you don't deal with the mess. Okay. Recently, one of my boss's wives started tutoring my daughter in Korean, and we kept it a secret because I didn't want my colleagues to become jealous that I had that kind of relationship with my boss and his wife. We agreed. I went to my boss and said, please, let's not tell anyone that your wife is tutoring my daughter in Hangul because I don't want anybody to get jealous. And he said, yep, that sounds like a good idea. That's what I see here. He said, Tyler Perry said, you earned your spot like everyone else. Don't give people an opportunity to play you small or they will. I can't teach you everything. Unfortunately, there are some things you have to learn for yourself. Because when we go back to work, I'm not going to know you. I'm not going to give you any special attention. I'm not going to, be personal with you in public because it's a professional relationship. He said, I don't have any friends that work for me, my friend. Professionalism is key. And then Dixon doesn't say, well, you're harassing me, and I'm going to tell everyone that you're harassing me, and I don't want this friendship because it seems like a quid pro quo. No, what Dixon said was, you're totally right. And Tyler Perry says, I hope you got it, my friend. And Dixon says, that makes total sense. Then Tyler Perry said, just watch the behavior of everyone around me on set. Dixon said, yeah, I will. Don't want to give anyone that opportunity because work is work. Okay. So number 103 continues. Perry continued to sexually harass Dixon. That's not what I see here. On June 27th, the evidence isn't supporting the claims. Let's be clear. To me, in my opinion, and being part of the breakdown crew does not mean you have to agree with me, because there have been many times when you didn't and I saw things differently, right, Amanda? Amanda was the one who pointed out that Larry Reid Live was extorting TD Jakes, and she knows that's not a principle I agree with, and was like, take a closer look. And I saw something completely different. So you don't have to agree with me to be here at all. But based on what I see, the evidence is showing that Dixon was trying to play the game and compiling evidence against Tyler Perry just in case his game didn't work. Because he plays checkers. Number 103 continues. Perry continued to sexually harass Dixon. Where? On June 27, 2020, defendant Perry texted Dixon that all he wanted for his birthday were biscuits and BJs. That shit is hilarious. Referring to blowjobs and oral sex, but that all Perry ever received were biscuits. Thanks, Amanda. I'm glad you love it here. I love you being here. Insinuating a request for oral sex from Dixon. This text was followed by other messages calling Dixon cute, cutie, and that Perry was just thinking about Dixon. And none of that. See, for many of us, we have a self-confidence and a self-love and a dignity and a talent that says, if you retaliate against me for standing my ground and honoring my contract and honoring my legal agreements and my rights, that's your problem. Go on, do what you got to do. Go on, do what you got to do. I'm out. I'm not about to sit here and play this game with you, this power trip. But Dixon, okay. Number 104, despite these advances, Dixon continued to act professionally and continued to tell Perry he was not sexual. That's not true, though. That seemed to be the only way of keeping Perry at bay while keeping his job. In July of 2020, Perry remarked about how much he loved the script for Dixon's television series called Losing It, and exclaimed that he wanted to shoot the pilot for it, which is also called from here on the pilot or pilot. Perry would never really work toward that goal, and what Perry was really doing was making Mr. Dixon more dependent on Perry, so that Perry could later extract sexual favors from Dixon as a quid pro quo to produce the pilot. But Dixon played into it. He was not powerless to it. Because he later on goes on to say, I'll only let somebody fuck me if they can give me an Oscar. He understood the power of the BUSSY. Number 106. In or around August 2020, Dixon and his castmates began shooting for the Oval after delays due to COVID-19, during which all cast, I'm just going to read over their mistakes, during which all castmates and crew lived in the studio set in a quarantined bubble. Number 107. Shortly after, Perry confided in Dixon that 2 castmates were pissing him off and that Perry swore that he knew how to fix this shit. Perry added that he loved killing a motherfucker in a show that no one expects, that he was going to shoot them all shot. I'm going to shoot them all shot. I'm going to kill them dead and kill them mofos characters, referring to killing off characters in the Oval played by actors who Perry wanted to retaliate against. Let's look at the text message because it illustrates this point. Hold on. All right, so let me line it up right. So in this text message, we see Tyler Perry says, hold on, it's not looking right. I know how to fix this shit. What it says is, I love killing a motherfucker no one expects. So Derek doesn't say, damn, you play some really weird power games. Like, that's not safe. I don't feel safe working for you because I feel like at any moment you could use that power play against me. And you know if you do that, I'd have to sue you, right? But instead, what Derek says is you could be sipping Mai Tais, counting coconuts right now. Okay. And then, hold on. Let me get this to line up right. Then it goes on. Tyler Perry allegedly says, think about the last episode. They were all shot at. We don't know who lives. And Derek says, exactly. I'm scared. They should be scared too. Tyler says, no, they're not. And then Derek says, last I checked, we all got the same bullets in us. It goes on. The factual allegations go on to say, number 108. More importantly, Terry stated that in one text message, I may need to shoot the shootout early, which Dixon understood meant that unless the actors knew they were going to die and that their time on the show was over, they wouldn't change their ways. I mean, they acting like niggas don't get a script in advance, but okay. In this text message, Tyler Perry says, they are stupid to think that. So stupid. I'm going to have a come to Jesus moment with them. I think I'm going to shoot them all get shot. So in other words, I'm going to film them all getting shot. And then Derek agrees and says, that'll do it. They'll be like, wait. So Derek is agreeing with this mentality and this behavior and this practice. Not saying, man, are you threatening me? Are you saying to me that I could get shot if I don't let you play with my booty? No, he's encouraging it. He's saying that'll do it. They'll be like, wait. He's not saying, so are you telling me this to let me think that if I don't do what you want me to do sexually and outside of the agreement of our production contracts, that you'll shoot me dead? I mean, I just want to make sure. Are you telling me that? No, he says, that'll do it. They'll be like, wait. And then Tyler says, I may need to shoot the shootout early. Derek says, like Tuesday, crying, laughing emoji. Or maybe about that Beyonce song on the loudspeaker for everyone. What? Is that when Beyonce said somebody getting fired? I don't know. What's this gif in this screenshot? Hold on. Let me see. Let me zoom in a little bit. Let's see if I can see what this gif is. You must not know about me. So Derek is encouraging Tyler Perry in these text messages to do power plays. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda said hit that like button. Please tap the thumbs up if you like this. Derek is encouraging Tyler Perry to play power plays and play games and manipulate people financially and emotionally. And Tyler says, I was just about to text you this. And please join us on Patreon. Thank you. That's where the good shit happens. And I do every so often have to pull things down from YouTube and make them on Patreon only, because our show is not for kids. Okay. So I see here, I don't see an instance here where one friend is holding another friend accountable to their dysfunction. I see a friend coddling dysfunction, saying, yeah, that's what you should do. Show them niggas who you are. Excuse me. Let them know. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. Okay. Shout out to the short on my channel of me and my daughter singing that with Beyonce in London. How about that? That brought back a really good memory. Jesus. See, Derek Dixon doesn't realize that there is a such thing as comparable liability, and he could very possibly be setting himself up for a lawsuit, because he admits in this lawsuit that he was playing the game and compiling evidence against Perry to see how far his game would go. Let's jump to 109. It says Perry intentionally made these comments to instill fear in Dixon, but that's not what I see. I see Dixon saying, yeah, you should do that. They'll be like, wait, yeah, I encourage this behavior and this mentality. The evidence does not line up with the claims. Perry intentionally made these comments to instill fear in Dixon. Mr. Dixon now knew that he would lose his job if Dixon did not play ball with Perry's sexual harassment. But that's not what he says here. Oh, you said you haven't seen it? Yeah, it was, my daughter and I were in London, what was it, 2 weeks ago? And it was one of the shorts on our video, on our channel. And I think the short is called Beyonce Can't Fill Up a Stadium. Beyonce Can't Sell Tickets to the Cowboy Carter Tour? ? Because I also show 69,000 people in the stadium. That concert was sold the fuck out. As a matter of fact, I thought we would have a third seat open and this nigga showed up because he bought tickets at the last minute. That concert was sold out in London. I think it was sold out I think there were 6 nights in London. I was there for night 2. The concert was sold out all 6 nights, and now she's in France. Shout outs to 50 Cent for letting me know the tickets were going down in price. Thank you, 50. So anyway, let's continue. Perry had been setting up This is what Perry had been setting up. Dixon was now fully reliant on Perry for his income, hope, and future aspirations. But why? Because you're so talented. Perry made it clear that Dixon was not to disclose the relationship to anyone else, and Dixon was aware that Tyler Perry would kill him off the show for good, thereby ending his career. But it's been plenty of niggas to die on a show who showed up on another show. Who's your agent, Dixon, that you couldn't get another show? That you couldn't work for somebody else? Because I don't know who you are. I've never seen or heard of you before this. So maybe you just weren't talented. And you knew that. Because my confidence says if you kill me off, okay, that'll be epic. You'll get so many ratings on that episode that you'll know you made a mistake. And I'll show up somewhere else, and my fan base will follow me wherever I go. Have you guys ever had yeah, we did. It was amazing. Have you guys ever had a hairdresser or a nail tech who was like, hey, I'm going to a new shop, meet me here, and you went? Because they have a client base. Dixon didn't have no fan base. We still don't know who this nigga is. We still have not seen one clip of him acting in anything, have we? We didn't even know what he looked like before this. Okay. Derek Dixon. Sound like a porn star. If Dixon got onto Perry's bad side, to top it all off, Dixon already knew that his character was shot 4 times at the end of the season. But that shot might not be fatal. In July of 2020, Perry read the script of Dixon's pilot and told Dixon that he loved the show so much that he wanted to shoot a pilot for it. Dixon did not know that Perry never intended to shoot the show. Well, see, and that's the mistake you made. You said all the time, I picked up my file and went to a new practice following your therapy. I'm telling you, we follow who we support. Now, why couldn't Dixon say, I don't get down like that. I have both religious guilt and a lack of attraction to you, and I'm not interested in being in a romantic or sexual relationship with you. So thank you, Amanda, for following me to Korea. I told y'all I was bringing y'all with me. Now y'all get to eat octopus and grubs, right? Now y'all get to walk across the street with them cool ass green signs and sit in the air conditioned bus stops. But anyway, why didn't Dixon say, my integrity is more important to me than anything? I remember when I was young, my mother and father gave me some boundaries. They told me, we live in Pasadena. We're 15 minutes from Hollywood. If you think you want to be an actress, you can be. That's not a problem. But you have to set some boundaries. There's some roles that you don't play. There's some things that you don't do in auditions. Okay? I take that same integrity into my career as a teacher. I honor my contract. I won't work outside of my contract. I won't do things that are outside of my contract. I honor my contract at the risk of everything, because I trust that my integrity, I trust that my talent, I trust that my dynamic way to do what I do and my good energy is going to carry me anywhere I got to go. I'm not worried about a motherfucker. Do you hear me? Human beings are just that, human, finite. I think my baby's up. So I don't have a reason to play into anybody's power trips or power games simply because they own a pen. I think I have one too. I have a pen right here. Okay. So at some point, Dixon decided to sell his soul, sell his integrity for the possibilities of a pilot that still hasn't come out. Okay. I think that whenever you choose yourself, choose your integrity, and choose your self-confidence, it will always win. Yes, Dixon might have got shot off the show and never made it back to a Tyler Perry production, but Tyler Perry ain't the dude in the game. He just became a billionaire. There are other opportunities. He could have went and worked for what's that nigga name? Shit, I can't think of it. But there's a lot of people he could have went and worked for. There's a lot of connections he could have made. I mean, you now have a Tyler Perry production, 2 of them on your resume. That's something you didn't have before you met him. Before you met Tyler Perry, you were a butler or something at an event staff, at an event company. But now you have 2 things on your IMDb. You should have at least at this point gotten headshots. You should have at least at this point put yourself in a position where if this doesn't work out because this person wants to sexually harass you in your perception, then you've got other options. But he chose to bow until he realized that Tyler Perry had no intention of shooting his pilot. So why didn't he go shop his pilot with somebody else? Because you're that talented. Okay. Let's continue. And I'm going to read that last line again. Dixon did not know that Perry never intended on shooting the show. Well, you got to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Perry knew that he could use the motivation of shooting Mr. Dixon's show to get Dixon to do what Dixon had been resisting for many months, which was give him the sexual gratification Perry so craved. But it was Dixon who said, I'll only say yes if it can get me an Oscar. Now, what do you think a jury's going to think when they hear that? Dixon said, I'll only say yes if it can get me an Oscar. And Perry said, the last nigga who played that game was in prison. So keep your no a no. You think a jury's not going to see that? We saw it. Number 111 goes to say, once the stage was set, Perry knew he could get away with sexual harassment. During the filming of The Oval in 2020, Perry engaged in a severe and pervasive tirade of sexual commentary, including but not limited to A, that Dixon liked being choked following Dixon being choked by a cast member on a scene in the Oval. B, why do you twist your hips when you walk? Because I'm gay, nigga. C, how can I get a day of Dixon? D, when will you be thick again? This shit is hilarious. E, I love how I feel right now, but I don't like being horny. F, I feel sorry for the person who flirts with me. G, I've been trying to put that energy somewhere else, but everything is sexual on this stuff. H, that snake across the table made me think of a photo of Nicki Minaj from the music video for her song Anaconda, in which she references intercourse with male genitalia symbolized by a snake. So that snake across the table made me think about a photo from the Nicki Minaj video Anaconda, where she referenced intercourse with male genitalia symbolized by a snake. Okay. And what did Derek say in any of this? Dude, that's gross. I will gladly choke you right now. I need these niggas to start spelling right, referring to Perry's desire to choke Dixon in a sexual way. J, a suggestion that Dixon should get braces behind his teeth, but that plaintiff would have to give up BJs because it could be dangerous for Dixon's partner, especially if they're not circumcised. This sounds like they had conversation. K, that's when you were thick, Derek, fun Derek, drunk Derek, before COVID Derek. I miss him, just without a butt. And L, thick Derek would have worked them pants out. That's so nasty. Thick Derek would have worked them pants out. Now, for a person to continue to text you these things, that means you haven't blocked them. You haven't muted them. Okay. 112. Perry also photographed Dixon's buttocks while on set and sent pictures to him. The two text messages of many show that Perry was jealous of seeing Dixon with another man, and that Perry describes Dixon as so beautiful. Now, the first text message says, that's the photo where he said he got jealous of him going for the walk with his homeboy and called him Thick Derek. And then, haha, can you tell from that photo? And so when Tyler Perry called Derek Thick Derek, he didn't say, you know, I'm not into that, right? I'm not into that relationship with you, right? I have A, religious guilt, and B, you can't give me an Oscar. No, Derek played along. He said, haha, can you tell from that photo? So he never said, why the fuck you taking pictures of me while I'm walking? That's creepy. He said, haha. Okay. Tyler goes on to say, no, I can't, only from your jeans. Derek says, haha, that's how I measure too. If I'm not filling them out, I'm not working hard enough. So he continues the conversation, and Tyler says, right. To make me swoon. To make men swoon. Sorry. In another conversation, or maybe the same one, Derek says, well, it's not this person, but yes, I want that too. That's when Tyler Perry said to him, you need to let me love you. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to poke you in your booty late at night. Basically. So that conversation goes on to say, Tyler says, I feel sorry for the person that you choose. Derek reacted with exclamation points and says, I won't even take an aspirin from someone anymore. Haha, I would cry if that wasn't so funny. Why? Tyler says, what I mean by that is that you're so beautiful. When you finally are able to unlock your mind, you're going to make that person crazy. Number 113. So at what point did he not know Tyler Perry was gay? And at what point did he not know Tyler Perry was making sexual advances toward him? Because in one of their very first text messages, before he even really met Tyler Perry, And on a personal level, he said to Tyler Perry said to him, "You need a sugar daddy." Tyler Perry had bought him a car. Tyler Perry had housed him. Tyler Perry grabbed his booty and his dick. So at what point do you continue the relationship? When you trying to get what you can get out of this situation? When you don't have enough confidence in your own talent? When you don't have a good agent? Number 113. And we're at page 21 of 46. This series of comments and other unwanted sexual advances made Dixon highly uncomfortable, except he said, "Ha ha." Dixon was caught in a bind, honey. He could not complain to anyone in HR because there is no HR. He had nowhere to turn for relief from the sexual harassment, and he knew that if he did not endure it, he would be killed off from the Oval. Dixon was unsure whether to joke back or rebuff Terry's sexual harassment. How come he wasn't sure? So he endured it, knowing his job was on the line if he did not engage, knowing that the pilot that he wanted to shoot would not get shot, knowing that he was willing to sell his entire soul and his self-respect for some career opportunities because he really wasn't that talented. Number 114. Perry would also share intimate details of his own sex life with Dixon. Among other things, Perry would tell Dixon that he had not had good sex since he became rich, but he also said he hadn't bought no groceries either, and that there were certain times where he had not been touched in months. Let's go to the text message. So Derek says, I don't know what the conversation was before that, but Derek says, "Right, and we just had a heaping dose of it, and now it's back to nothing. It's really weird." Heaping dose of what? Interesting. They might be talking about during the quarantine. He might have had a lot of sex. Those were good times. So Tyler says, "I didn't have any contact. What are you talking about? I haven't been touched in months." So yeah, it sounds like Derek is saying, during the quarantine, me and my roommate got down on some good shit. And Tyler's like, "I ain't been with nobody." So Derek says, "Oh, you mean touching? I thought you meant being around people." Oh, okay. Derek said, Jacob. And Derek says, "I love that you only say that when I'm being stupid. I guess that's Jacob's dumbass version of me." Tyler says, "Not dumbass, but blonde." I guess Jacob is one of his characters. I don't know, because I've never seen the show, nor have I ever heard of it. 115. On the second to last day of shooting for the Oval, Dixon filmed the episode where his character was shot 4 times, indicating a seeming end to his role on the show and his termination from the job. It was precisely following the day of filming, when Tyler Perry knew that Dixon's character's fate was to be decided, that Perry invited Dixon to his trailer for drinks. Dixon knew that refusing meant the end of his career, so he accepted. So he continues to go and play this game, okay? Number 117. It was there, on the very same day, that Perry dialed up the harassment to a new level. Tyler Perry asked Derek Dixon point blank, "Are you attracted to me?" and demanded that Dixon answer. Plaintiff reiterated the same way he did after the first assault, by skirting the question. Dixon told Perry that Dixon wasn't that sexual or looking for anything. Perry's incessant probing did not stop. Perry continued to talk about how good-looking and sexy Dixon was, and that plaintiff was wasting his looks by not being free and having sex. 118. And for the record, you are not wasting your looks by not fucking somebody. You can still be pretty and beautiful and handsome and keep your shit to yourself. Okay? Number 118. Dixon repeatedly deflected these comments with neutral answers, constantly looking for ways to avoid Tyler Perry's sexual interrogation, while continuing to worry about his future on the Oval. Mr. Perry was testing how far he could go with Dixon, and Mr. Dixon was seeing what he could get out of this situation. Exactly. After enduring the harassment and doing his best to dodge the situation, but still flirting, still showing up for drinks, still going to his house, still doing all the things he wanted, driving the car he bought him, living in the house he put him in. Mr. Dixon got up and the two exchanged goodbyes. After Dixon was leaving Perry's trailer, Perry got up and pinned Dixon against the wall. Sorry, it's not funny. Perry began aggressively groping Dixon's buttocks in a sexual motion. Tyler Perry began reaching down toward Dixon's buttocks and groped Dixon's butt in a strong and sexual manner that could not have been a mere accident. Dixon stood frozen in horror and could not reciprocate or fight back. Now, I'm trying to figure this out because a nigga just asked you were you attracted to him. Y'all have had sexually explicit conversation. He's texted you over and fucking over again. You still went to meet the nigga for drinks in his trailer with nobody else there. All Dixon could do was let his body go cold and limp. Seeing that Dixon had no desire in Perry, Perry told Dixon that he was drunk and asked Dixon to leave the trailer. Was this before or after he gave the $1 million to T.D. Jakes' church? As soon as Dixon left the trailer following Perry's violent assault, Dixon became severely nauseous and extremely anxious about his job, career, and livelihood because he had no other way of working outside of Tyler Perry because he probably wasn't that talented. If you can find a Derek Dixon clip, please share it with me because I haven't seen one. Neither have I looked for one. Dixon felt trapped within the confines of the studio quarantine bubble. There was still another shoot the next day. Now, remember when I told you a while back when we were talking about some of this P. Diddy stuff, that oftentimes these casts live together while they're shooting. And there really is no HR and there really are no boundaries. Okay, it's like one of those Big Brother houses, so to speak. There was still another shoot the next day. Dixon called his friend Justin Bryant on the phone and told him everything that had happened and was unaware of any human resources representative to whom he could report the assault. Plaintiff had no one to turn to, nowhere to go to save him from Perry's aggressive sexual harassment and exploitation. So you let yourself get shot off and you prepare for the next move. The next day, Perry acted like nothing happened, and this time he did not even offer Mr. Dixon an apology. Following this exchange, Dixon began to avoid Perry as much as possible. However, Dixon still felt the need to answer Perry's incessant text messages. So he changed his approach to keep his job and his career, in spite of his religious guilt and his lack of attraction. Dixon often pretended to be asleep to avoid being harassed by Perry. However, Perry persisted by texting him the following messages. Are you awake? Stop ignoring me. You are awake, Derek. Wake up now. I know you're not sleeping, and give me some attention. In or around early October 2020, Perry invited Dixon and other actors from the Oval on a cast trip to Perry's personal island in the Bahamas. Here we go with another island. Dixon knew, as did everyone else on the show, that declining to go on this trip might cause Perry to erase you from the show. Oh, okay. One night while in Perry's private... Hold on, let me go back a little bit. I got distracted by this message. Dixon agreed to go, knowing that the whole cast was going to be there. I've declined one of those situations before and let the chips fall where they motherfucking may. My contract does not include me going on a cast trip. Sorry. My contract does not include me going to any events or anything that does not fall in line with my... Are we acting? Is this an acting workshop? Are we filming a commercial, a promo for the show? No? Well, then I don't need to put my time and energy there because my contract, my production contract, has me on as an actor. So for me to go to your island just to appease you and your ego, let the chips fall where they motherfucking may. I've had to make these decisions. Okay? One night, while in Perry's private island in the Bahamas, the cast was having a party. At the end of the night, Perry told Dixon that he wanted to talk to him. Dixon was caught off guard. Perry made alcoholic drinks and forced Dixon to drink them. forced. Dixon knew that he could not refuse the drinks, otherwise he'd risk upsetting Mr. Perry. Instead, now didn't he just say he wouldn't take an aspirin from nobody? Okay. Instead, Dixon tried to stay in control and sipped drinks slowly. Tyler Perry did not control himself. He drank until it was clear that the alcohol made him bold and sexually aggressive. Perry told Dixon that he wanted a relationship with someone who could be emotionally and sexually available to him, but he would also be permissive of Perry having his own relationship with somebody else. He wanted a fuck buddy. Perry said he could see himself having that type of relationship with Dixon. Based on what, Tyler Perry? This nigga has not returned most of your advances. Okay? His dick don't get hard in your presence. Both of y'all are tops. So what that gonna do? Y'all just gonna have a sword fight? Now, Perry insisted that Dixon needed to be with someone rich because Dixon liked nice things. Because, mind you, Perry had bought him a car and was housing him. Perry told Dixon that he was watching all the cast as they laid out in the sun with tanning oil. Perry continued raving about how seeing Dixon greased up like that, glistening, was driving him crazy. Tyler Perry said he would have burnt the whole island down if another member of the cast had touched Dixon that night. At that point, that's called insurance fraud. At that point, he once again aggressively seized Dixon and groped his buttocks. Now, this would be like the third or fourth time this has happened. So please don't act like you're surprised at this point. Okay? Please don't act like you're surprised at this point. Dixon once again did not reciprocate and froze the fuck up. Perry got the message and told Dixon to go to bed. Dixon was terrified and could barely sleep. Nigga, book a flight home. You just got a raise. Book a flight home. Like, so you literally gonna play like you didn't know what was going on, and you gonna play this game and play with this man thinking that, okay, I'm gonna compile all this evidence, I'm gonna track all these dates, and then I'm gonna sue him for $260 million when my career has not shown that kind of value. Okay. Number 127. From that moment on, Perry became extremely frustrated and possessive. Perry wanted desperately for Dixon to be attracted to him, but Dixon was not. And the next part is going to talk about this text message we see to us with this barely attractive man in shorts next to a jet ski. In one exchange, Perry sent pictures of himself from the Bahamas to Dixon. Dixon responded that the water looked nice. Perry got upset that Dixon did not see the stud in the picture. I think that's so weird. And instead focused on the water. Perry called Dixon an asshole for laughing out loud at Perry's desire for Dixon to call him a stud. So that's basically what happens in this text message. Tyler Perry sends a picture of himself to Dixon. Okay? Excuse me. Dixon says, nice picture. Yeah, the water does look calm. Perry says, nice picture. Dixon says, great, amazing, awesome picture. Perry says, you don't see the stud in that nice picture? Rude. This sounds like a childish conversation. Dixon says, yes, that's a stud. He's saying, I'm not attracted to you, nigga. Perry says, asshole. Okay. And then 129. We're now on page 24 of 46. On or around October 18th, 2020, and following Dixon's return from the Bahamas, Perry told Dixon that he was just jealous that Dixon was giving too much attention to other men. Perry stated that Dixon was being too much of a social butterfly and that he would need Dixon to sit still this week, further attempting to exercise his influence over Dixon's interaction with other men. Hold on a second. I wonder at what point Tyler Perry is going to say, okay, you're not attracted to me. I get it. You're not that into me. I get it. You're not showing me the attention I want. I get it. It's really weird because it all looks very one-sided, okay? But nowhere in here have I heard Tyler Perry say, if you don't do what I want you to do, you'll lose your opportunities. Okay? Perry continued to wield his position as Dixon's boss, demanding sexual attention in exchange for his continued employment, but I don't see that. The evidence is not lining up with the factual allegations, which makes the allegations less than fact. Number 130. These text messages were followed by others to Dixon like, Derek, don't you dare ignore me. I deserve better. I deserve attention all the time. Dixon, out of fear for the unknown future of his career because he really wasn't that talented and had no real good contacts, continued to give Perry the social attention he demanded, even though Dixon would constantly get sexually harassed. On several occasions, Perry would text Dixon while drunk. In one exchange, Perry told Dixon, so corny, you know what I cook? Derek. And then proceeds to say, I'm so drunk, talking shit. And you see that in the text message here. Tyler Perry, and it looks like this is the beginning of the conversation on April 27, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. You know what I cook? Derek. So he's saying, you know what I cook? And then he's like, Derek, because apparently he hadn't responded. And excuse me. Derek said spaghetti, cake, and then Tyler Perry says, you. I'm so drunk, talking shit. Okay. In December of 2020, Dixon began feeling depleted due to Perry's continued pattern of sexual harassment, otherwise known as Dixon continued to feel depleted because he hadn't gotten anything out of the situation yet, except a car and a place to live, and a job and a raise, and a promotion in his role. The assault and harassment began manifesting in his physical health, and Mr. Dixon had no one to turn to. Dixon visited a physician who indicated that Dixon exhibited severe symptoms of acute stress, insomnia, stomach issues, and dangerously low cortisol levels due to the sexual harassment and assault. So the doctor said that? The physician prescribed Zoloft, an antidepressant for Dixon's ailments. 133. So he could have at that point filed for like a leave of absence using FMLA, because that does apply. 133. The sexual harassment continued through the beginning of 2021, and Perry continued sending Dixon unsolicited photos of Dixon's body from the set of the Oval with comments such as, oh my God, I think it's supposed to be thick. Look at thick Derek, thick. No, the weight difference, I can see it. Thick Derek, okay, good. Okay. D, nope, I can't deal with thick Derek, LOL. E, what's it going to take for you to have guiltless sex? Have you found that yet in therapy? F, what's your waist? I'm so glad. I'm going to guess it says thick Derek is back, is with us. G, break out in ass and thighs. What? H, you home? I don't want you out with your friends drinking. I, you are the rose, but you are so blocked that you refuse to be smelt or opened. That nigga been opened. J, when you finally are able to unlock your mind, you're going to make that person crazy. Crazy in a good way. K, have you been intimate with someone? L, why did that photo of you and Brad make me jealous? M, thick Derek, get that Chipotle. No, I can't, only from your jeans. N, Derek is there to make me in swoon. Oh, what I mean by that is that you're so beautiful, when you finally are able to unlock your mind, you're going to make that person crazy. Crazy in a good way. Dixon responded, as long as my face doesn't get messed up, as long as it doesn't leave a mark. And Tyler Perry responded, I guess that's when they were talking about rough sex, because they did have a conversation, and Derek never said, this conversation is making me uncomfortable. And Tyler Perry responded, what will leave a mark, Derek? Say it. On your neck? What do you mean you haven't? Have you been intimate with someone? P, I can't wait to get that phone call from you when you tell me you let go and you loved every minute of it. Referring to plaintiff's desire to openly engage in sexual encounters. So Derek, it sounds like Tyler Perry's talking about Derek having sex with somebody else. Q. No straight man would be going on walks with you or cooking dinner for you unless they want to fuck you. I would fuck you. I'd fuck you hard. F. No. R. What are you doing hanging out with that girlfriend of yours? She wants you too. Everyone wants to fuck Jacob, but nobody knows who Jacob is. Okay. 134. Let's go up to the text message because I know you want to see that. So Derek says to Tyler Perry, I know I need to smell the roses more. Tyler says, you are the rose, but you are so blocked that you refuse to be smelt or opened. Ugh. Derek says, that is sweet and I'm working on it. #therapy. He never says, I'm not attracted to you. I'm not into you. I don't want you. He says, I'm working on it. Derek says, I'm really scared that I'm going to waste my life worrying. Tyler says, been there, stopped somewhere in my late 30s, early 40s. Derek is playing a game called checkers. 134. After weeks of unreciprocated sexual innuendos and demands for attention, Perry lashed out at Dixon on set and asked if he needed to punch Dixon in the stomach for Dixon to act the way Perry envisioned in a scene. This exchange was highly tense, and Perry's reaction stunned several cast members. Actors on set consoled Derek for the abrasive interaction, confused as to why Perry overreacted in such a manner. But Dixon knew that Perry was lashing out due to his frustration at the lack of attention Derek was giving him. On or around June 4th, 2021, Perry invited Dixon to his house to spend some time together again and discuss the pilot of Losing It, which was Dixon's script that he had written. Although, now mind you, Dixon could have shot this script all over California and Georgia, but he didn't. Although Dixon hesitated, he feared the consequences of disappointing Perry and believed once Losing It was a big show, he would be freed from under the clutches of Perry. So he was playing a fucking game. He was going along with harassment. He was going along with coercion. He was going along with the quid pro quo because he thought he was in control. Okay? During this visit, Perry made several alcoholic beverages for himself and demanded to know why Dixon was not having sex with anyone. Perry probed further about Dixon's sex life, insisting that the two were becoming increasingly drunk and it was time to end the night. Perry then led Dixon into a guest house where the guest bedroom was. Dixon would be staying there that night. I imagine it's gray. Inside the guest room, Perry motioned to Dixon to come see a weight monitor that he had. Perry told Dixon that for the monitor to work, so corny, Dixon would need to step on the monitor wearing only his underwear and pushed Dixon to try it out. Dixon tried to avoid the uncomfortable situation but decided it was better to comply and hurry to bed than wait for the alternative at that point. Why not go home? After weighing himself, Dixon walked toward the guest bedroom, followed by Perry, who then asked Dixon for a good night hug. Rather than arguing, Dixon complied, at which point Perry reached out and yanked Dixon's underwear down from behind. Perry then began to vigorously grab, grope, and play with Dixon's buttocks in a sexual manner. Dixon was naked, stunned, and seized by tremendous fear. This is now the fourth time that you've frozen in fear? Okay. Dixon started to tell Perry that he did not want his underwear down and that Dixon didn't want to be naked and that Dixon didn't want this. But you didn't go home. This is the third or fourth time you've gotten to this man both of y'all been drunk. He's been physically aggressive with you and you haven't left. Dixon quickly reached to pull his underwear back up. As soon as he did, Perry grabbed Dixon's reaching arm with a tight grip and held fast. Tyler Perry told Derek Dixon to relax and just let it happen. and that Perry wasn't going to hurt Dixon. Perry continued to sexually grope Dixon's buttocks. But he's a top. Dixon's anxiety rapidly escalated, thinking that he might soon be raped. Dixon was not sure what to do, and his breath shortened. Perry ignored Dixon's refusals and held Dixon's hand fast, preventing him from reaching for his underwear. Dixon was naked and being groped by a large, drunk, and sexually frustrated 6'5" man who had Dixon in his clutches. Don't we have to think about these things, ladies? Don't we have to think about, am I going to this nigga's house to fuck? Because if I'm not, then I'm not going to go. Okay. Dixon did not know if he was going to have to get into a physical fight, but he knew that any efforts to fight back were hopeless. Perry had armed security at his gate, was much larger than Dixon, and told Dixon he had several guns in his home. So now his life is in danger. Dixon was desperate for a way out and remarked that he couldn't do anything sexual because he was so hungry. Sorry. Attempting to change the conversation. Dixon asked, "Is there any food up here?" which prompted Perry to withdraw and order a pizza. Because, niggas fuck better when they eat. Dixon, in fear of his safety, followed Perry into the main house to eat the pizza. I think I'm going to order a pizza in a minute. Afterwards, Dixon returned to the guest house and, unable to lock the bedroom door, locked himself in the guest house bathroom and slept on the floor. Dixon then attempted to contact some close friends about the incident. And this was in 2021. He still worked for him until 2023. The following morning, Dixon realized that he had left his car keys in the main house, and upon going to retrieve them, encountered Perry. Perry told Dixon that last night's incident was why the two shouldn't drink together, and that the previous night's incident shouldn't have happened. Dixon responded saying, so that was my fault? To which Perry replied, No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that shouldn't have happened and I drank too much. Attempting to excuse himself for grabbing Dixon's buttocks, groping Dixon, and attempting to have sex with Dixon against his will. At this point, so what happened after they ate the pizza? At this point, Dixon left Perry's home uncontrollably shaking and contacted his close friends to discuss the unspeakable horror from the night before. So he didn't leave in the middle of the night. He woke up, took a shower, put on some clothes, used that man's toiletries, and met up in the kitchen for breakfast. Okay. For the next several days until June 6, 2021, Perry texted and called Dixon incessantly with messages asking Dixon to call him or answer his calls. Finally, Dixon answered, at which point Perry began to apologize, blaming the testosterone supplements he was taking at the time. Perry had confided in Dixon about these supplements in past messages, and where are those text messages? And it's like, okay. And decided to use them as a scapegoat for his actions. Dixon emphasized that he was not okay with what happened and that he had never asked Perry for anything, to which Perry replied, I know, that's why I like you. So let's go to the text messages. So Derek says, how do they make money then? Subscriptions? Perry says they make money from the advertising, lots of money. I love how I feel right now, but I don't like being horny. That's a switch of conversation. Testosterone. So he was talking about him taking the testosterone. Derek says, oh yeah, from the doctor, but it is making you feel better. And Tyler says, I feel so good, but I don't like being horny. I feel sorry for the first person that flirts with me. Derek says, LOL. Tyler says, you don't even understand. And then on another day, Tyler says, tried you, call me. Derek says, hey, I think the hangover hit me harder than I thought. Can we talk later? Tyler says, yes, it was quick, but okay. What? Tyler says, I really need to talk to you, my friend. Please call as soon as you can. And then later that day, or a couple days later, Tyler says, trying to do rooms on the boat. If I invite Bill, will you be okay sharing a room with him or not? So they were planning another trip together that wasn't in the contract. This is why I only follow my contract. Fuck where the chips fall. That same day, 2 hours later, Derek replies, "Hey, I appreciate the invite, but I think I need some more time and don't think I can do a trip just now," or something like that. Okay. So, 146. Perry further attempted to rectify his misconduct by inviting Dixon on a yacht trip and telling Dixon that Perry was for sure going to make Dixon's pilot. I never hear him say, you won't let me fuck? We gonna throw that pilot in file 13. Dixon realized that Perry was offering to make losing it to effectively silence Dixon, but I don't see that in the evidence. 147. Perry sent a text message to try to arrange for Dixon to come on his yacht with another person so that Dixon would feel more comfortable. Dixon responded that he would not board the yacht and refused Perry's invitation. After Dixon refused to go on the yacht, Perry did not text Dixon for 5 months, sensing that Dixon was upset. Perry called Dixon once to update him that Perry was looking for a director for the pilot. During this 5-month period, Dixon was regularly in therapy. He suffered from severe depression, anxiety, stomach pains, and nausea, resulting in a new prescription for another antidepressant. Dixon was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, and his therapist recommended that he seek outpatient treatment, costing upwards of $20,000, a price too high for Dixon at the time. During that time, Dixon began speaking with people about the sexual assault and was assessing his rights. But earlier in this lawsuit, we see that the attorneys say that Derek was compiling evidence. Okay? He probably had a folder in his note app. Okay? 152. As soon as Perry realized that Dixon was done talking to him, Dixon got a message from Perry's fixers. Perry's fixers contacted Dixon, indicating Dixon's character in The Oval, the one who was shot, would be returning with a new storyline next season, and Dixon was receiving a graduated raise of $10,000 per episode to $16,000 per episode that would continue to increase to upwards of $19,000 per episode over the coming seasons. This was probably a 13-episode contract, or maybe 10, because they do them short now. The attorney said that Christmas came early for Dixon because he was doing a good job on The Oval. Now, so this was after he stopped talking to Perry. However, they also told Dixon he was forbidden from letting his castmates know about the raise because nobody other than him would be receiving a similar pay raise. And we still don't know who this nigga is. Lastly, the fixers, quote unquote, told Dixon that Perry wanted to buy the rights to produce the pilot of Losing It and planned to spend up to $1 million producing the pilot. Dixon immediately knew why he was getting this raise and why the pilot was being produced. He knew that he could not keep the money and the job or complain about the sexual harassment. He knew that he could keep the money and the job or complain about the sexual harassment, not both. So what did he choose? What did he choose? The situation facing Dixon presented a challenging decision that left him unable to take any action or make any decision because he had no integrity. The prospect of the sexual assault and harassment became public because he never called the police when this shit happened either, did he? Dealing with Perry's highly paid attorneys was daunting. Perry had significant resources, whereas Dixon did not. Dixon's goals of working as an actor and being discovered for his talents might be jeopardized because he didn't really have a resume. In what was an extremely difficult decision, Dixon bowed to the pressure and fear of losing his livelihood, and in hopes of advancing his career, Dixon decided to return to the set to have his pilot produced. Now, this man has groped you on the buttocks, almost raped you twice, got you drunk several times, but you returned in hopes that your pilot would get produced. You made a decision. He insisted, however, that deciding to put safeguards in place between himself and Perry. In or around November 2021, Dixon returned to shoot The Oval. It was then that he saw Perry for the first time in person since the June 2021 sexual assault. Dixon suffered a panic attack in his trailer, prompting another actor to calm Dixon down. Seeing that Dixon was still upset, Perry knew that he had to up the ante to ensure Dixon's silence. Perry began periodically texting Plaintiff regarding the production of the pilot Losing It to string Dixon along. Did you figure that out after, or did you already know that at the time? Soon after, Dixon received a call from a member of Perry's production team telling him that they were considering shooting Dixon's pilot in the coming fall of 2021. Dixon was desperate for this good news given the uncertainty surrounding his finances and concerning his future, and his concern about his future. This shit is just crazy to me because I see a nigga who's trying to play a game. On or around March 4th, 2022, Dixon signed the literary purchase agreement for the pilot, giving the rights for the series to defendant TPS. Dixon was unaware of TPS's pre-existing television contracts with Viacom CBS, now known as Paramount Global, which would later prevent the sale of Dixon's show to any media outlets or streaming services for 2 years. Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to read that again because it's kind of important. Dixon signed the literary purchase agreement for the pilot, giving the rights for the series to defendant TPS, Tyler Perry Studios. Dixon was aware of TPS's pre-existing television contract with Viacom, now known as Paramount Global, which would later prevent the sale of Dixon's show to any media outlet or streaming services for 2 years. So Tyler Perry didn't really have any power, is basically what this says. On or around March 21st, 2022, shortly after seeing each other on the set of The Oval, Dixon and Perry began shooting the pilot. Perry called Dixon following the shoot, telling him that the show would net $2 to $3 million per episode and run for 2 seasons, guaranteed. Excuse me. Perry purchased the rights to Losing It from Dixon, but did not try to sell it to any other network. In fact, Perry was under contract with Viacom, preventing him from selling Dixon's show for an additional 2 years following the purchase. In other words, Perry spent money shooting a pilot for a show and then purchasing the rights to it, knowing that he could not sell the show for a whole 2 years. Clearly, this was done for the ulterior motive of silencing Mr. Dixon, and Mr. Dixon chose to remain silent. As it turns out, Perry had no intention of ever producing Losing It. Perry never made any effort to sell the show or shop it. Perry was only using the show as a quid pro quo to Dixon, holding its production over Dixon's head like a sword of Damocles. But this conversation doesn't take place. This is a game Dixon tried to play. Because you know a white woman can destroy you in 2 weekends. On or around April 9, 2022, to his surprise, Plaintiff received the script for another season of The Oval, in which Plaintiff's character, originally written as a grocery store clerk, would play a male prostitute being pursued by a pimp. I mean, if your roles don't get more and more degrading, I don't know what. This character's scenes and stories shared eerie similarities to Perry's pursuit of Dixon. While it was not surprising that one of Perry's characters would end up this way, the timing of change to Dixon was a very clear message. Well, the fact that you were a homeless gay nigga who stayed with somebody that was fucking you in the first time you worked for him should have told you something. But okay. As Dixon continued to read through his scripts, he started to notice that Perry included lines taken directly from things that Perry and Dixon spoke about. Perry started to base the script on real life and made it personal, just like preachers do in the pulpit. For example, Perry wrote about Dixon that I don't like none of my bitches running away. He was making good money for me. 168. In or around April 2022, before beginning to shoot the next season of The Oval, Perry called Dixon to discuss the June 2021 sexual assault. Okay. On the phone call, Perry lectured Dixon about how Dixon was overreacting to the sexual assault because of prior sexual assaults in Dixon's life. OMG. Perry said that there was a misunderstanding and miscommunication, and that Dixon needed to say no stronger. Now, here's where we find out that Dixon goes ahead and says, I'm not saying yes until you can get me an Oscar. Okay? What a quid pro quo. In other words, Perry blamed Dixon for this sexual assault, claiming that Perry felt that Dixon's no was really a yes because Dixon did not say no strongly enough. Y'all might hear my baby singing in the background. She's watching TV in the other room. See, she always makes me smile when she sings. I love her little voice. So, as not to jeopardize his employment with defendants Perry and TPS, Dixon dismissed the conversation, especially due to the allegedly impending sale of his show to major broadcasting companies. So he took the L. He was like, okay, you might be right, because he wanted what he wanted. He didn't choose his integrity. He didn't choose his talent. He didn't choose his vision. He didn't choose his goals. He chose something very short-sighted that never happened. On or around October 28, 2022, after filming a full season of The Oval, Perry told Dixon that despite shooting the pilot, it could take a while to place, and that Perry couldn't do any other television series until his deal was up with Viacom, which would take about 2 years. So Perry did tell him that. Okay. In or around January of 2023, plaintiff indicated that he was moving to Santa Monica. He did so to put some distance between himself and Perry. But Tyler Perry lived in, he got a house in LA, so I don't understand that. All right. Tyler Perry replied that he was glad to hear that Dixon was moving away and asked if Dixon's no was stronger before he left. Reiterated that Dixon should have a strong no and make it clear when he said no. Let's go to the text messages. They're a little fuzzy, but I'll do my best. They are a little fuzzy, but I will do my best. So Tyler says, did you find a place? I'm good. Probably won't see me. I'll be filming. And Dixon replies with a frowny face. Tyler says, sorry, you know I have 9 jobs. Dixon says, I did find a place, Santa Monica. I know, working so much or working too much. Tyler says, nice. Santa Monica is nice. I'm glad you're going out there. How is your no? Is it stronger? You got to have a strong no. So it sounds to me like Tyler is like, if you going to California, you really need to have a strong no. Because them niggas out there don't play. They want that ass. Okay? Number 172. We are now on page 32 of 46. This was Perry's way of once again referring to his June 2021 sexual assault of Dixon and making it clear that Perry felt no remorse for assaulting Dixon against Dixon's will. I don't see that. These are factual allegations. Keep that in mind. I don't see that in that conversation. I see, okay, if you're going out to California, you need to know that you got to set some boundaries. You can't be flirting back with the producers and the directors. You can't be talking about you need to get off before you go to bed. You can't be going to their house drinking, getting drunk, and then sleeping in their guest room in your underwear. Like, I'm letting you know right now, like, the way you play with me, you could really, really end up in some trouble in California. So make sure you have your boundaries set. That's what I hear. But maybe I can't read. You know. Number 173. Dixon remained calm considering these triggering comments because he needed Perry to help him with his dreams of producing a show. And because Dixon was still a regular actor on The Oval. So he didn't say, nigga, you crossed the line with me. I said no to you. How strong does my no need to be? You know I'm going to sue you, right? Even after Dixon moved to California, the quid pro quo harassment and attempts to cover up the sexual assault by promising a show continued. Perry would call Dixon, who felt obligated to pick up Perry's phone calls because he knew he had Stokes in the fire only with Tyler Perry, and respond to text messages. These conversations would often start about work and the men's business relationship, then transition into further conversations about Dixon's sex life, adding to Dixon's trauma and forcing him to relive the sexual assault. Perry continued to envelop Dixon in this feeling of reliance and justify the sexual assault that happened. Perry would call Dixon and say, "You'll understand when you have a hit show." And in the same breath, refer to the sexual assault by saying, "I'm so glad we're past that." Dixon knew that he had to just hold his tongue because Perry was still employing Dixon. On or around October 2023, Tyler Perry finally contacted Dixon, indicating that he was going to be finished with his Paramount Global contract in January 2024, and that he would be able to start working on selling Losing It. So Perry was forthright and said, "I bought your pilot from you, but there's really nothing I can do with it for a couple years because I'm under contract to Viacom, who's owned by Paramount." Like, he was forthright. Perry was just hoping that the statute of limitations would run on Dixon's sexual assault claims before closing the door on Dixon's hope on the quid pro quo that Perry offered. But Dixon, you could have done what you needed to do legally. Thank you, Mustard. So Perry might have been hoping that the statute of limitations ran out, but you said you already started assessing your rights. You said that you were already gathering evidence to build a case against him. So why did you never ever have an investigation opened against him? Why didn't you call the police the 4 or 5 times he sexually assaulted you? Because you were hoping your little dusty ass pilot that nobody's ever seen, probably wasn't even that good, would get off the ground. You were playing a game. You ain't fooling nobody, Derek Dixon. You ain't fooling no motherfucking body. Tyler Perry was inappropriate and unprofessional. But at no time do I see him say to you, "If you don't let me fuck you, we will have no professional relationship whatsoever." I see you allowing things to go on longer than you're comfortable with because you're hoping things happen with your pilot. In the same conversation where they were talking about Perry starting to do things with Losing It, Tyler Perry also asked Dixon who he was having sex with. Perry further pushed for details, asking Dixon if he was the giver or receiver in this scenario. Or if a plaintiff used protection and PrEP when engaging in sexual acts. If you don't know, PrEP is a medication that apparently, okay, Amanda, I see comparable liability here. And I see that Derek could have shut this down a long time ago. When that nigga texted you talking about you need a sugar daddy in 2019, you could have shut it down a long time ago. But PrEP is a medication that the gay boys take so that if they have AIDS or HIV, I don't even know if they call it AIDS anymore. I think now they just call it HIV. If they have that type of sexually transmitted disease, that it doesn't pass along, and it basically makes them undetectable. So that's how Larry Reed allegedly was able to, because Larry Reed was accused of having HIV. Larry Reed got a test that said he did not have HIV, but Larry Reed was also on PrEP, and PrEP makes you undetectable. It's great for the sex workers so they can keep working. It also supposedly, and all the information I have is really from when T.S. Madison was doing tours at one point. I don't know if you followed T.S. Madison back when she was doing tours. She was going and doing live shows. She did one live show in D.C. during Pride Month or Pride Weekend, and they were promoting PrEP and explaining it. And that's where I got this information from. I haven't really done any more research into PrEP. But apparently, yes, it's if you're a sexually active gay man, apparently PrEP also protects you from being able to catch HIV, but not gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia, or herpes, or any of the other sexual, just HIV, because that's the big one apparently. But I don't, that's what I know. So what I'm telling you is based on what I learned from a podcast. I haven't done any research into PrEP myself because I don't need it. Every country I go to, I have to take certain tests to prove that I'm clean in every single way. And for some reason, here in Korea, the doctor was surprised that I didn't have herpes. Nigga, what? The fuck? So anyway, every country I go to, every country I move to, I have to have extensive medical exams to make sure that I'm clean of everything. Okay. So I don't know if women use PrEP. I don't know about none of that. Forgive me for my ignorance. I'm just not in the lifestyle where I need that. But anyway, Perry again told Dixon that Perry wants a partner with whom he could have an emotional and sexual relationship, but who goes back to their partner at the end of the day. In December 2023, now here's where Christian Keys enters the conversation. And if I have any energy after this is over, then we'll look into Christian Keys more via video. But in December 23, Christian Keys, another actor who worked for Perry prior to Dixon's employment, posted a video on social media platforms detailing his abusive experience with an anonymous black Hollywood billionaire, which Dixon pieced together and believes to be Tyler Perry. And then there's a story on Atlanta Black Star about it, but I don't know if it includes the video. I don't feel like doing that. Dixon heard Mr. Keys' account and saw that Perry had been engaging in the same sexual conduct as other actors, just like the interactions described by Keys. Let me see it. Let me just copy it. Hold on. Nope, it's not. I can't copy it. I was going to copy it and save it for later, but we're on page 33. Help me remember that if I decide to go back and look at it. Dixon heard Mr. Keys' account and saw that Perry had been engaging in the same sexual conduct as other actors, just like the interactions described by Mr. Keys. Perry would get drunk, climb into Dixon's bed, and start fondling Dixon's buttocks. Dixon wanted to share his experiences with the media to prevent other actors from being abused at the hands of Perry. So he did what? Because this lawsuit was filed 2 weeks ago. A week ago. So what did Dixon do to bring awareness? Okay. So around this time, Perry called Dixon, indicating that he really wanted to find a home for Dixon's television series, again perpetuating the quid pro quo after the sexual assault to keep Dixon and his claims at bay. I'm reminded of a situation where I had a neighbor who kept trying to holler at me, right? And I had decided, this is when I lived in America, I had decided to go back to work, and he told me that he was a manager at Boeing and he wanted me to submit my resume. And I made it very clear to him I submitted my resume for a job that I was nowhere near qualified for. It was a manufacturing manager. I've never been a manufacturing manager, but I was like, okay, I'll submit my resume anyway. So he's giving me these, he's calling me talking about, has anybody called you yet? Let me get right on it. Let me make sure you can come in for an interview. And every single time we talked, I made sure I told him, just so you know, because he would always turn the conversation, just so you know, I'm not interested in you romantically. I appreciate the professional connection, but this is not something that I'm looking into to have any kind of romantic relationship with you. Eventually, he stopped calling to check on whether or not they responded to my resume. And I moved on. It would have been because I knew I wasn't. First of all, I knew I wasn't qualified for this role. This role required certain things that I had never done before. As far as a manager, as far as a management position is concerned, every manager has a niche. Manufacturing of Boeing type shit was not my niche. Okay. And so I knew, first of all, when I applied for the job, that I wasn't qualified for it. But I was like, I told him I'd submit my resume. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Maybe they're looking for somebody they can train. Who knows? But the dude reached out to me and he's playing these games like, I don't know why they haven't responded yet. I'm going to set up an interview. I'll make sure you interview in my office with me. And I was like, okay, I appreciate that. But I'm letting you know again that I'm not interested in having any type of sexual or romantic relationship with you. That's not part of the game I play, and that's not how I play it. I was very clear about that. So when he stopped reaching out to check on my resume, I wasn't surprised. That never stopped me from being successful. That never stopped me from having what I wanted. That never stopped me from being who I need to be. I never felt indebted to him. I never felt like he owed me anything. See, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. And if you have a certain amount of integrity, and if you have a certain amount of self-confidence, then you don't mind saying, I appreciate you connecting me with this opportunity, but I also notice you trying to holler at me. And I hope you don't think that I'm going to lean into you trying to holler at me in order to have this opportunity. That's not how I do business. That's not how I do business. I remember back in the year 2000 when I was a manicurist at a barber shop, and Mr. Adams told me, he was like, you do nails very well. The guys love you. You do a great manicure, but a lot of them are upset because you turn down their sexual advances. And I was like, I'm here to do nails. And he said, well, instead of telling them no, what you probably should do is tell them not yet. The owner of the company, when I worked at Ruby Tuesday and I got a customer at the bar grabbed my ass, and I told my manager, he got down on me. And I was like, I'm here to serve cocktails and salads. This isn't a strip club. This isn't a gentleman's club. I should never have to worry about walking past the bar and a customer grabbed my ass. That's not okay. Little did I know then, because I was a young girl, I didn't know then I could have called the police and, done all that stuff. But I've always had a way about me. I'm just going to speak about me that says, if I'm going to have anything, I'm going to have it the right way. And if I can't have it the right way, then I don't want it. Because only what you do for yourself and only what you do with integrity is going to last. If you allow people to play these games with you, this is the type of nigga Derek Dixon was. Derek Dixon was one of them niggas, one of them bitches who would try to weasel his way into an opportunity through his sexuality. Okay? And then sue you when it didn't work out in his favor. Okay? I've never had to do it because I've always set myself up from the beginning like that's not how I get down. I don't operate with that. I don't operate in that kind of system. Let's continue. Then, in January of 2024, Perry told Dixon to begin working on a pitch deck for the investors for the pilot. Despite having 8 episodes written, Perry only produced 1, claiming that the president of his company, Michelle Sneed, conveniently misplaced the $1 million that were going to be used for the show. During this time, Perry further solicited Dixon's assistance with other films and projects that Tyler Perry was working on. Once again, Dixon was in a position where he could not say no, but yes, the fuck you could. You had nothing to lose, honey. You sold your pilot. Go on with your life. Write another one. In or around March of 2024, Tyler Perry indicated to Derek Dixon that the individual who was meant to pitch the pilot became depressed and could no longer pitch the show. This was another excuse for the fact that Perry never liked the show and never intended to sell it. Dixon did not get angry and allowed Perry more time to figure things out for the show. Mistakenly, sensing that Dixon had forgiven him, Perry started back up with the harassment. Perry continued to harass Dixon, who was still working on the Oval and who was still waiting eagerly for Perry to sell Losing It. Perry would tell Dixon that he loved Dixon, that Dixon should be living in his life, or should be living his life, and that Dixon should be having more sex. Perry even indicated that he would send Dixon's show to Peter Friedlander at Netflix. But all this was just an attempt to remind Dixon of the sword of Damocles hanging over his neck. Later, Perry told Dixon that Netflix turned the show down. Dixon was never contacted by any individuals from Netflix regarding the show, and no sale ever materialized. In or around June of 2024, Perry, sensing that Dixon was getting frustrated about his show not getting off the ground, still concerned about the sexual assault being made public, offered Dixon a position. But how do you know? Because they haven't had real conversation about that on the record. Indicating that, let me go back, offered Dixon a position as a writer on Perry's shows, indicating that he needed a replacement to continue writing. Now, wasn't there a strike in June of 2024? Was that June? I feel like that was June of 24 when there was a writer's strike and they weren't allowed to write television. It was only then that Dixon woke up and realized, only then, now 3 years to 4 years in, 5 years in, okay? If we put a timeline of this case together, nigga, come on. It was, but the lawsuit also says that he started compiling evidence and assessing his rights way back on that second to last episode of the first season of the Oval. So there's some contradiction here. Number 188 says it was only then that Dixon woke up and realized that Perry was never going to be serious about helping him. Perry was only going to do things for Dixon if Dixon played along with the sexual harassment and assault. Perry was only interested in preventing Dixon from exposing the dark side of Tyler Perry. But didn't Boondocks do that? Perry only cared that people still viewed him as the victim once he once was, even now as he took shape as the victimizer. Dixon became sick to his stomach because now he got himself caught up in some bullshit. Rather than pushing off the advances decades ago, okay, rather than continue down this path, Dixon took the heroic step of reporting the sexual harassment to the EEOC. Yes, you are right, Amanda. It was late because the sexual harassment began in 2019. Only after he realized he wasn't going to get what he wanted out of it, and that the game he was playing, Tyler Perry was going to win because he is the queen, honey. And the only one that doesn't move is the queen. Only after realizing that he really wasn't talented enough, nor did he have the connections, he made a complaint of sexual harassment to the EEOC. Now, mind you, that complaint of sexual harassment goes along with a lawsuit. In order to file certain work-related lawsuits, you have to make a complaint to the EEOC. So it wasn't like, let's be honest, Derek, it wasn't like he went to the EEOC and was like, I want to file a claim against TP, TPS, TP, papa-dabba-dooba-dabba. He went to a lawyer to file a lawsuit. And the lawyer said, in order to file this lawsuit, you have to make a complaint with the EEOC. That's a part of the legal process. It's required. Okay? Let's be clear. After reporting the sexual harassment, defendants did not make any investigation into the complaint and did not take steps to prevent further harassment from occurring. Because defendants took no action to prevent further assault or harassment, Dixon had to quit his job working on the last season of The Oval. Dixon did so even though he was under contract to finish filming and stood to make close to $400,000. Dixon did not want to be sexually harassed or placed in danger of sexual assault again. Finally, dude. Defendant then retaliated against Dixon. Defendant told Dixon that if he quit and told others why he quit, he would be in breach of his contract. Defendants told Dixon that the only way out was to portray his departure from the show as a medical leave due to the emotional stress caused by the sexual harassment, which he could have done a year ago. The leave of absence was to be paid medical leave. Instead, defendant made the leave of absence unpaid and therefore terminated plaintiff's employment, causing Dixon additional loss of income and insult. Now, we are at page 35 of 46. We are going into the first cause of action, which is quid pro quo, sexual harassment. Okay, I feel like I've said that too much at this point. First cause of action, quid pro quo sexual harassment. I think now's a good time to take a break. Let's do that. Let's take a quick break, quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10 minutes to the top of the hour, okay? So I could order my pizza. The nigga made me want pizza. Jesus, I was doing just fine. I'll see y'all in a minute. I hope you guys had a pleasant break. I hope you got to do everything you wanted to do. Let's get back to work. All right, so now we are going into the first cause of action. There's about 11 pages left in this lawsuit, okay? So they've covered all the parties. They've covered the factual allegations, which I feel like was filler, because the first cause of action doesn't start until 35 pages into the lawsuit. But let's go. I gotta turn my fan on. All right, so the first cause of action is quid pro quo sexual harassment against all defendants. The plaintiff incorporates by reference and realleges herein that each and every one of the allegations contained in the preceding and foregoing paragraphs of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At relevant times, Mr. Dixon was an employee of TPS, and Mr. Perry was responsible for the hiring and firing of Mr. Dixon as defined in California. Alternatively, Mr. Dixon was an actor on the set of a show that Mr. Perry was producing for TPS and was therefore providing services to TPS and Mr. Perry, and they were involved in a business relationship which is subject to this government code you see here, 12940J. Tyler Perry, according to 199, Tyler Perry made unwanted sexual advances to Mr. Dixon. Tyler Perry also made unwanted verbal and physical conduct of a sexual nature. Hold on one second. Okay. The terms of employment, job benefits, and opportunities for continued work, additional pay, and other favorable working conditions were made contingent by words and or conduct on Mr. Dixon's acceptance of Tyler Perry's sexual advances or conduct. I don't see that. Mr. Perry made it clear to Mr. Dixon that he would kill off Mr. Dixon's character if he did not indulge Mr. Perry's sexual harassment. I don't see that either. Mr. Perry made his move and sexually assaulted Mr. Dixon. After Mr. Perry made his move and sexually assaulted Mr. Dixon, Perry offered Dixon the opportunity to make a show if he remained silent about the assault. I don't see that. Furthering the quid pro quo. That was never explicit. Eventually, Mr. Dixon could not continue working given the continued quid pro quo harassment. The work conditions were such that Mr. Dixon was constructively terminated. I don't see that. At all relevant times, Mr. Perry was a supervisor or agent as defined in California law with the ability to affect the terms of Mr. Dixon's employment or work contract. As a further direct and proximate result of defendant's aforementioned conduct, plaintiff suffered physical sickness, physical injuries, body pains, anxiety, worry, embarrassment, humiliation, injury to his professional reputation, mental anguish, emotional distress, and post-traumatic stress disorder in the amount to be proven at trial. Plaintiff is further entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees, costs, and prejudgment interest in connection with this matter. Defendants committed the acts herein alleged maliciously and fraudulently with the wrongful intention of injuring plaintiff and with the improper and evil motive rising to the level of malice in conscious disregard of plaintiff's rights because the acts taken toward plaintiff were carried out by managerial employees acting in a despicable, deliberate, cold, callous, and intentional manner in order to injure and damage plaintiff. Plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages from defendants. So if I understand correctly, and if I remember correctly, punitive damages don't have to be proven. It's just based on what the jury thinks. Okay. The second cause of harassment, and I'm going to do my best to not repeat what was already written because lawyers like to do that. They love a thick lawsuit. Second cause of action, work environment harassment. And a lot of it is repetitive. Number 211 says Tyler Perry made severe unwanted sexual advances and made unwanted verbal and physical conduct of a sexual nature toward Mr. Dixon, which caused the work environment to be hostile, intimidating, offensive, oppressive, or abusive. A reasonable person in Mr. Dixon's circumstances would have left a long time ago, and considered the work environment to be hostile, intimidating, offensive, oppressive, or abusive. I'm just going through to make sure we're not rereading anything. Despicable, deliberate, cold, callous, and intentional. Okay, let's go to the third cause of action. Sexual harassment in defined relationship. I'm just going to read through it for you. Mr. Dixon had a business professional relationship with Mr. Perry and TPS. Mr. Dixon was an actor on shows for Mr. Perry and TPS and entered into a contract to produce a pilot for a show called Losing It and to shop and sell the show. Tyler Perry, the owner of TPS, made sexual advances, solicitations, and sexual requests and demands for sexual compliance. There's no evidence for that, though. Defendant Perry used his authority to coerce and exploit plaintiff to spend time with him on several occasions. Yeah, you kept going too. So the defendant Perry, was he like, okay, this time I'm gonna go and he not gonna grab my booty? So the defendant Perry could physically, psychologically, and or emotionally, through force, manipulation, emotional abuse, intimidation, and retaliation, abuse plaintiff. These acts were done for the defendant Perry's sexual gratification. Plaintiff got sick, and the other employees were cold and callous. And then the workplace gender violence in violation of California Civil Code 552.4 against all defendants. Let's see if I see anything different. Okay, for this purpose, gender violence is a form of sex discrimination and means any of the following. One or more acts that would constitute a criminal offense under state law that has an element, the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force against the person or property of another, committed at least in part based on the gender of the victim, whether or not those acts have resulted in criminal complaints, charges, prosecution, or conviction. Number 2, a physical intrusion or physical invasion of a sexual nature under coercive conditions, whether or not those acts have resulted in criminal complaints, charges, prosecution, or a conviction. As alleged herein, Perry violated California Civil Code Section 52.4 in that he engaged in a physical intrusion, a physical invasion of a sexual nature under a coercive condition, even if those acts have not yet resulted in criminal complaints, charges, prosecution, or convictions. Plaintiff got sick. Fifth cause of action, violation of the Bain Act in violation of California Civil Code 52.1 against all defendants. Plaintiff incorporates by reference and realleges herein that each and every one of the allegations contained in the preceding and foregoing paragraphs of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. Civil Code 52.1, the Bain Act, provides that it is unlawful to interfere with the exercise or enjoyment of anyone's rights under the Constitution and laws of this state and the United States by use or attempted use of threats, intimidation, or coercion. I'm going to go to 240. As alleged herein, defendants engaged in severe and outrageous sexual harassment and sexual assaults against the plaintiff. Defendants' acts were calculated to prevent plaintiff from working free from sexual harassment or violence, and defendants' acts were further calculated to prevent plaintiff from reporting defendants' unlawful conduct. I'm just reading through to make sure we don't repeat anything we've already read. Sexual battery against defendant Perry specifically. Plaintiff incorporates, we've read that already. Defendant Perry intended to cause harmful or offensive contact with Mr. Dixon's buttocks. I'm sorry. It's not funny. And other sexual areas on multiple occasions, and a sexually offensive contact with Mr. Dixon resulted. Mr. Dixon did not consent to the offensive contact. Mr. Dixon was harmed and offended by Mr. Perry's conduct, but he kept going back. As a result of Tyler Perry's conduct, Mr. Dixon was damaged in the amount set forth below. As a further direct and proximate result of defendant's aforementioned conduct, plaintiff suffered physical sickness, physical injuries, body pains, anxiety, worry, embarrassment, humiliation, injury to his professional reputation, mental anguish, emotional distress, and post-traumatic stress disorder in the amount to be proven at trial. Plaintiff is further entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees, cost, prejudgment interest in connection with this matter. Management was despicable. Seventh cause of action, sexual assault specifically against Tyler Perry. That Mr. Dixon reasonably, at number 254, Mr. Dixon reasonably believed he was about to be touched in a harmful or offensive manner. I just don't want to repeat a lot of what we've already read. You know how lawyers like to do. Shout out to my lawyers. Eighth cause of action, negligent hiring, supervision, or retention of an employee. Defendants, I'm at 262. Defendants and each of them knew or should have known that their employees, including but not limited to Tyler Perry, had a history of engaging in unlawful or dangerous conduct that could cause injury to the plaintiff and others, yet failed to take any action to prevent such injury. In fact, it is alleged that Christian Keys and others may have been subjected to the same sexual harassment, and TPS knowingly covered up the harassment to protect Mr. Perry. We are at page 43 of 46, so I think we will have time to take a quick look at that Christian Keys video. TPS allegedly took actions against Mr. Keys, including but not limited to paying Mr. Keys a certain sum of money and threatening him if he disclosed Perry's sexual harassment. Ninth cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress against all defendants. Defendant's conduct exceeded all possible bounds of decency. Number 272 goes on to say, defendant acted with the intent and knowledge that plaintiffs suffered emotional distress due to their inexcusable and outrageous conduct. Tyler Perry, if any of this is true, you should have kept your motherfucking hands to yourself. You know how this game is played. Now, this nigga done told you he wasn't gonna let nobody fuck him unless they could get him an Oscar. Number 10, retaliation, FEHA. Before taping of season 7 of The Oval, Derek Dixon made a formal complaint about the sexual harassment he was experiencing from Tyler Perry to defendants through his attorney. That complaint was protected activity. After reporting the sexual harassment, defendants did not make any investigation into the complaint and did not take any steps to prevent further harassment from occurring. What was Tyler Perry supposed to investigate himself? Because, it was TPS. It was Tyler Perry Studios. Instead, defendant told plaintiff that he should take a medical leave of absence from the show due to emotional distress caused by the sexual harassment and not report any of this to his coworkers, the real reason for his absence. Plaintiff was expecting the leave of absence to be paid medical leave. Based on what? Instead, defendant made the leave of absence unpaid and therefore terminated plaintiff's employment. Plaintiff stood to make around $400,000 for his role in season 4 of The Oval. At all relevant times, defendants and each of them and or their managerial employees or agents knew or reasonably should have known that unless they intervened to protect plaintiff and adequately supervise, prohibit, control, regulate, and discipline and or other penalize the conduct of defendants' employees as alleged herein, other defendants and defendants' employees perceive the conduct and omission as being ratified and condoned. Prayer for relief. Here's where the money comes in. And this is the last page. Plaintiff prays for judgment as follows. For special, general, punitive, and compensatory damages according to proof at trial. For reasonable attorney's fees, expert witness fees, and other litigation expenses pursuant to law. For injunctive relief where the court deems appropriate, and for all other relief the court deems appropriate and just, for a total amount of damage, including the punitive damages of $260 million. Respectfully submitted, June 13, 2025, by Jonathan J. Delshad, Esquire, at the law offices of Jonathan J. Delshad, P.C., attorney for the plaintiff, Derek Dixon. And that is the lawsuit. Not just the nitty, but the gritty too. Not just the nitty, honey, but the gritty too. I'm going to see real quick if I can find the video from Christian Keys, because I hadn't planned it. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I think this is it. It's long as fuck, but we're not gonna watch the whole thing. A year ago. Yep. Hold on. Let me bring it in. Or we might watch the whole thing. Let's see. It depends on how you guys feel. Thank you, Lisa. We might watch the whole thing. It just depends on how you guys feel. I probably won't do a lot of interrupting here, but I will honor fair use as it goes. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it in right. Okay. So, it's interesting because a lot of what we just read in this lawsuit, we have actually seen in the Boondocks, haven't we? Some of them Boondocks episodes that alluded to Tyler Perry literally sound just like this. Hold on, I'm just trying to make sure I get it on the screen right. Okay, I think I like that. All right, let me put up my fair use banner because this is being used according to fair use. I believe this is from a channel called It's Just Entertainment. So I'll have my fair use banner at the bottom if you want to read it to make sure I'm doing this legally.
Let me cut the TV down. They don't need to be this loud. What's going on, y'all? I want to talk to you about some stuff. And it's been on my heart, so I want to speak on it. All right. Good evening. Hope everybody's doing amazing. I've been speaking to my brother about making a declaration of my experience. What I experienced with certain powers that be that were moving inappropriately. And I really, it's in my bone marrow to discuss that, because thankfully God built me the way that he built me, but I'm not sure, based on this person's claims and brags, that he's literally got, at the same time this person was sexually harassing me for years. He was claiming, that he had multiple young black men on the payroll, and they just had to show up when he requested them to be there. And clearly that's why it felt to him that it was okay to say these things. And I want to have these discussions. I want to be transparent with y'all about that. I've done my best to forgive this person, but it happens. It happens. It's not just women that have to deal with it, but it's also men sometimes. And it'll be men tempting men. And that's why a lot of my posts over the last few years have been about taking the scenic route, taking the long way around, because if that means that you can carry your integrity with you, then, and it's 11:11. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for another opportunity to connect with you. Please forgive my sins, my shortcomings, my bad decisions, and my mistakes. Please continue to guide and protect us as only you can. Everybody that's watching, it's not a presentation. If I see 11:11, I try to have another conversation with God. So thank you, Heavenly Father. I appreciate you. We love you. We thank you. In Jesus Christ's name we pray, amen. That's interesting. But there are people that will and have and will continue to, unfortunately, offer these things. And some of them are your heroes. Some of them are people who y'all like, oh yeah, such and such is amazing, and he does this and he does that. Yeah, but he also does this and that. At some point soon, it's gonna have to come out. I've kept one of these on me since 2005. Whether it's a keychain recorder or a pen, because most predators would check your phone. And once the sexual harassment started, I was like, well, I got to protect me, because I'm saying no, and I don't want this person, as powerful as they are, to try to get in the way of my work. So I started recording. So I have them offering me money to take my clothes off. I have recordings when I wasn't working with them or for them. I have recordings of them confessing that, the other guys that they have on the payroll, all of the above. And the difference is, the wonderful thing about confidentiality agreements and non-disclosure agreements is that they can't prevent you from turning all of those things over to the police, because sexual harassment is a crime. Attempted sexual assault is a felony. And Tams, you literally just asked, why do we as Black people have to deal with that? But sometimes it's our own people. Sometimes it's our own heroes. Sometimes it's the very people we deify.
Listen.
And we look up like, oh, they're doing so much. They're doing so much. No, they're also doing this. Mm-hmm. And my only reservation about naming the people,
the person,
there was directors along the way like, hey, you read for this, that, and the other. You want to come back up to the apartment? I'm like, nah, I'm good. You got my headshot, my resume. I'm
okay, good. Now catch the difference. So far, this nigga has said, I said no. Directors invited me to their apartment and I said no. You got my headshot, you got my resume. That's all you should need to make a decision about me professionally. Catch the difference.
If I can handle that or not, I can kill that. But I don't need to come up to your apartment. We already have the audition. There's other people that I want to say everything, and my brother was like, nah, not yet. I want to tell it on the mountain, over the hills, and everywhere. I want to speak on it. And the good news is that they don't even have to believe me. Hopefully they would, but even if they don't,
he got
they can
evidence.
hear this person. Since sexual harassment started, I've carried many recorder devices on me, keychains, pens, thumb drives with a charged battery that get 6, 7, 8 hours, all the above. So I have the conversations. I really want to air that shit out, because it bothers me when I'm alone at night. Like, man, the world is celebrating this person and they don't even know the shady and predatory way in which this person moves, and the way that, predators resent the prey that gets away. So when you don't say yes, when you don't say, okay, I'll acquiesce and, sign up and literally and figuratively play ball, because we're not doing that, they resent you. This is a conversation we're going to have, and we're going to have soon, because it bothers me in my spirit that I can forgive people. That's one thing. But yeah, P, we don't play ball.
We don't play ball. We don't play ball.
He knows the real deal.
We don't play ball.
I'm good. Somebody said, you don't look okay. I'm okay. I have peace. I'm literally strategically planning my next 8 moves.
Okay.
I'm good. God got me. because he was watching when I was offered these opportunities and I didn't say yes. I
And
didn't sell my
didn't
soul
say
for my ass.
yes.
Excuse my French, y'all. I know some of y'all, hopefully y'all don't have no kids around, but I didn't sell nothing for success. It's like, nah, that's not what I want.
See the difference?
I ain't into that. I ain't into dudes. I got an only beard in the bed policy. Mine is the only beard in the bed. Yeah, we ain't doing none of that. I don't get out like that. And these people kept on for years. Sexual harassment is a crime.
Yes, it is.
Attempted sexual assault is a felony.
Yes, it is.
And where I'm at now is that in the middle of the night, I think about if I'm brave enough to name the person. I'll take a polygraph live.
He said the person.
Polygraphs live. And I'll pass all of them because it's the truth. This person is a predator and he's one of several. And it's a shame, man. But I think it's time. I want to, and I know, P, I know you on here. I want to say everything now. And I have proof. It's not like I'm just making false accusations. I intentionally let the statute of limitations expire. It's not about money, but I'm gonna have to take the receipts, the recordings down to the police department and let them hear this individual. I wasn't working for him in the month and the year that he showed up to my apartment and offered me $100,000 to take my clothes off. He said, I don't even need to touch you. I just want to see you naked. I declined. Because again, scenic group. I got my integrity with me. I'll take
integrity.
But being that I wasn't working with him and we were in my apartment, he had visited my apartment to offer me a job of this fall because the lead of this particular project was going to do something else, so he needed another lead. I recorded it because I didn't trust him, and I had told him over and over, and he still always tried shit. Just tried shit. So if people don't believe me, they can hear him in his voice. I have always kept something on me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lisa.
Always. Even if my phone is off.
There is a huge difference between text messages that show a person flirting back, playing the game, or as he says, playing ball, and voice and actual recordings where you're explicitly saying no. He didn't go up to the apartments. He didn't play ball. He didn't have the conversations that led a person on. He didn't make any excuses and say, oh, well, I'm not feeling sexual right now. He made it plain.
Something else is if I'm around somebody that has tried to sexually harass me, pressure me, intimidate me into some nonsense, I've always kept something on me so I can protect myself, because if they're that powerful and they feel that entitled, then they can also try to get in the way of your work.
Mm-hmm.
I want to speak on it. I also want to keep making great things and creating jobs and opportunities. But oh no, I got backups for the backups for the backups for the backups. I've watched way too many Jason Bourne movies not to have 15 backups. I can press play and you can hear the person and you'll know immediately who the person is that's offering me $100,000 to strip. You'll know right away, and it'll break your heart.
Not mine, because I already knew.
I have to say the person's name.
That voice is
But
recognizable.
I will. I don't mind doing a polygraph or 3 or 5 on live TV, and I'll pass all of them because it's the truth. This industry is something else. It's wonderful, and we get to chase our dreams, and we get to live other lives. I get to be a judge or an FBI agent. I get to be a girl dad. And some of the people that you think are your mentors are literally and figuratively just trying to fuck you. I have documentation from the dealership for the car that they tried to buy as an apology for.
Tried to buy.
Me $100,000 to strip. It's time. I really want to just clear the air because I'm tired. And then where I'm at now, it still feels like that person is fucking with you just to fuck with you, just to mess with you. The industry can be wonderful. I'm grateful. Be clear that this person showed me how not to be. When I'm a boss, people get daps and church hugs. The attractive women that work on even on my shows, my productions, they getting daps and church hugs.
That's it.
Because this person showed me how not to be
right
when I'm in charge and when I built something and when I created something. I hear you, Pernell. I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna dial it back. You get on my nerves because I know you're right, but it's in my fucking bone marrow, and I'm tired.
To tell the truth.
Of this person gallivanting around doing these PR stunts. Oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna do that. Well, then speak on if you gonna have.
He talking about that $1 million to TD Jakes.
We gonna have a conversation, y'all, really soon. Really, really soon.
You can see the anguish in his eyes.
And I thank God that he made me the way that I am, because I know he sat back and watched, like, what are you gonna do? Like, are you going to acquiesce and take this movie that's gonna make 60, 70, $80 million? Are you gonna take this picture? Are you gonna go to that late night audition, that late night table read? No.
No.
You don't build me like that.
No. No.
I mean, beat, shot at, stomped out more than most of the people that are here on this live put together. P, I'm gonna call you in a minute. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna air it out, but I'm so fucking close because I'm tired. I'm tired. And it needs to be told. And the bad part is I'm gonna be painted as the villain when I was the one that was sexually harassed for years, bullied, intimidated, and sexually harassed for years. And I'm gonna be painted as the villain because y'all have deified this person.
Not me. My name is not y'all. I saw that nigga. 2010, 2011, 2012.
If a person tells you over and over, first of all, in general, you have no right to touch anybody. No.
Never. Ever.
No. Now, that's why I'm careful. Like when I do my shows and everything, It's church hugs. I put the veils on and I kiss people on the hair, up here. Nothing sexual, nothing weird, nothing crazy. And I'm trusting that, the fans will receive that out of a place of love and connection. But you are not allowed to touch somebody without their permission. Not allowed to try to touch them in a sexual or private place without their permission. And if they've already declared, like, hey, bruh, I get that that's your thing, but I like black women and Hennessy. And so miss me with the bullshit, because I'm never going to be open to that. I'm never going to swing at that pitch. Like I'm batting for this team over here. God made ovaries and fallopian tubes and vagina, labia majora, labia minora, uterus. It's just wonderful over here. So I'm gonna stay over here, like, chill. And then this person still tries to grab you, physically grab you. Cassie speaking out has reminded me about not just me, because it was brutal going through it, because it lasted for years. But her speaking out, people need to know. And the funny thing is, predators like that, they resent the prey that got away. They resent the prey that got away. The prey that didn't fold. The prey that didn't acquiesce and say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take this L and sacrifice my morals for this opportunity. Nah. That was around the time that I was considering going back to Michigan, 08, 09, because work was slow and the work that was coming was offered with a side of penis. And yeah, that don't do nothing for me. I'm batting for your team. So, at some point soon, I've spoken with my attorney trying to figure out how to deal with it. It's never been about money. I literally intentionally let the statute of limitations pass. It's not about money or being able to sue. But at some point, really soon,
Forgive me, I'm gonna run that back
the police report is going to be filed.
just a little bit.
I'll turn over the recordings of the inappropriate behavior. The funny thing is, predators like that, they resent the prey that got away. They resent the prey that got away. The prey that didn't fold. The prey that didn't acquiesce and say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take this L and sacrifice my morals for this opportunity. Nah. That was around the time that I was considering going back to Michigan, 08, 09, because work was slow and the work that was coming was offered with a side of penis. And
Not a side of penis.
yeah, that don't do nothing for me. I'm batting for your team. So, at some point soon, I've spoken with my attorney trying to figure out how to deal with it. It's never been about money. I literally intentionally let the statute of limitations pass. It's not about money or being able to sue. But at some point, really soon, the police report is going to be filed, and I'll turn over the recordings of the inappropriate behaviors and the inappropriate offers. And I'll turn over the paperwork for the car that was bought as an apology for offering me $100,000 to take my clothes off. And y'all can hear him. But his voice is very distinctive. And I wanna I'm tired of carrying this shit. There's a reason now why I fight more than ever when somebody wrongs me, and why I almost too aggressively speak up is because I wasn't brave enough to then, and I regret not being able to be strong enough, and I resent that part of me that wasn't strong enough to speak up about it. It's taking everything in me not to air out everything and put all the recordings online, put all the paperwork and the PDFs online. There's no reason that this person's company would be on the bill of sale for a vehicle unless it's right after the time-stamped recording of him offering me $100,000 to take my clothes off. He said, I don't have to touch you. I just want to see you naked. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Like, you know, I'm not into that. I don't fuck around like that. I don't do that. What the fuck? What? Leave.
Leave. Get out of my presence. I'm not feeling this. He said the person's company.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get out. I thought you were my brother and my friend. And this definitely has nothing to do with my brother who's in here. Be clear. I thought this person was a brother type figure, a mentor type figure. But for you to continuously throw these opportunities, you know good and damn well all it ever was you pretending to be a mentor trying to get some ass. That'll never happen. I don't bat for that team. Yeah, but I gotta get off of here and talk to my brother, because I'm so fucking close to just airing everything out. I'm just dumping everything online in the morning. I'm tired, man. I'm not forgiving myself. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't brave enough back then because somebody said forgive yourself.
You didn't do nothing wrong.
KG, it's heavy on my heart, man, and I'm tired. And we around here deifying people that go out and do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna pay off this, and I'm gonna pay off that, and I'm gonna pay off that. But at the same time, these same people are predators. I'm not blaming myself for saying no. I'm not blaming myself for almost quitting acting. I'm just mad at me for not being brave enough to say something sooner. That's the only thing that I regret. I wish I'd have been brave enough. I'm him now. I know who I am. I know who God built me to be. And I'm not afraid of those consequences. My concern is that a lot of y'all are going to be like, man. And your immediate reaction is going to be like, oh, well, we got to protect our deity. We got to protect.
It's the age of Aquarius. We don't think like that.
It's going to have to happen. I'm interested to see which peers are mad at me because it may interfere with their work. But, yeah. You get a grown-ass man that knows that you're heterosexual and you're sleeping off Hennessy in his guest room because he says it's safe. Because I know I'm bent, so I'm after a big party. Won't say what type, won't say where.
Sound familiar?
I'm asleep. I'm gone because I'm 4-5 Hennessy's deep and not short Hennessy's either. And this dude tries to climb into bed with you.
Sound familiar?
So you spaz out, push him out, like what the fuck? Get ready to leave. He apologizes, blame it on the alcohol.
Sound familiar?
And you try to forgive him. So you're like, all right, man. All right, I'm gone. You shake his hand on the way out, and he tries to grab your penis. He tries to shake and grab your equipment.
That's disgusting.
And you spaz even more. Like, what the fuck you doing, man? What the fuck?
Using his power as a weapon?
So you go to leave, he tries to do it again. Now, at that point, my only regret is not breaking multiple bones in this person's face. Like beating the dog shit out of this person, right? Because that's available to me at all times. That inner grizzly bear is always available, but in the moment, I'm like, what the fuck? And what? But you got a guy that's a billionaire, and I got $3 grand in my bank account. Who they gonna believe?
You didn't learn your lesson the first time,
Right.
Mr. Perry.
I got that $3 grand. That's my son's mom's rent for next month. You know, gotta make sure little man's taken care of. That's my rent, and that's a little bit for the gas tank, and the rest of it I can go to the dollar store and get some bread and bologna and hot dogs and mustard, and you know, I can get by.
Told y'all the fame always comes before the fortune.
It had penis attached to it. I'm like, fuck that, man. That's not what I want. That's not what I'm about to do. I regret not speaking up then, not being brave enough to, and I regret not hurting this person. Because I got a big heart. Mother had a big heart. Mother's heart was as big as Flint, Michigan. She was like a little yellow boy. You finna come and you gonna be a part of my family. And I always try to think about things, you know, and not lash out, even though I wanted to, even though I want to. I'm mad at me for not hitting him. I'm mad at me for not speaking up and saying something. Because between that year and now, how many young black actors have fell for that? How many of them? And you can hear him say it you can hear him on the conversations. You can hear him on the conversations. You can hear him say that he has several guys, multiple guys on payroll, 6 figures a year, that pop up and they do whatever he wants and they go back home. So they pop in, they grab their ankles, they do whatever he wants. And I'm like, I'm not finna fucking do that. I'm not doing that. I don't want to make it that bad. I want to be
How
able to
many
shave
victims
in the
are
fucking
there?
morning without any grief or any regret or any shame waiting for me in the mirror.
How many victims are there?
There's a trauma that comes with being bullied and intimidated and sexually harassed like that.
Start to question your own sexuality.
And the bad part is when the truth comes out, a lot of y'all in here gonna be like, man, I don't believe it. And you can watch me on whatever news station. I'll take polygraphs live on TV. You can hear the recordings yourself. The person has a very distinctive voice when they offer me $100 grand to take my clothes off. Person has a very distinctive voice when they literally sexually assault me and try to grab my private parts, and I'm blocking their hand like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh, my bad. and tries to do it again. Some of these people are y'all heroes. Some of these people y'all have deified and set up on a stool or on a stool.
Damn.
It's taking everything in me not to say. But I promise you this. I will promise you this. As an executive on a show, I'm grateful for this person for showing me how not to be.
Mm-hmm. Cautionary tale.
When you're the boss, how not to be. You don't sexually harass your employees. You don't pressure them, bully them, try to intimidate them into what you want. I am grateful for that lesson. I'm glad that God sat back, because not only was he watching to see if I was the person that he thought he had made, but he was letting me see who I am. And I'm grateful for it, because it let me know, and that gave me a lot of my bravery. I thank God that he just sat back and watched. It's gonna be a conversation really soon. And it won't be a conversation or accusations. Again, I let the statute of limitations run out. It's never been about money. My concern is that this person is still doing it.
And was.
Still a predator.
Still is.
And that's not okay. And I wish I was brave enough to speak up back then. I was worried that he would get in the way and try to interfere with my work and try to blackball me because he couldn't ball me. Pun intended. It's gonna be a conversation had real soon. The beauty of non-disclosure agreements is that even if you do sign them, you can't speak about certain things, but confidentiality agreements don't, after speaking with several attorneys, they do not prohibit you. They can't prevent you from going to police departments
This
and
is true.
reporting sexual harassment and giving them your receipts, giving them your recordings, giving them your PDFs. And they don't prevent you from reporting felonies.
Crimes.
Sexual harassment is a felony.
A contract has no standing in the face of a crime.
A whole grown man, like, hey, I ain't into dudes. Yeah, y'all shut the fuck up. You tell a grown man, I'm not into guys, and he tries to grab your private parts. Not once, but twice, after trying to climb into bed with you. That is the legal definition of sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And no, I didn't see that documentary.
What documentary?
Yeah, NDA and confidentiality agreements do not cover crimes, and they don't prevent you from taking all your evidence to the police. And then there's a public record. So at some point really soon, this conversation is gonna have to happen, because it's fucking with me. It's bothering me. And it needs to happen. Y'all gonna be disappointed in who it is.
Mm-hmm. I think we already know by now.
Fooled. But it's gonna have to happen. So, yeah, exactly. You said it. No means no. If I got multiple friends in the industry that are LGBTQ+. I've had drinks with a castmate and his boyfriend. I don't give a fuck who they sleeping with. I don't give a flying fuck at a rolling donut who these people are sleeping with. How do you treat me as a human being? That's what matters to me. That'll be the only thing that affects how I treat you. If you're respectful of my boundaries, then I can have a drink with you and your girlfriend or you and your boyfriend. I don't care. I don't have heaven to send you to when you leave here. That's God's job to judge you.
Nobody knows that place exists.
But what we not gonna do, we're not gonna try to force. Nah, man. It's taking everything in me not to air that out. Everything. I've been carrying this with me for a decade and a half.
Wow.
More.
Wow.
I'm gonna get off of that subject. It's gonna be addressed, and it's gonna be addressed soon. And if anybody has a problem with me telling the truth about predators in this industry, then they are truly part of the problem. And I say that out front, so that way, when certain people who are worried about their work that are tied to this person or whatever, it's because they're selfish and they're worried about work.
They have a lack of integrity. You
can't treat people like that. And when I'm the boss, when I'm CEO, when I can make any TV show and film that I want, people are gonna be able to come work with me and know that they don't have to worry about bullshit. They don't have to worry about opportunities being tied to sexual favors. They won't have to worry about being sexually harassed and intimidated and bullied because they didn't acquiesce to the sexual harassment or the attempted sexual assault or any of that. They're gonna be able to show up and work and create amazing and great stuff without that. I was on a show, and if I had done what this actress did, just switching lanes, if I had done what she did, I'd never work again and I'd be in jail. She used to come up and pat me on the jump, like pat my penis, like, ooh, okay.
Are you serious?
And I checked her. I grabbed her hand right away, checked her, like, what the fuck are you doing? That ain't okay. I'll do that shit. I'm going to jail. What are you doing? She did it again. Grabbed her hand. I was like, stop. That shit ain't funny.
It's not funny.
We're preparing for a scene. She walks past, cups my equipment, and was like, oh, you got some girth. When I tell you, had that been a dude, I'd have punched them in their motherfucking mouth. If I behaved like this woman, this particular actress had done,
you'd be in jail.
In that moment, I'd be in jail, I'd be canceled, and I would never fucking work again. You don't get to walk past somebody and be like, oh, that's nice, and pat them on their fucking private.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
What I get to call my job is a blessing, and I love it, and I'm grateful to God about it. Nah, that absolutely wasn't Cheryl Pepsi Riley. Please don't do that. That's my heart. I love her to the moon and back. She's a consummate professional. It was another it was a TV and film project, and she felt entitled to do that bullshit. Now, had I said something and she was higher than me on the call sheet, they would have just wrote me out. I'd have died.
That sound familiar?
I told you, Miguel.
That sound familiar?
They'd have wrote my character out and killed them off or whatever. And you're like, okay, boom, this is my This is a series regular. I'm 1, 2, 3 on the call sheet. But that's not okay. It's not okay. Y'all wonder why I stay in my fucking dressing room while we on set. Because it's bullshit out there. And it's people that don't appreciate and aren't there to honor the opportunity that we have. They're just doing whatever they want to, whatever they feel entitled to. Imagine a man walking past a woman tapping, saying, I see that print.
Grabbing her by the pussy.
I'm going to jail that very day.
And losing everything.
But she can do it and continue to work in this industry. And if I report her to the female executives that were on that particular show, it's gonna get swept under the rug because they had already told me, just Christian, just stand here and be pretty. Just stand here and look pretty. While I'm asking about certain things in the scene so I can make it make sense to me intellectually, just stand there and be pretty. So of course I can't trust.
Is that the end? Oh no, it's just a hiccup.
P, give me a minute. Chill out, I'm venting. Of course I can't trust them. Stand there and be pretty. That's that bullshit that men told women for decades. So why the entire fuck is that okay for you to say that to me when I'm asking you the history of a particular scene so I can make it make sense to me honestly here, so that way when the words exit my spirit, it's honest.
This video is glitching a little bit. Just bear with it. I think it was
a few people
during
calling
his
me right
recording.
now because they're probably seeing this and they're wondering if I'm actually gonna tip the can over, and I want to. I fucking want to so bad. Because I'm tired of carrying it. I'm tired of carrying and having to deal with the bully and the harassment. Years. Not 1, not 2,
15.
not 3, more. Years of sexual harassment and attempted sexual assault. And I want to air that shit out so bad. I'm having a night, clearly.
Let the
Pretty
truth be
boys
told.
deserve the same respect as the block button. Go fuck yourself. I'm a grown ass man. I'm 48. I'm not a pretty boy.
That's some disrespectful shit to say.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, some people can hear me. Can you? Good. Yeah, it's not, and if you know me, then you know I'm a grown man. Don't call me pretty boy. That's some bullshit. So, yeah, I needed to vent and get some of this out of my system because there's a vitriol that you carry when you deal with this. And there's a trauma that comes with it because you never know. Like, okay, is this meeting legit? Or is this some bullshit? Is this another one of those meetings where you meet with a black billionaire businessman, and while my manager is there, everything is everything. I got my Kinko's presentation with the plastic cover on it. I paid good money on this, good money. I'm running it down like you can invest in this, that, and the other. As soon as my manager leaves, he moves into a conference room. And I'm like, okay, it's a conference room. Nothing sketchy about this. Didn't realize that the doors on the side of the conference room right there led into his suite. So about 8 or 10 minutes, I'm nervous and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Okay, you changing? You gotta use the bathroom. It's a number 2. Cool. He comes back in silk pajamas, silk robe, right as they're delivering strawberries and champagne like this is Pretty Woman or a fucking date.
Wow.
Now, I'm like, wait, whoa, this ain't that. I'm not him, and this ain't that.
Wow.
I'd love for you to invest in my company. He probably should have, because he would own a piece of All the Queen's Men. The books I've already sold, the 6 or 8 books I'm about to release, all of that. He would have had a piece of all of that monetarily, but he didn't. He was thinking with his dick. And yeah, he came back in, grabbed a strawberry, sat down, and I was like, yeah, I'm leaving. You got my presentation, I'm gone. He's like, are you sure? I said, yeah. Yes, I'm sure.
I would have took a chocolate
sure.
covered strawberry to go though. Those are hard to say no to.
Are you sure? That second, are you sure, means if you don't stay and do what I want, you're not going to get what you're hoping for. Now, this particular guy is out here paying tuition for entire classes of HBCUs after this sketchy shit. Want to air him out too. I'm just tired of carrying this bullshit with me.
Wait, was that? Hold on.
I'm tired. There are wolves in the hen house. And yeah, it's disappointing because you're like, okay, well, I want to learn from this person, or I want to learn from this person, or maybe partner with this person over here because he's investing in black companies, not knowing that he's a predator. And this person who's supposed to be your mentor is the worst predator of all. It's got to come out at some point. So, you carry shit and it gets heavy. I'm going to call my brother back.
Hold on. I got to look in this. And my iPad just died. I have to look into this. He said this particular person paid tuition for an entire class of an HBCU. I want to double check on that. Because if I think I know who that is, then that's a different person. No, that was not Tyler Perry. I feel like that was, excuse me, there's 2 other people that come to mind. I'm going to save their names for just a second. Frank Baker. That was in 2020. Robert Smith. That's who I was thinking. Robert Smith. Who's been called out for being a fraudulent person, who got $1 million because he was an informant, basically, allegedly. That's who I was thinking, Robert Smith. You guys remember when it was big news in 2020 when Robert Smith spoke at Morehouse and then offered to pay the tuition and the loans back for the entire graduating class? That was not Tyler Perry. That was Robert Smith. And from what I understand, he didn't make good on that promise. Hold on, let me double check something. Yes, it was Robert Smith, and he did pay the student loan debt for the entire 2019 graduating class of Morehouse College. Robert Smith.
I'm so fucking close to tipping a glass over and just letting the marbles roll wherever they go because I'm tired of carrying it. And it would be easier to just file that police report, name that person for attempted sexual assault, name that person for sexual harassment for years, turn over the evidence, and then let the world hear him offer me $100,000 to take my clothes off. Thank God he made me the way I am. And I could say no. I was broke as fuck. When I tell you I would have loved that $100,000, I wasn't finna sell my soul. Oh, wow. Warriors. You talking about the basketball game? Let me go ahead and get you this block button. You can fight with that, warrior. I'ma log off before I spill this shit, man, and fuck up y'all year. Fuck up 2024.
But we figured out who one of them was.
If you think that Diddy shit was crazy, you don't even know. I'm gonna get up on out of here. But this conversation is gonna happen. I'm gonna head down there. I've already been down to I stopped in the parking lot once, and the other time I made it into the lobby of the police station to file it. I had my computer with me and all the recordings. Like I said, when the sexual harassment started, I carried a keychain. I carried multiple pens. Sometimes they only lasted 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes you had to put like a AAA battery in them. But you can hear these offers from the person who made the offer. And I suggest that too. That's why I'm cautious too when people email my manager or my booking agent or whoever, like, hey, I want Christian to be my mentor. I'm afraid to mentor anybody. On set, if we're working on a project together or you're working on a project I created, ask me what you want to ask me. But individually, separately, I'm afraid because of the bullshit that I had to deal with. And you got these predators still running around, still fucking over people, still screwing people over. And at some point soon, I'm gonna air this shit out. You just gotta ask yourself, are you ready? Because y'all deified some of these people. Y'all made them.
He's mentioned already 3 different scenarios. One of them, I allege, is Robert Smith. Another one I allege is Tyler Perry. I don't know who the woman was that grabbed his junk. He's worked on a lot of different projects with women, so I don't know.
I said what I have with recordings. You just said don't say what you have with. I have all of it layered and stacked and proof. You're allowed to record yourself when you feel unsafe. I have all of it. I have all of the inappropriate moments and offers and bullshit. I'm not sorry. Don't say that. I'm with the shit. I'm tired of carrying it. I saw what they did to Terry Crews when he didn't say anything. And yeah, like that doesn't make it comfortable for you to be like, man, I really want to tell the truth about this because I'm sure this person is still out here doing the same thing. And if not, what has he done over the last 15 years? Excuse me.
Bless you.
Sorry, I have allergies. I use these knees twice. What has this person done over the years with other people? When he's on recording talking about how he's got multiple guys on payroll for 6 figures a year to pop up and hold their ankles. This conversation is gonna have to happen. And
Shit is crazy, man.
at the police station is gonna have to happen. And y'all gonna be disappointed. And that's the bad part. Because a lot of y'all gonna be like, man, no, not him. Yeah, him. And I can be on the news taking a polygraph, which I will, gladly. And I'll pass everyone. And some of y'all still won't believe it. Stop deifying these entertainers. We just human.
Real
And some
talk.
of us are a little more human than others. And some of us actually give a fuck about the people that we work with, the people that we affect, the people that we have an opportunity to create an opportunity for. I love the fact that God let me create a show and there's 150 or 200 people working every single season. That lets me know I'm in my purpose. I don't love the fact that he sat back and let me go through that mess. But I appreciate the fact that he built me strong enough to pass on those opportunities to sell my soul or a body part. Take the scenic route.
Take the scenic route, honey.
Take the long way around. I'm gonna have to air these recordings and this information out soon because I'm tired of carrying it, man. It's heavy, and I just want to create great shit and great opportunities, and I want beautiful people, women and men, to be able to show up on set and not feel like they've got to do something to earn their spot. You're talented and you work hard. You already earned your spot. Mm-hmm. What I learned from the bullshit was walk away from anything that doesn't serve you.
Yep.
Or anything that's going to cost me my spirit and my soul.
Yep.
And it's not easy. But it's possible. It's doable. It's possible. Walk away. Godfrey, I appreciate you, brother, man. Most people who know me don't even know most of this shit. It's like 5 people on earth know the stuff that I dealt with. I told my mother, my grandmother, I told my oldest brother who's in here somewhere he's trying to make sure I don't jump off the side of the mountain and tell everything. I want to so fucking bad because I'm tired of carrying it. No, this too shall not pass. This person has done this for...
You hear these people quoting Bible scriptures trying to brush this shit under the rug. This too shall pass. No, nigga, we got to take action.
It needs to be addressed.
Be the God you want to save you.
So, yeah, this conversation is going to happen. It's going to happen soon. I'm just trying to figure out when. But it needs to happen. Like I said, you don't have to believe me. You can hear this person in his very distinctive voice. Once the sexual harassment started, I have kept one of these on me. It's a recorder. I've kept one of them on me for 18 years. So, it's time. I'm tired. I'm tired of carrying it around. I feel like like 2 additional 45-pound plates that I don't need to carry. I'm tired. So, I'm gonna call my brother, ease his mind, because I know he's worried I'm about to air it out over here. I was thinking and my spirit was uneasy, and I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Yeah. Some of your heroes, some of your very heroes are taking advantage of people.
I'm surprised by Robert
and
Smith,
I'm grateful
though.
to learn that lesson because that way when I'm in a space to where I'm the boss and I'm making decisions and I'm an executive producer now on my show. I can go around and make sure that everybody gets a handshake, a dap, a fist bump, or a church hug, but nobody feels like I felt. I can make sure of that. And it's please and thank you. Yes, please. And thank you. All that. Everybody gets treated like the CEO. Being treated like somebody's goal of a piece of ass. Somebody pretending to be your friend, pretending to be a mentor or an older brother figure, when ultimately their goal was just some ass. That shows you how not to be when you're in charge. So I'm grateful for those lessons learned.
Thank you, Lisa.
This conversation, and we're gonna continue it soon. I'm tired of carrying this, and I know there's others. I feel bad for those dudes that actually said yes. I hit you, Miguel. I hit you after I hit my brother. I feel bad for them because they fell for the pressure. They fell for the opportunity. They're somewhere, working a low-end job, and somebody comes in with this money, and they're like, okay, well, maybe just this once. I guarantee you there's a bunch of them that are going to come out. But I'm glad I didn't sell my soul or my ass. I deserve to be here. I earned it. I wrote it. I showed up on these shows and was professional and punctual and prepared and treated everybody there like the CEO. Yes, please. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everything. Because I'm not as a facade. I'm grateful to be here. I love what I do. But when they poison the well with this bullshit, man. One of the biggest reasons I never wanted to say anything is because I didn't want to be the person that broke your heart. I didn't want to be the person that said that your hero, such and such, sexually harassed me for years and tried to sexually assault me. Tried. We're going to continue this conversation at some point soon. It's got to happen. So, but it's traumatic when you deal with that bullshit for years. Years of that bullshit. Years of pressure. Years of intimidation. Years of sideways comments and insults, and everybody else getting a raise, everybody else getting a vacation, everybody else getting to be a part of this new show or this new thing, but because you ain't playing ball, literally and figuratively. I hear you, KG. I'm signing off. I've done enough. I'm tiptoeing on the fucking edge. It's Dirty Diana, and I'm leaning over. I'm gonna go, y'all, before I say too much. But, yeah, no, I'm not. Thank you, God, for not making me the kind of man that's gonna fuck his way to the middle. Okay? To the middle. Thank you. Thank you for standing back and letting both of us see who I am and who you built. I'm gonna keep making shows and keep making films and make sure that people on my productions aren't sexually harassed and bullied and intimidated, and they don't have to deal with attempted sexual assault or inappropriate bullshit. I got you. Thank you for making me the way you made me. I'm gonna go, because I'm gonna say some shit. No, I just prayed, but you know me. Let me call my brother, and I gotta call Miguel and check in with KG. I love and appreciate y'all, man. This shit just gets heavy sometimes. Life be lifing. But you carry something like this. And then I'm going to look into that, Amanda, because I did see something about that. About this or that or this or that. Like, motherfucker, you do remember
You do know the terror that you exacted upon me and multiple people for fucking years. I'm scared. But it's the conversation is gonna be had. I guess you just gotta figure out if you're gonna accept the truth about one of your deities or not. Because
it's about 30 seconds left in this one. We're gonna look into that, Amanda.
In front of you, you'll know it. And if you hear him offering me inappropriate opportunities, you'll know it. And if you choose not to believe it, then it's on you. But it's got to be dealt with. It's time. I love and appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get out of here before I actually spill it.
So let's follow the rabbit hole a little bit. So we heard a few similarities as far as falling asleep at the house, being drunk off the Hennessy, Tyler Perry sliding in the bed, grabbing the junk, trying it. Now I was surprised about the hotel thing with the conference room. I did look into that. It looks like that might have been Robert Smith, not Tyler Perry. I don't know who the woman was he was referring to who molested him, but I am going to take a quick look and see if I can find the video that I was just looking at or just came across that said Christian Keys was paid off. There is a quick video here. I'll go ahead and add it to, let me add this other video to the breakdown playlist. Let me see, give me 1 second. This shit is disturbing. Shit is disturbing. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. It's already here. All right, let's jump in. And this is Layla Lynn Media that we're watching now.
What's up, you guys? So it's Layla Lynn and I'm back with another video. I wanted to explore more the situation with Tyler Perry and Derek Dixon, accusing him of SA and SH and all kind of other things. So I have a copy of the lawsuit.
It just froze on me. I don't know what happened. Give me a second. Or give it a second, brother. Like, it literally just froze.
So you can see the lawsuit here. It's Derek Dixon, an individual, and he's suing Tyler Perry, an individual. Tyler Perry
I'm gonna take it back to the beginning. So
Studios, Tyler Perry Production Services, all these LLCs are. What's up, you guys? So it's Layla Lynn and I'm back with another video. I wanted to explore more the situation with Tyler Perry and Derek Dixon, accusing him of SA and SH and all kind of other things. So I have a copy of the lawsuit. So you can see the lawsuit here. It's Derek Dixon, an individual, and he's suing Tyler Perry, an individual, Tyler Perry Studios, Tyler Perry Production Services, all these LLCs associated with Tyler Perry. And the first accusation is quid pro quo sexual harassment. And quid pro quo sexual harassment is when someone wants something in exchange. Like they want access to you, like they want to be intimate with you, sleep with you in exchange for like a movie role or what have you. Maybe they put your show on television, what have you. And it's similar to the accusations that Christian Keys put out there. Christian Keys never named a name, but it really sounded like the main person he was talking about was Tyler Perry, and he was describing the same thing, quid pro quo sexual harassment. And so I noticed in this lawsuit, in Derek Dixon's lawsuit, he actually claims that Christian Keys got paid off. According to him, Christian Keys got paid off. So we're going to talk about that in this video. But first, we have a word from one of our sponsors.
I'm going to skip over the word.
Are you frustrated with your health, trying everything and still not getting the results that you want? Are you tired of
In the lawsuit, he says in December 2023, Christian Keys, another actor who worked for Perry prior to Dixon's employment, posts a video on social media platforms detailing his abusive experience with an anonymous Black Hollywood billionaire, which Dixon pieced together and believes to be Tyler Perry. Dixon heard Mr. Keys' account and saw that Perry had been engaging in the same sexual conduct as other actors. Just like the interactions described by Keys, Perry would get drunk, climb into Dixon's bed, and start fondling Dixon's butt. Dixon wanted to share his experiences with the media to prevent other actors from being abused.
And let me just make my facial expressions clear. I don't think anything is wrong with gay sex. I think, honestly, to be completely transparent with you, I think male on male sex is absolutely beautiful. The way that they love on each other and have passion toward each other is incomparable. But it's just Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry. And so I want to go back. What he's describing is very similar to what Christian Keys described regarding getting drunk at Tyler Perry's home, staying in his guest room, and Tyler Perry entering the guest room and entering the bed and SAing them.
I'm interested to see which peers are mad at me because it may interfere with their work. But, yeah. You got a grown-ass man that knows that you're heterosexual and you're sleeping off Hennessy in his guest room because he says it's safe. Because I know I'm bent, so I'm after a big party. Won't say what type, won't say where. I'm asleep. I'm gone because I'm 4-5 Hennessy's deep and not short Hennessy's either. And this dude tries to climb into bed with you. So you spaz out, push him out, like, what the fuck? Get ready to leave. He apologizes, blame it on the alcohol. And you try to forgive him. So you're like, all right, man. All right, I'm gone. You shake his hand on the way out, and he tries to grab your penis. He tries to shake and grab your equipment. And you spaz even more. Like, what the fuck you doing, man? What the fuck? Oh, my bad. So you go to leave, he tries to do it again. Now, at that point, my only regret is not breaking multiple bones in this person's face. Like beating the dog shit out of this person, right? Because that's available to me at all times. That inner grizzly bear is always available, but in the moment, I'm like, what the fuck? And but you got a guy that's a billionaire, and I got $3,000 in my bank account. Who they gonna believe, right? I got that $3,000. That's my son's mom's rent for next month. Got to make sure little man's taken care of. That's my rent. And that's a little bit for the gas tank, and the rest of it, I can go to the dollar store and get some bread and bologna and hot dogs and mustard, and I can get by. Work was slow, and a lot of the work that was coming it had penis attached to it. I'm like, fuck that, man. That's not what I want. That's not what I'm about to do.
That's crazy, man.
I regret not speaking up then, not being brave enough to, and I regret not hurting this person.
I'm gonna go fast forward through this because we've already seen
a big heart.
This.
Mother
so
grabbed their ankles.
I'm gonna cut about that 5 minutes of your time.
I'm not doing that. I don't want to make it that bad. I want to be able to shave in the fucking morning without any grief or any regret or any shame waiting for me in the mirror.
Right. I must have been grabbing my pizza when he said that part.
Talks about Tyler Perry having other men on payroll. Like, you think he's saying like he pays other men, like you think he means in a general term. But now with this guy, Derek Dixon, coming out, it sounds like he really meant they actually work for him. Like the other men on his TV shows and his movies that probably work behind the scenes. Like they're literally on payroll because they work for Tyler Perry. And one of the charges Derek Dixon has against Tyler Perry Studios is negligent hiring, supervision, or retention of an employee. And the employee in question is Tyler Perry. And in this section, he says, in fact, it is alleged that Christian Keys and others may have been subjected to the same harassment, and Tyler Perry Studios knowingly covered up the harassment to protect Mr. Perry.
And if you're just now joining us, we have read the entire 46-page lawsuit in this broadcast. So you can feel free to go back about 90 minutes ago. Well, more than that. Go back to the beginning. If you want to see that entire lawsuit read. But I'm going to let her finish.
Perry Studios allegedly took actions against Mr. Keys, including but not limited to paying Mr. Keys a certain sum of money and threatening him if he disclosed Perry's harassment. So if y'all ever want to know why Christian Keys kind of got quiet, Derek Dixon is alleging that he was paid off, that he was paid a certain sum of money.
I don't see that. Let me let her make that.
So y'all leave
Let me let her make that point again, because I didn't see that. That wasn't what I saw, and I still don't. So let me let her say that again.
Christian Keys kind of got quiet. Derek Dixon is alleging that he was paid off, that he
Sorry.
Perry's harassment. So if y'all ever...
That didn't sound like that's what he was saying to me about
but
Christian
not limited
Keys.
to paying Mr. Keys a certain sum of money and threatening him if he disclosed Perry's harassment. So if y'all ever want to know why Christian Keys kind of got quiet, Derek Dixon is alleging that he was paid
Hold on.
Perry's harassment.
Let me go back, because I heard Christian say he was offered a certain amount of money, but I don't hear
Tyler
him.
Perry Studios allegedly took actions against Mr. Keys, including but not limited to paying Mr. Keys a certain sum of money and threatening him if he disclosed Perry's harassment. So if y'all ever want to know why Christian Keys kind of got quiet, Derek Dixon is alleging that he was paid off, that he was paid a certain sum of money and he was threatened. So y'all leave a comment. Let me know what y'all think about
Okay,
this.
so she just kind of jumped to that conclusion, and I get it. I understand. It's good for the headline, but that's not necessarily what I see there. I see that this is what the attorneys are coming to the conclusion of. We heard Christian Keys say he did sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding some things, and we heard Christian Keys say that he was offered certain amount of monies, including a car. Excuse me, but I'm not quite sure that he was paid to be quiet. I don't know. That sounds like one of those stories that Tyler Perry paid for somebody to get out. If you ask me, it sounds like one of those stories that Tyler Perry paid somebody to get out. If you ask me, I'm gonna say it one more time. Okay, that sounds like one of those stories that Tyler Perry paid somebody to get out. Excuse me. Let me do one more thing before we jump off of here. And I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me for these last 5.5 hours. We do these kinds of shows that require a long attention span, but I will go ahead and shorten this into smaller clips. So that we don't have to rewatch the whole thing, because I know it's a lot. Let me find one more clip that I wanted to find before we jet out of here. Give me 1 second. Let me do one more thing. All right. Give me 1 second. I hope y'all don't mind watching 23 more minutes with me, because I would have watched this by myself if y'all wasn't here, and I would go ahead and add this to the breakdown playlist now. I do want to check out that episode from the Boondocks that featured a character in the likeness of Tyler Perry. I remember watching it. I remember being like, show you right. But I am going to go ahead and play it now. The whole episode. It's only 20-something minutes long. Okay, Amanda said play it. Lisa said, yeah, we could watch it. Because I didn't want to just watch a couple clips. I wanted to put it in context. So let's go ahead and watch that real quick. Hold on. And just to be clear, Tyler Perry did not offer an HBCU class tuition. That was Robert Smith. So it sounds like we have a couple people in question. Okay. Sounds like we have a couple people in question. And before we begin this this Boondocks episode, shout out to the Boondocks. I do want to ask you if we can have a quick 5-minute break. Oh, I love this. I love this show. It's one of my favorite shows. I've actually watched it over and over and over again. But I'm gonna ask you guys for a quick 5-minute break so that I can go check on my baby and take care of one more thing. And I'll be right back. 5 minutes. That's all. We'll be back here. Well, let's do it this way. Let's do a quick. Let's come back at quarter to the hour. So wherever you are, when the clock turns 45, we'll start over again. That way it's just on a solid time and I don't have to do no math. I'll be right back.
I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual, the inspiration that made ladies sing the blues. I'm the spark that makes your idea bright. The same spark that lights the dark so that you can know your left from your right. I am the ballad in your box, the bullet in the gun, the inner glow that let you know to call your brother son. The story that just begun, the promise of what's to come. And I will remain a soldier till the war is won.
I love this show.
Now wait just one cotton-picking minute. Who this? You better tell me who the hell up in my house before I get the captain. I ain't lying.
My Dukes, this is Jesse. He's my new friend.
New friend, huh? So that mean he beating up the coochie? That's what new friend means to me. Hold on. Hey, Jamal.
Thank you, Amanda.
That's my dude.
I just had to slap the shit out of somebody for no reason. Now, what was it you were trying to say about your special friend?
His name is Jesse, and he's a good Christian man with benefits.
Benefits? Shoot, girl, why didn't you say so? Good mercy. Hell, you can get me for no extra charge. Oh, honey, this booty is still good. You can go ahead and check the expiration date on it. I ain't lying.
Was that not Medea's character? And did I not say that some of this shit had to come out one way or another? And sometimes it comes out through the character.
Granddad, why are we watching a Winston Jerome play?
Oh, shut up, boy. Stop it. It just so happens Winston Jerome is holding an open casting call for
I know
the
he
lead man
did.
in his new play, and I'm preparing for my audition.
Audition? Like an acting audition?
Acting audition of a lifetime.
But you don't act.
Don't act. Your granddad was once a passionate, dedicated thespian. Oh, this was long before the days of Terrence Howard. See, Hollywood didn't have room for a young, handsome, light-skinned black man with good hair in those days.
And action.
They call me Mr. Pibb. What's so funny?
This is Soda's name.
Oh, is it Ribs? They call me Mr. Ribs.
He is so bad.
Bullshit, Mr. Handyman. Oh, my foot. Oh, woo. Cramping real bad. Oh, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you said Blake dreaming you had a real man. I pity the fool.
Thank you. That's enough. We'll call you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Breaking into Hollywood at your age?
He's looking for mature men. See, look right here. Casting for a black leading man, 50 and older. Light skin, good hair, must look nice shirtless, and not allergic to baby oil. That's me all day.
Don't you ever think you're too old to do some of that stuff you do?
Why can't I be a sex symbol? Why can't I be a heartthrob?
I say do it before it's too late, and it's gonna be too late real soon, so, yeah, hurry up.
Thank you, Riley. I'm gonna really let him have it. Show him my stuff. Give that man everything I got.
Pause.
Pause? Pause what?
You said something gay, so you gotta say no homo, or else you a homo.
You
But what did I
said
say
something
gay?
gay.
You said you was gonna give this dude everything you got, no homo.
That's not gay. I said I was gonna give the man everything I got.
Pause, Granddad. If it sound gay, it's gay, and you gotta say no homo. How I know you're not a homo, Granddad, if you don't say no homo?
I'm not saying no homo.
Okay, you wanna be a homo?
Stop calling your granddaddy a homo.
Then say no homo.
I don't want to say no homo. I'm a homo your ass. You don't stop saying pause.
Pause. The typical Winston Jerome story starts with a beautiful, educated, professional black woman trapped in a troubled marriage with a brown-skinned bald dude from Law & Order.
How can you do this to me?
Get out. I'm gonna marry this white hussy because you are too virtuous and strong and might make me a better man.
Then, a dude who looks like Shamar Moore shows up as the shirtless, light-skinned gardener. who just
I'ma
got
check
out of
on that,
jail.
Amanda.
Excuse me, may I rake your leaves?
At first, she acts like she didn't like the light-skinned gardener, but eventually she gets to know him and sees his sensitive side.
Now I know that to you I'm just a poor light-skinned gardener who can't even afford a shirt. But I love me some Jesus and I love me some you.
Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. I never thought I'd ever be with a man so loving and light-skinned.
And I will always be light-skinned just for you.
Being a good Christian woman, she gives her marriage one last chance because
Me
Jesus
too,
said
Lisa.
I am dark-skinned and bald, so I hate you and I hate Jesus.
He always make the
When
dark-skinned man the
brown-skinned
bad
dude from Law & Order
guys.
is about to hit her, here comes the shirtless gardener.
Hold it right there, bald-headed dude from Law & Order.
The woman in the garden.
He was.
Found true love through Jesus.
Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Which role you auditioning for? Oh, no, you can't get her. Cause I didn't think there'll be this many people here just for a play.
Just a play? Let me tell you something. It starts with the play. But if we like you in the play, now you in the movie of the play. And if he like you in the movie of the play, now you in the TV spinoff of the movie or the play.
Wait a minute. You're Kadeem Anderson, star of TV's A Different World. What are you doing here?
I don't know if you know this, but there ain't exactly a bunch of other shit we could be doing right now. I mean, what, I'm supposed to wait for the next tequila in the B to pay my mortgage? Huh? No thanks.
Look, it's him. It's him. Back this way, man.
Mr. Jerome would like to see you.
He would?
You won't be needing that shirt.
Ooh, he want him.
Jesus told me in my next play, Marduk should find herself a man. So I've decided to call this play, Marduk's Finds Herself a Man. Do you think you're man enough for Marduk's, Robert?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Try this line. Marduk's, you are a strong, intelligent black woman who will make me a better man.
Marduk.
Wait. Something's off. Lotion!
What flavor you want, man? I got tropical peach, sunrise orange, minty mango, and apricot. Or I can just take two flavors and swirl them together. Just tell me which ones you like. You want me to pick one for you?
Okay.
Minty mango it is. Turn around.
Hey!
You want me to pop these bumps?
No.
All right. You good then?
Okay, Robert. Again.
Glistening.
That's it! Breathtaking.
You know, I remember when I sat down to write my first play. I asked Jesus,
Not
will
Jesus.
you co-write with me? And he said
Not
yes.
white Jesus.
And I told Jesus, I want to write plays for women. What do women want to see? And Jesus said, sexy men. Since that day, I've searched the world for the sexiest black men alive. And I found them. My shirtless men. And Jesus was pleased.
I didn't know religion worked like that.
Then I asked Jesus, how can I further spread your message on earth? And he said, cross-dressing. And so I put on a dress and a wig, and Jesus was pleased. With that dress, that wig, and these beautiful muscular gifts from God, I have built an empire, and soon I will crush Ice Cube, and my supremacy of black Hollywood will be complete.
Wow.
We don't allow just anyone on this journey. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert?
Yeah, I guess.
Get on your knees, Robert. Ow! On your knees, Robert.
Okay, damn, you got big hands.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert?
Yes.
Do you accept me, Winston Jerome, as the representative of Jesus Christ in the TV and movie business?
Sure, I guess.
Catch the similarity. Wait, the two first names, Winston Jerome.
His works?
Well, you know, I kinda like Friday.
Do you renounce Ice Cube and all his works?
I renounce Ice Cube.
Louder!
I renounce Ice Cube.
And all his works!
And all his work.
Including Friday?
Yes, including Friday. Yes!
Right.
Wait, the irony is the man who plays this voice was in Friday.
Rise, my new leading man! We're having a fondue shindig at the compound tonight. You should come.
Tom, thanks for agreeing to watch the boys tonight.
No problem, Robert. I mean, this is your big break. So what is he like?
Who? Winston? Nice guy. Down to earth. Nothing strange or freaky or bizarre about him at all. Nope. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I just think he's the best. That's what people need more of. Positive entertainment. Without all the cursing and people saying the N-word all the time. Hey, are there going to be some steamy scenes to look forward to, huh? Who's the lucky leading lady?
Actually, they haven't cast her yet. Probably, Sanaa, Latham, maybe Halle Berry. You know, somebody hot.
Man, stop lying. Granddad's leading lady is a dude.
What?
Shut up, boy. You don't know nothing.
We read the script, Granddad.
How dare you read that script? That's top secret.
It was really, really terrible, by the way. Don't front, Granddad. You playing a dude's boyfriend. It's that Winston Jerome guy in a dress, huh?
Truth be told.
Ma Dukes? You're playing Ma Dukes' boyfriend?
There's no love scene.
Granddad's gonna need to have no homo tattooed on his forehead after this.
There's no love scene.
I think that's great. Robert, you're a real actor now. Completely dedicated to the part. I say do the love scene.
But there's no love scene.
Well, I think it's gay. Dude wear a dress.
Jesus told him to wear that dress. You just mad because Jesus doesn't love you.
Jesus told him to wear that dress.
Hello, Robert. We're so glad you decided to join us. Come in.
I don't mind if I do, cupcakes.
Hello, how do you do? We're so glad you joined our crew. Welcome to our lovely compound, where it all goes down. Hot oil, bananas and cream, white unicorns and wet dreams, rainbow and lace. Oh, it makes me want to stream. Anything is possible with Jesus on our team. Jesus gave me a vision to make plays and dress like women, to wear corsets and be a fine women, big bras with a lot of packing in them. Am I trembling? And I know you have suspicions, but I'm all man. Trust me, we can switch positions. It's alright to come dressed for pride. It's alright to come dressed for pride.
If that sounds familiar, it's from the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Wow. Is that in the place?
No, we just do that for fun. Come, let me show you the compound. The cast and crew of my plays are like family. We work together, eat together,
Family.
pray together. Now let me show you where you'll be staying.
Did you say staying?
Oh yes, you'll live here at the compound during the run of the play. I want everyone totally immersed in
That
the
sound
production.
familiar?
And we don't allow outside calls here. We must remove all distractions.
Oh, it's just my grandkids. You know kids, they always want to talk to their sole legal guardian.
Tell them you won't be coming home for a while. Best to make it a clean break.
I'll just call them back.
Answer it.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Granddad. We were just wondering how late rehearsal was gonna go. Tom had to leave and we're getting kind of hungry.
Well, I'm not coming home for a while, so don't wait up.
How late?
Maybe a week or two or more. We got a lot of rehearsal stuff to do. There's some cash in my sock drawer. Praise Jesus.
That sound familiar?
This is a great day, brothers and sisters. The first day of rehearsals for Mardukes finds herself a man.
Let us pray. Lord Jesus, you are a wonderful Savior and an excellent producing partner as well.
I can't believe I'm here. I made it. I'm on my way to the top. I might already be at the top. Man, look at these broads in here. The big old zesty chesty on that one.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Not a zesty chesty.
Yes, amen. Hallelujah. We're so happy you're here with us, Robert. Jesus is so good. I've been working with Mr. Jerome for nearly 10 years.
Oh, your family must be very proud.
Honey, I don't talk to my family anymore. This is my family now. Soon it'll be yours, too. I'm gonna get me some Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid.
Well, this is my first Winston Jerome project, but I've been in the business for almost 12 years.
Oh, that's nice. Anything I might have seen?
Let's see, I was in Do the Type Thing, Lady Sucks the Blues, New Crack City, and then my last film was 6 Sticks of Separation.
Oh, my. 6?
But that was before Winston saved me. All that time I was giving up the ass for me.
A cult.
Now I only give up the ass for Jesus.
Exactly.
And his homeboys.
Mm-hmm. Praise Jesus in the name of Jesus.
Robert, would you join me in my study? Beautiful, isn't it? I had the sweater put on him because he just looks so cold up there. I just wanted to warm him up because I love Jesus. Do you love Jesus, Robert?
Oh, yes, I love me some Jesus. Mm-hmm. He's my co-pilot.
Lord, we thank you for... Well, it appears you love Tartars, too.
Yeah, I'm,
It's okay, Robert. You love women more than you love Jesus, don't you?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's kind of apples and oranges.
If women are what you desire, Robert, then Jesus and I will deliver. Hundreds, thousands of women. Any kind you want.
Well, now, since you put it like that, I want some of them Alicia Keys and a couple of them Beyonce or something Spanish and a big old pretty white woman that look like Linda Carter.
Then Jesus will provide them. But you must give yourself to Jesus first, Robert.
Break that down for me, Amanda.
You know how I feel about the fucking phone. Jesus Christ.
It's my grandkids. They're probably just worried.
You must choose, Robert, between your old life and your new one.
Hey, boys. No, everything's good. Look, please don't call me again. This is my family now.
Ooh.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You made the right choice, Robert.
I don't get it. They his new family now? It's worse than I thought. Granddad's in a cult. A cult? That's gay. Well, he's in trouble. We gotta save him. Come on.
You're just a lowly ex-con.
Break that down. His name is Robert on purpose.
How are they gonna know
That
you're
part.
mad if you don't frown? More! More, damn it! You want me to put something nasty in your mouth to help you frown? Ugh.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
Well, at least
Didn't Dixon say he was in the middle of a scene and Tyler said, "Do you want me to punch you in order to make you act right?" Robert Smith. Yes. That's what I thought you were saying.
Strong love of a black, African, beautiful, independent black woman.
Cut! This isn't working. I cannot work like this anymore. I've worked with Jesus. Damn it, shit, fuck.
Damn it, shit, fuck.
Jesus, holy Jesus, help us with this scene. It seems to be a little flat. Oh, wait, Jesus is trying to tell me something. Hold on.
Praise Jesus!
Yes, Jesus. Uh-huh. Right. Hey, you're the boss. Jesus says the scene would have more impact if you grabbed Mardukes and kissed her deep on the lips.
Kiss? Hold on, Jesus said that?
Jesus said that we need to kiss passionately so the audience can feel our love. Change it in the script.
Praise Jesus' rewrites.
Are you sure he didn't say kick? I should kick you? Or maybe kill? Let me kill you. Nobody ever see that coming.
No, he said kiss. Kiss. There was no ambiguity at all. Chapstick. Robert, it's okay. I totally understand your concerns. Winston Jerome would never, ever kiss a man.
Hold on. Wasn't it Brendan Paul who said part of his job was to take P. Diddy his chapstick?
And that would be homosexual and against my Christian faith.
Exactly. Mine too.
But Jesus wants us to be actors first and heterosexual second. Now, Winston Jerome is a very, very straight man that loves the ladies. But Mardukes is a woman. And when I go on stage, Jesus wants me to become her. Inside and out. Can't just have a woman's clothes. I need a woman's thoughts. A woman's movements. And a woman's desires.
Go save Granddad.
Excuse me, do you know where I can find Robert Freeman?
Just walk in the path of Jesus. You'll find him.
Excuse me, we're looking for Robert Freeman.
Oh, he's on the rehearsal stage. Y'all remind me of my grandsons, but they like Ice Cube movies, so I can never speak to them again. Excuse me, I'm gonna get me some Kool-Aid.
Not Kool-Aid. You know, y'all know who that's supposed to be, right? That's the lady who was on House of Pain, the heavy-set, dark-skinned lady.
Well, at least I have Jesus and the love of a strong, black, African, beautiful, independent black woman. And that's all I need. Boy, stop that!
Get his leg! His leg!
I rebuke you in the name of the Lord!
These niggas is too glistening.
They're too glistening. Ella, that's her name.
Did you think you could just take him? It's too late. Your granddaddy's one of us now.
It's okay, guys. I'm sorry. I'll take care of it.
Me and Jesus want them out of here, Robert. Pronto.
Granddad, snap out of it.
Ow! Damn it!
Ow!
Nigga, have you lost your goddamn mind?
Granddad, you've been brainwashed. You've been sucked into some bizarre homoerotic Christian theater cult. Yeah, you was about to kiss that dude, no homo.
Boy, I'm just acting. I know it's a homoerotic Christian theater cult, but if it gets me into Hollywood, who cares? It can't be worse than Scientology.
Do you really want to be famous that bad?
Yes. My whole life, I've been normal. Normal sucks. I want women half my age to throw themselves at me. I want people to treat me better than they treat other people. And Riley was right. I don't have much time left. Maybe it's a stupid dream, but this is the last chance I'm going to get at it. Remember that TV show Fear Factor when they made people eat goat rectums and monkey testicles, whatever else to win the big prize? Well, this is my Fear Factor, and Mount Dukes is my monkey testicle. And I really want the big prize, even if it means kissing a man. No homo. And when you get home, go in my clean underwear drawer. There should be $200 in quarters. That should be enough to get you through the week, and I'll be home soon, okay?
All right, Granddad. If this is really what you want, we'll get out of here. Good luck with that. Thank you for saying no homo, Granddad. That really meant a lot to me. No homo.
They know how to use that grease for. I use the grease for X-ray. On the chicken,
Finally, I have found my cutie pie, my duke.
Yep.
Well, at least I have Jesus and the love of a strong, black, African, beautiful, independent black woman. And that's all I need. Kiss me, my dukes. And now it's time for me to get my big prize. Groupies, groupies.
There you go, my chicken! Oh, you look just like the pictures on MySpace! Oh my God!
MySpace.
Mr. Jerome would like to see you.
MySpace.
Robert, you are amazing. Jesus and I were so pleased.
Don't give me that bullshit. This is the big prize? Where are the Alicia Keyses? Where are the Beyonces? Where
The black church allowed this shit.
Florida Evanses. I can get a big bitch on my own. I had to kiss you on stage in front of everybody, and all I get is them mud ducks out there? That wasn't the deal.
Not a
Robert,
mud duck.
Jesus never said it would happen overnight.
Well, how long do I have to suck lips with you before the women out there become hot?
Look, Robbie, I've just sold Ma Dukes Finds Herself a Man as a movie. And guess who's my leading man?
Really? I'm gonna be in a movie? Oh.
That's right, Bob.
I'm gonna check the
and
date.
I only have one request. Look, man, all bullshit aside, can I please just have some ass?
Okay. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you made up this whole cross-dressing Christian cult crap just so you can sleep with men?
Pretty much, yeah.
Fuck you. Now stick that up your ass. No homo.
Pause. Pause again. Pause again, Granddad. Pause again. Pause again. Pause again, Granddad. Pause again, Granddad.
All I can say is SMH2. Oh my Jesus. Let me find out when it was released. And then I'm gonna let y'all get on out of here. OMG. OMG. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. Let me see. When was that episode released? June 20th, 2010. June 20th, 2010. Almost exactly 15 years ago. Just shy by 2 days. Well, no. Exactly 15 years ago? 15 years and 2 days. Lord. The episode was called Pause. OMG. OMG. I'm reading the Wikipedia page about it. My. That's crazy. I'm going to read the plot line out loud. And you see if you see any similarities to the things that we've heard and read today. Robert plans to audition for the leading male role in Ma Dukes Finds Herself a Man, the latest play by Winston Jerome. Jerome is a superstar African-American playwright, director, and actor whose work, as Huey later describes, is formulaic, Christian-themed, and mostly centers around an outrageous gun-blasting matriarch named Ma Dukes, played by Winston himself in drag. Now, if Wikipedia could say it, how come the church couldn't say it? As a former struggling actor in his youth, Robert is excited at the opportunity and declares his intent to give Winston everything I've got. Riley advises him that he has to say no homo in an addendum because to Riley, everything I've got sounds gay. Robert passes the audition and meets Winston himself, who is revealed to be a devout, closeted evangelical Christian who claims Jesus, I'm sorry, my baby's singing in the background, who claims Jesus himself personally inspired him to write. Winston offers him a part of Ma Duke's love interest and invites him to his compound and inner circle on condition that he accepts Jesus as his savior and renounces Ice Cube and all of his works. At the compound, Winston makes a grand entrance a la Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's what I knew that was. Descending on a golden elevator while singing It's All Right to Cross-Dress for Christ. From there, Robert quickly realizes that Winston leads a cult-like organization forbidding the compound residents from contacting their family. Forced to abandon his family, Robert suffers through grueling rehearsals and evades frequent advances by Winston, who later reveals that Robert has to kiss him in the play's final act. Despite this, Robert remains hopeful that the play will pay off with fame, riches, and white women. Huey and Riley eventually attempt to rescue Robert from Winston's cult, but are unable to persuade Robert to leave, even though it means kissing Winston on stage. Robert uses a metaphor of contestants on the reality show Fear Factor, eating monkey testicles for a large prize to make his point. 2 weeks later, the play premieres to a packed house with Huey and Riley attending. Following the performances, Robert expects to be showered with adulation from attractive women, but to his chagrin, finds that Winston Jerome's female fans are obese, middle-aged housewives. Church-going housewives. Winston later offers Robert the lead in the film version of Ma Dukes Finds Herself a Man, but flatly demands sexual favors in return. Finally, fed up, Robert flips Winston off, leaves his dressing room, and returns home with Huey and Riley, though not without enduring more pause taunts from Riley, who videotaped the play. Now let me go on, because there's a cultural reference here that I think is important, according to Wikipedia. Cultural references. The character Winston Jerome is a parody of the playwright and filmmaker Tyler Perry. Jerome's character, Ma Dukes, whom he portrays by cross-dressing, corresponds to Tyler Perry's character, Medea. So does the world have more common sense than the church? That's the question. Yeah. Winston introduces himself to Robert as Ma Dukes in a dance sequence similar to the Time Warp, Let's Do the Time Warp Again, in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Now, just so you know, the script for Pause was written a year before it aired. In the original script, Magruder, who we know as Aaron Magruder, made little effort to disguise Perry's identity. So he knew when he wrote the script, and of course we know, there was no mistaking it. Using a name very similar to Perry's legal name for the character before under network instruction. So he first used a name very similar to Tyler Perry, and then the network changed it to Winston Jerome. That wasn't Aaron Magruder's doing. That was the network. Magruder had wanted Pause to be in the season opener, but it was moved. Okay. Going on a little bit about the reception. I'm going to skip down. Let me see if there's anything up there. Tyler Perry was infuriated by Pause, contacting Turner Broadcasting executives and threatening to re-evaluate his relationship with the company. When Pause aired, Perry had 2 series broadcasts on Turner Networks, Tyler Perry's House of Pain and Meet the Browns on TBS. Following an encore airing on June 26, 2010, the episode did not rerun again on Adult Swim until May 29, 2020. So Tyler Perry buried that episode for 10 years as part of a marathon featuring the previously banned episodes, The Hunger Strike and the Uncle Ruckus reality show. Wow. Interesting. Excuse me. Interesting. Very interesting information. Good to know. Y'all, this has been a jam-packed episode. I think I'm going to enjoy editing this one down. Thank you for joining me for these 6 hours and 10 minutes and 52 seconds. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to this channel. Join us on Patreon. Feel free to give to the Cash App. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. You want to taste the biscuit? I gotta go find it. Hold on, let me find the biscuit. I'll be right back. If you want to taste it, I'll find it. I'm good with that. Let me go find that damn biscuit. Tyler Perry said all he got for his birthday, all he wanted was biscuits and BJ's, baby. But all he got was biscuits. All he got was biscuits. Poor thing.
Would you like the rest of my sandwich?
I'm not homeless! Hey, come on, grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something. And they've only allowed us to do one song, so we gotta make it a good one. Come on.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. To get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. Get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal.
Oh, what a deal.
A big old box, it's all for me.
All for me, all for me.
You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Biscuit, taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce, taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Check us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit, motherfucker. Tyler Perry said, please taste my biscuit. No, Daddy, I'm not trying to cry today. My daddy's song came up again. Nah, I'm going to catch you this time. You're not going to have me crying. I'm about to go take a nap. It is currently 4:21 p.m. here in South Korea, and I am going to take a nap. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for your comments and your takes and your participation. Have a good night. Good morning. I think for most of y'all, it's tomorrow. Bye, y'all.